supporting levelling up. My name is Adam Hawksbee. I'm Deputy Director here at Onward. And delighted today to be chairing this panel, which it is on a topic that's really central to Onward's work. We've done a lot charting the challenges we have about regional inequality, kind of now known broadly as the levelling up agenda, but also the massive inequalities we have within regions, particularly in some of our cities. And when thinking about tackling that inequality, we often think about some of the kind of macro policy that might do it. How's the welfare system designed? Do we have the right abilities for people to move into work? What we don't do is think about what local institutions can do, what role they can play, some of those big anchor institutions in an area, whether that's an employer, a hospital, or indeed a school. And so today what we're going to be discussing is what role can schools play in reducing those gaps? What are they already doing that could be amplified more broadly? And how do we make sure that teachers and staff within those schools are supported to play that broader role? And I am delighted to be joined by a really excellent panel to do that. On my immediate right, we have Baroness Barron, who's the Minister for the School System and Student Finance, and has been in that post since October 2022. 2021, sorry, okay, I'm chopping a year off the experience there. We have on my left Jess Lister, Associate Director of Public First, leading a lot of their work on education. To my far right, I've got Russell Hobby, the CEO of Teach First, leading all of their work in upskilling recent graduates into the teaching profession. And then to my far left, I've got Nathan Delia, the Assistant Head Teacher at Loreto High School. So hopefully here you'll get that combination of the kind of view from Westminster, from Whitehall, from a policy perspective, and also from practitioners that are trying to perform this role on the front line. Two quick words of housekeeping. One is please do tweet about this event, and we are using the conference hashtag CPC23. But if you hear interesting things, hear comments, want to share some of the reflections, please do that. And secondly, be ready with your questions. So once we've had some opening remarks from the panelists, we'll come to each of you. I'm very, very keen to get you engaged in this discussion too. But without further ado, Baroness Barron, can we kick off with your thoughts?
Thanks so much, and it's a real pleasure to be here, although always slightly intimidating to be surrounded by real experts, particularly on teaching and all the kind of detail and expertise that involves. So I'll try and stick a little bit to the kind of main policy themes, and if you had Nick Gibb here, he'd be able to say this with absolute authority, which is the whole thrust of everything we've done as a government in education has been aimed at addressing inequality, and that really has been the focus since 2010. And I think there are three main planks to that, and I'll talk a little bit about the past and very briefly about the future, but happy to do more on that if time permits or it comes up in questions. So I think the three elements are curriculum, teaching, and leadership. And in terms of curriculum, I think you all know that one of the things we focused on really has been putting phonics at the heart of teaching children to read. That's been reflected in a big improvement in our international comparative rating. We're now 4th in 2021 in England compared to 8th internationally in 2016, with the lowest performing children showing the greatest improvement, which is exactly what I'm sure everybody in the room would want to see. And similarly, with a maths mastery approach, really learning from the Southeast Asian countries. And again, our ratings in the International Maths League has also improved. But our curriculum focus has been not just on the knowledge-rich side of curriculum, but also on the skills side with our reforms to skills qualifications, particularly T-levels, which again, I think, especially given their combination of classroom-based learning but also work-based learning are extremely important in opening children, young people's eyes to different opportunities which might be outside their close experience and that of their family and friends. Similarly, in terms of supporting our workforce, because we all know that the quality of teaching is massively important in terms of outcomes for children. We've made major reforms in terms of initial teacher training, trying to drive quality in terms of continuing professional development, and also targeting funding at those subjects which are difficult to recruit, like physics and maths, for example, but also those areas of the country, the so-called levelling up premium, which gives early career teachers 5 years of £3,000 a year uplift. We've also had a big target in terms of the national tutoring programme. 1.3 million children have now received a national tutoring programme course, of which almost half were on free school meals and about almost 28% with special educational needs and disabilities. So we believe that that's been reasonably well targeted. Just in closing, I just wanted to then say just a word about leadership, and I think this, Adam, picks up on your point about intra-regional as well as in between inter-regional. So I've done some work with colleagues in the department looking at the variation in performance. So if you just take SATS results, in every local authority area in the UK, the top quartile of schools are at least 25 percentage points higher than the bottom quartile of schools. And in some areas, it's much more extreme. I won't name the local authority, but I visited a school recently, not yesterday, recently. Promise you it wasn't yesterday. Where they were getting 12% of their children passing reading, writing and maths. This is a small local authority. The highest performing schools are north of 80%. Now, that's a really extreme example, but the fact that in every local authority you might be in a class where 40% of you pass, or you might be in a class where 65 or 70% of you pass, I think comes down substantially to leadership. That's not about differential resources in an area. It's not really, I mean, there are a few local authorities, obviously, that are huge, and we can, you know, have a sense, I was going to say argue, but we can have a sensible conversation about pockets of affluence and so forth. But I think it really is where strong families of schools in strong multi-academy trusts really show their worth, when you can see that difference, particularly when they've gone in and sponsored schools. So I think that's massively important for the future. I think the other areas, which I'm just going to say the word and then we can come back to it or not, that will be very important in terms of either narrowing or exacerbating inequality will obviously be artificial intelligence and how that's used within education. But on that cliffhanger, I will.
It's going to drop the AI bomb and then just
drop
the
the
conversation
AI bomb
carries
and then
on.
run
Okay.
away.
Well, maybe I'll come back to that. Russell, let's turn to you. I mean, you're obviously doing lots of work on practically how you can support teachers to address some of these gaps. So what are the lessons that you've got from that?
Thank you. I'm not going to pick up the AI bomb at this point in time. We'll leave that to the questions if it goes. And thanks for having me to speak today. It is still the case that despite the very real achievements that Baroness Barron has listed, inequality is still prevalent within our education system, and the outcomes in education are determined too much, I think, by family wealth, family background and class as well. At the moment, about 29% of the young people in our country are living in poverty, and you see that feed through into their exam results. So of those that are eligible for free school meals, 41% of them will get a good pass in English and maths to compared to 69% of their wealthier peers. And we see that follow through into destinations as well. If you were eligible for free school meals while at school, 5 years later, you're twice as likely to be a NEET, that's not in education, employment and training, as someone who wasn't on free school meals as well. So despite everything that all of us have been working hard on, we still see strong levels of inequality by wealth. And I'd like to say that that's not just a concern for the education system, that's a concern for the entire country as well. And there are three ways in which unequal outcomes in education then feed through into the rest of the country. One is that those inequalities persist into later life, and we can see that in access to higher education, to college, to apprenticeships, to careers at every level of the economy as well. We even see it, for example, in health outcomes. You can see a relatively strong correlation then between life expectancy and educational outcomes as well. So if we're concerned about inequality in general, I think we should be concerned about inequality in education. The second way that I think it feeds through into interest for the rest of the country is in its relationship to economic growth as well. In the 21st century, I think we need a broad base of the population with a high level of skills. We can't afford to do the thing that the UK typically has been pretty good at, which is having a strong elite education and unfortunately a relatively weak education for everybody else as well. We're going to need, I'll pick up the AI thing. We're going to need lots of skills to be able to manage and work alongside those as well. And finally, I think educational inequality leads to a level of fragmentation and polarization within the country too. If not everybody has a stake in the future, then I think the tendency to push towards more extreme solutions on either end of the spectrum is very real. So I think we need to take it very seriously. I think it can feel intractable. After everything we've done over the last 15, 20 years or so, we still find ourselves in this situation. But we do know, as you've pointed out, that there are individual schools who are performing highly. There are individual students who break those sorts of barriers as well. And there are whole areas and trusts and parts of the country who can achieve these great outcomes. So it's not a fact of life. It is a question of how we organise the system to achieve that. And I think of the things that we've done over the last 15 years or so to make a difference there, I do think the quality of teaching is a vital factor. And we know from research across the world that young people from disadvantaged backgrounds benefit more from having a high quality teacher than any other group of young people as well, because there's no fallback position for them. If it doesn't go well at school, their families don't always possess the resources to make up for that later on. So getting the curriculum right, getting phonics right, the recent reforms to the early career framework and the national professional qualifications for leadership, I think have been incredibly important. But I do think that some of those gains are at risk when we look at the recruitment challenge that we face in schools. It is becoming increasingly hard to persuade people into the profession and to keep people within the profession as well. And when we look at the kind of working patterns that are increasingly the norm in the rest of the economy in terms of remote, hybrid, flexible working, as well as the pay levels, schools are just not competing on that level as well. So I think if we want to protect these gains, we've got to think ahead there. And I do think that another great gain for us as a country has been the pupil premium and the focus and attention that has put on the fact that basically some schools have a harder job than other schools and need more resources to meet the same levels of expectations as well. Again, I worry that some of our rebalancing of resources between the rich and the poor is being eroded, and I think we need to think really carefully about how we can direct the very limited resources we have to those schools that are serving the most vulnerable communities as well. And I think to finish off then, that brings me to my other point, is that it's very easy to ask schools to correct the problems that are created by other factors and forces in society, and they can have a good go at it, but their life would be a lot easier if we were addressing some of the fundamentals about local services, about child poverty itself, and about the distribution of economic opportunity across the country. And when you look at the difference of performance between London and other parts of the country, you can see the truth of that statement. Thank you.
Fantastic. All the speakers so far have a habit of, at the end of their remarks, massively broadening the scope.
Yes, sorry about that.
So let's talk about no, let's get into that stuff, though. I think it will be important. So, okay, AI and the broader inequalities in our economy as well. Jess, let's come to you. So you do a lot of work on this topic at Public First, kind of helping different organisations think about how to tackle inequality. What's your key insight?
Yeah, and we'll see what sort of bomb I can drop at the end as well.
I'm waiting.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about why we're not seeing as much progress on closing some of these inequality gaps as we'd like to, and how sort of after the pandemic we're seeing some of them sort of go backwards into reverse. So we've had sort of 10 years of progress, a pause, the pandemic, and now we're not kind of picking back up at speed. And in sort of panel tradition, I'm going to make 3 points and tell an anecdote. So talking anecdote first, we recently did a focus group for some work we did on school attendance with parents across different levels of the social sort of economic spectrum. So a middle-class dad in Bristol, father of 3 kids, said, we don't have to send our kids into school every day anymore. COVID has taught us not to take it anymore. And this has been a really landmark piece of work for us, because I think what it has, what the sort of conclusion we've landed on is some of that social contract between schools and families and pupils is starting to fragment. And not to over-diagnose it, but I think it's going to make the job of closing those sort of academic attainment gaps and inequality gaps that opened up after COVID much, much harder. This is partly a sort of pandemic legacy issue. So, you know, pupils had very different experiences of education during the pandemic. Some had a great time, some had a completely awful time. And there's always going to be a lot of work catching that up. Part of this is a mental health issue. So something we haven't touched on yet, I don't think, is sort of mental health challenges in schools. It comes back to this wider point of the role schools are playing to sort of fill in for other primary public sector services, a sort of lack of mental health support in the NHS. It's sort of being passed on to a mental health crisis in schools. It's partly a cost of living issue, particularly on attendance. What we're finding is there's lots of things that are causing parents to just not send their kids into school anymore. A big one of these is term time holidays. If it's much, much cheaper for you to take a week out outside the half term than it is in, families are now making the decision that that's a priority for them. And again, it's going to make it much, much harder to do that sort of catch up that was needed at the start. And then finally, and I won't go into this too much because Russell sort of already mentioned it, but it's a teacher sort of recruitment and also retention issue. Because why, as a family, would you sort of trust and value a school if there's a really high turnover of teachers, if you're not getting high quality teachers, if your child's not sort of getting the education that you'd like them to have? When we looked into teacher retention, more than 1 in 5 secondary school teachers said they're unlikely to still be in the profession in 5 years' time. That increased to nearly a quarter in areas of sort of the most challenging educational contexts, so those educational investment areas. So there's a huge, huge sort of issue there of keeping teachers in schools and rebuilding that sort of trust. So point number 2, why does all of this matter? It's because we know that while, as Russell mentioned, a lot of the things that drive inequality happen outside the classroom, so it's housing, it's income, it's sort of parents' education experience, schools are a tool and a way to make progress on this. So research from the Sutton Trust found that a pupil having a really effective teacher can massively increase their learning. It's sort of 40% learning gain. That pupil is going to get better outcomes. It's going to have more career opportunities. It's going to start, moving that social mobility dial. There's also a bit of an economic argument to this. So I don't know if the Ambition Institute is in the room, but last week they published a report that found there's £10 billion of sort of economic impact to be found in improving teaching and improving outcomes for young people. It's not quite going to build HS2, but it's a kind of really significant amount of money sort of on the table if we can get schools and teachers right. And then finally, what should you do about it? And this is probably one for the discussion. And I don't want to make myself unpopular here by saying it's probably not just about more funding. There's very few policy areas where if you didn't chuck more money at it, it would get better. For teacher retention, for example, we found that 78% of teachers said they'd leave the profession if they were offered a job in another sector with better work-life balance. Only 64% said they'd leave the profession for a job with higher pay. There's something more here than just more money, more pay for teachers. There's a kind of system-level issue going on. And lots of things will help individually. Tutoring will help, improving attendance will help, improving teacher retention and recruitment will help. But it's that sort of system-level contract building between families, pupils and schools that I think will really help us kind of tackle that inequality properly.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jess. And as well as that ambition research, I cannot recommend enough Public First's work on attendance. It's a fantastic piece of research. So if you haven't looked at it, go and do that. Nathan, let's come to you. So we've heard describe some of the challenges that might be, the mental health challenges in schools, recruitment, retention challenges around teachers. How do some of these things play out in your patch, and what needs to be addressed to fix them?
Yeah, I'm actually quite glad that I'm the last person to speak, because everything that everybody has said is something that I have experienced in the school, both the positive, the good, and the bad. So, as mentioned, I'm a 2012 ambassador. I started Teach First in 2012, and I've worked at 2 schools, both schools inner city schools. The first one being in Bradford, the second one Loreto High School, my current school in Manchester. And the first thing that I will say is I absolutely love my job. I absolutely love it. And the best part of my day is not the many leadership meetings that I'm in. It's actually when I'm sat or stood in front of the kids teaching them maths and like seeing a spark or seeing a light or seeing something that's going to take them forward. Now, before I got into teaching, I was fortunate enough, or unfortunate, depending on how you want to put it, to be a professional footballer. And I was a professional footballer at Manchester City and at Rochdale. And I had so many highs whilst I was doing that. The biggest achievement, probably playing in front of 50,000 people and hearing them shout your name. Now, I quite often compare that and I think about what's my biggest achievement as a professional. And my biggest achievement is not that. My biggest achievement, or the thing I always remember, is when I was sat around with the first cohort of students who I took from year 9 up to the GCSEs, and I sat with them to open their examination results. And there is no greater feeling than that, than seeing the hard work that people do and seeing the results. And any teacher, or all the good teachers who go into the profession, that's what they're there for. So it's not, yes, increased pay does help, but the reason why people are doing things, and the reason why I was doing it certainly and keep staying in the profession, is to ensure that children, no matter what their background is, no matter their socio-economic background, they will have the best chance to have the best outcomes. Now, Loreto High School, where I'm currently at, it's an inner city school in Manchester. Around 50% of students qualify for the pupil premium, and it has a lot of challenges. And like I said, in my school context, we have a dedicated senior leadership team and school teachers who are in there for the right reasons. Now, like many schools, and particularly those serving in the inner city community, recruitment and retention is a problem. And we have benefited, and you know, I'm an example of this, from the work of people like Teach First in helping us fix our recruitment problem, and that has been invaluable. Now, schools, and this has been mentioned, I know, Jess, you just mentioned it, we are also dealing with other factors outside of the classroom, and they can't be separated. I was myself looking at this, and there are different things or different areas in particular that I think are coming into play with attendance and mental health. So social care, youth work, and all of these areas. You know, when we looked at, in our own context, in our own school context, when we look at the outcomes of students who've got social care referrals compared to the outcomes of those who haven't, there's a stark contrast in their educational outcomes in terms of both their attainment and progress. So all of these things need to be considered as a whole, and the whole system needs to work together to support students and teachers in the classroom. Now, the narrative that I think is, and I know this is obvious, that's going to increase more people to stay into teaching, is the experience of the teachers now and the messages that they are telling people and telling their children and telling, you know, other people in different industries. I do think that the main thing that teachers want, and that I want, and senior leaders in school, they want to feel heard, they want to feel valued. Once they do that, the things will automatically lighten, like the pressure that teachers put on themselves will lighten, the workload will lighten, and there'll be that real enjoyment in the job. You know, I mentioned it before, the best teachers are not in it for the money. We're in it because we care, and we really want to address this inequality that's in all areas of life. It has been made more difficult in the last few years because of the economic climate, you know, the pandemic. But all teachers are working hard to get back to where we want to be, and where we were. I know in our context, certainly at my school, where we were pre-pandemic. That's what we want to get back to. And, you know, the things that have been mentioned today, and I'm sure the things that we will talk about, are things that they really, as far as I'm concerned, they are a priority for government, for policymakers, above all, because, you know, children are the future. They will be the people who determine the direction of the nation ultimately. So whatever we can do to ensure that outcomes are great for children, whatever that means. It's going to be something that's going to be beneficial to us all.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Nathan. So let's we'll come up to questions. I want to be cheeky and take the first question, if I may. And actually, Jess, it's to pick up on this point you made about mental health. And Russell, I want to ask you. I mean, we were quite surprised, actually. We did a project recently that was more broadly on kind of youth work and youth development, and did focus groups with general representative sample of the public, asking them about what they thought the biggest challenges were facing young people. And mental health came out very vividly, but in particular, CAMS as an acronym was something that members of the public were regularly talking about, right? We're saying CAMS is a big problem. And I don't think that is, in chatting to other people that do public opinion research, not something that would have happened 5-10 years ago. So how are you kind of experiencing or seeing the mental health crisis play out in schools? And to what extent is that something that schools themselves can or should be expected to tackle?
Yeah, it's very clear from the feedback from teachers and those on the front line that child and adolescent mental health is a major challenge, that it's been exacerbated by COVID, but that it's also been a long-term trend that we're seeing in our society. And of course, it is affecting teachers themselves as well as the young people in there as well. So we're certainly seeing increasing numbers of referrals for that too. The Child and Adolescent Mental Health Service cannot cope with the volume that is available to it. And it's not a simple matter of funding, although I think funding is important to that as well. But equally, staffing CAMS would be a concern. And this is where we see lots of issues happening within the wider economy, that getting the jobs into the public service in competitive with the salaries and working conditions is as true of mental health as it is of teaching too. But also, I think, there are some underlying trends there in terms of the intensity and structure of the day that young people experience, and maybe the lack of breadth in both downtime and uptime. We're pushing our young people really hard at the moment, and I think that is showing up in anxiety, for example, which is then leading on to this too. So I think there's a broad look at how we balance the curriculum, how we create opportunities for, while sustaining the academic rigor and excellence that has been a feature and a welcome feature of the reforms so far. How do we create other ways for young people to excel? How do we recognise some of the creative subjects, which I think are about us finding meaning and our way in the world too, which can add to that? Yep. Are we reaching diminishing marginal returns on some of the pressure that we're putting into the system as well? None of those is likely to be enough by itself.
No. Baroness Brown, how do you think about this challenge of mental health in schools?
Well, it was very interesting to listen to. Sorry, it's very interesting to listen to all of the comments on that, and it's obviously something that I hear a lot about when I go out and visit schools, and actually mental health of staff as well as students. I suppose I think that it is important to differentiate what is feeding the mental health problems. So there will be some children, young people who need specialist mental health support, like CAMS, as you say, the acronym, which suddenly everybody knows what it means or knows who they are. But I'd just give a couple of other examples. So I was talking to a trust leader who said that a very high percentage of the children coming into their year 7 over the last couple of years have been more than 2 years behind their reading age. So they are pretty much unable to engage with the curriculum. Therefore, they stop going to school. I would have been the best attender. I was the best attender. I wouldn't have gone to school if I couldn't have understood and felt humiliated. And then, of course, that then creates a mental health problem. And then I think there are a group of young people who, when we look at the data, turn up Monday to Thursday but don't turn up on a Friday. And I don't understand what that really means in real life for others. But I think we're also really worried that that is perhaps what Jess was referring to about a kind of social contract having shifted. So I think we need to break it down a bit and not put everybody into a single mental health box, but also take time to ask the question about what's driving this.
Brilliant. Thank you. Let's come to some questions from the audience. Some hands have shot right up. Please do wait until the mic comes to you. We've got Steve Bray trying to join in the conversation outside. Let's go with one at the front there, one over there, and then one in the middle here, and then we'll definitely be able to get to these other ones as well. So, yeah, just one in the middle there, and then to the front.
Hi, John Punter from the Institute of Physics. Fascinating hearing all your views on that and the problems we have. I'm interested in the kind of the regional disparity and inequality, because 70% of A-level physics students come from 30% of schools, obviously often from the wealthiest areas. So it really does depend on where you live. With problems with physics teacher recruitment, I'm really interested in the minister's view particularly, but also the assistant heads as well, and your own experiences with getting physics teachers in the door.
Great, thank you very much. Question just at the front here. Just wait until the mic gets to you. Thank you.
Hiya, I'm Matilda Martin from TES. Sorry, very cheeky, I have two questions. One is, I'd be really interested, Baron Span, in hearing a little bit more about your fears around AI and those inequalities that you say it could kind of create within the education system. So are you saying that the DfE should be doing more around that? Are there things that we should be thinking about looking forward into the future? And secondly, interesting point that you made around kids being behind. Are you kind of referring to that as a result of lockdown and lost learning? And I'm just wondering around that. Do you feel the government maybe hasn't done enough to address those issues, which is now in turn exacerbating that mental health crisis that we're seeing?
Great, thank you very much. And then we're going to take the third one just from the middle here.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. I want to throw employability skills into the mix, if I may. I work for Lord Baker and the Baker Deering Educational Trust. We support the 44 university technical colleges across England. I'm delighted that the government has just given the go-ahead for 2 further UTCs, one in Southampton, one in Doncaster. The reason why I want to throw in employability skills into the mix is that what we see at the UTCs is real strong employer engagement, and that's a real motivation for both students and indeed teachers as well. Encourages young people, gives them a signpost to future employment opportunities. And I think that that's something that we ought to be seeing all schools deliver, because that's the route to success for many young people. Thank you.
Brilliant, thanks so much. So a question there on kind of regional inequalities and how we tackle those, particularly as it pertains to certain topics. Kind of AI and how that might accelerate inequalities. COVID catch-up question there as well. And finally one on employability. Nathan, I'm going to be really mean and come to you first on the AI question, because I hear a lot of kind of policy chat about AI and the impact it might have. But as a practitioner, is it something you're thinking about day to day, maybe in terms of broader technology as well as AI? Is it something you're worried about how it might play out in your school?
I think it is. It's definitely something that's been a conversation, and it's two things really. Firstly, there's a vast difference in the experiences of teachers in who I work with. Some have been teaching for 30 years, and for want of a better expression, they've developed a teaching way that works for them. And whenever there's something new, there is always obviously upskilling of teachers that's needed. It's quite often that sometimes students, when it comes to things such as AI, will know more than teachers, and that's something that we need to be very wary of, and also ensure that that the level of work, the standard of work that we're expecting of students is still the same. If something is facilitating and supporting that, that's different from doing it for them. It's something that we have started to investigate, but I'll be honest, we have not. It's not been a focus, and as I'm sure you can imagine, in a city context, there's a million different areas that we're working on, attendance, outcomes. If we can use AI to support in things like that, we will of course be doing that, but we are not there yet in terms of our rollout and kind of a detailed plan of how how we do that.
Do not think you're alone in that as an organisation. Baroness Parent, let's come to you on this question of AI. How are you thinking about it as a department?
So we're thinking about it a lot. And I think, so our starting point really strategically is to work out, there are many, many different ways that you could use AI. But I think in terms of the objective, the one that, we've got written down internally is about reducing inequality, both in terms of economic disadvantage and in terms of special educational needs and disabilities. And so that is our principal objective. I think in terms of our role, we will be, as a department, in some sense, a kind of market shaper, if not a market maker. And it's obviously going to be critical that we understand the safety aspects and work internationally, actually, to understand the safety aspects, but also to understand the impact. And EdTech sits in my portfolio. My understanding is we haven't had, and anybody correct me if you think I'm being unfair, but we haven't had real transparency around impact of EdTech tools, and therefore I think as a sector there's a sense, and maybe Nathan can confirm this or not, that there's a sense that people have been a bit burnt by having been promised marvels from bits of technology which may or may not have delivered it. So it would be good to try and avoid that. So I think we have a role in what's our real focus, and the number one is to reduce inequality. And as part of that it also has a really positive impact on teacher workload, so teachers can spend more time teaching. And then kind of at the other end, we want to work with teachers and schools and leaders in the sector to test out different options. And I think one can start at a lower risk end. We don't have to start at the highest risk end, but I'm aware of time. I could go on, but I won't. I was going to give an anecdote, but I ran out of time.
Well, can I then steal a bit more of your time to answer this question on employability skills and UTCs?
And I'd like to come back to the physics as well.
Yeah, so by all means, take both of those, go for it, and then I'll move to some of the others on the panel.
So it's a great question, and I would say probably physics is the area of recruitment that we are most worried about, and you'll and everyone in the room will understand the reasons for that. The bit you didn't mention, John, or at least I didn't hear you mention, was the gender split in terms of physics. So it's not just a geographic split, but also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's about 4 times as many boys end up doing physics A level as girls. And some of you will be aware that we are set up a number of new maths schools. And I was talking to one of them the other day. So they are six forms that offer maths, more maths, even more maths. And if you didn't have enough maths, there's still more to go. You can tell I wasn't a mathematician. And they offer physics and chemistry and computer science. And I was having a conversation about the balance between physics and chemistry. And actually what this particular school and university were arguing was that if they're going to get girls into physics, they have to sort of sneak them in via chemistry. Those are my words, not their words. That's my shorthand. But that many girls would look, and they were worried that they wouldn't get a gender balance in their school if there wasn't an option to do chemistry as well, but also stress that part of their work with the university, because the schools are linked with universities, and in a way this links a bit to the employer question, is those students who are going to go on to university being really clear that physics is still an option at university. If you've done lots of maths and chemistry, you might still end up doing a physics degree. But to say it's not a concern, it absolutely, I think it is the subject where we have the greatest concern.
Jess, let me come to you on this inequalities question and kind of broaden it slightly. When we're thinking about regional inequalities, is the challenge we have in terms of education inequality some schools within a city versus another? Is it cities versus towns, rural versus north versus south? What are the big divides and the big regional divides we should be concerned about?
I think, unsurprisingly, the sort of educational attainment differences and outcomes track onto other types of inequality. So regions that are historically deprived and have had sort of historic inequality challenges also then tend to have poorer education outcomes, and it's this sort of continual cycle. It's a reason why education was always going to need to be a big part of your wider levelling up agenda. Rachel Wolfe at Public First talks a lot about kind of high street regenerations and hanging baskets, and that's one part of it. Another part of it was always going to be a sort of skills and education outcome. There's two things that I think are happening that I'd like to see more progress on that I think could get us into a really good place for this. One is, I think, some work that the Confederation of Schools Trusts have been doing on schools as anchor institutions and multi-academy trusts as thinking of themselves as regional actors, not just as schools in a village or town community, but as part of a wider regional network. And linked to that, universities are starting to think in this way as well. The civic agenda in universities has taken off massively. And again, it sort of comes back to the point on teacher supply. Who trains teachers? Often it's universities. If we can start to build a cycle where good graduates stay in the region as part of a sort of social good, social purpose, civic mission that links back to a school that is also thinking like that, I think we can start to see some kind of real progress made.
And Russell, let me come to you on the kind of second part of the question that we had at the front here on kind of COVID catch-up. What's worked, what hasn't, what more is there to be done?
Well, I think that the point around the social contract being broken is the thing that I don't think any of us thought ahead through the school closures at one. So as we brought schools back together, invested in various catch-up initiatives, that underpinning sense of like, what is school for and do I need it, which I think has come through really quickly, is not something that we've spent enough time talking about as a country as well. And it's not surprising when people have spent large chunks of time outside of school as well. So I think that is a critical part of it. I think also, if I could pick up on the employer engagement bit, because I do think that's critical. It gives me a chance to give a shout out to one of our corporate supporters here, IG Group, who do an enormous amount of engagement of getting kids in to school, seeing what maths looks like in practice, for example, when it's being used. That makes a difference to outcomes. And I think we're used in this country to thinking about the link between education and employment in terms of a one-way street, that you invest in education and you get good employment outcomes. It goes the other way as well, and that if young people can see good employment opportunities, it gives them a clear reason to be investing in their education as well. They're making fairly rational choices, I think, about how to spend their time, and in different parts of the country that pays off differently, and that's one of the reasons I think why London has done so well in terms of educational reform, because you can see why you would do that. In other parts of our country, the jobs aren't there to justify it, or you have to leave your hometown and travel across the country in order to do that. And that's, I think, Jess, your point about inequalities layering on each other is that employment opportunities are also weaker in the areas where our educational outcomes are weaker as well. It's harder to get physics teachers into those areas as well. There are some parts of the country, there are some schools, and they tend to be in more affluent areas where they can get the physics teachers, because frankly the workload is slightly easier. You can spend a bit more time on the physics and a bit less time on the behaviour management sides of it as well. So if we're to unpick all of these, we've got to get all of the inequalities being corrected at the same time, otherwise we'll probably founder.
Brilliant, thank you so much. Let's take a few more questions. I promised that I'd go to some over here, so I will do that. There's one at the front here, one just behind, and then I'll do one right at the back.
Alistair Feeney from the Bell Foundation. On the point about all of the equalities being unpicked at once, my particular interest is on inequalities through language, people speaking English as a second language. We know that 1 in 5 students across state-maintained schools speak English as a second language, and that proficiency is the biggest single factor that affects their attainment. However, the school census has stopped collecting data on proficiency, so as a result the daughter of a French banker is almost the same as a newly arrived refugee as far as the data stands. Alongside this, 37% of teachers early career teachers actually feel comfortable teaching multilingual classrooms at the moment. So my question really is, how can we address this inequality where we currently don't quite know where to target and the profile of the students, as well as how to sort of bring training up to scratch in order to deal with classrooms where there are multiple languages, multiple backgrounds all at once? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question, just behind here.
Hi, Sapna Chadha, and I'm the director at London Tech Futures, which is a not-for-profit helping young Londoners gain digital skills outside of traditional education. And we've seen great success with that. But my question is, how much more do you think the private sector could be doing to help in this area? Because that's where we're coming from. We're seeing that help has come in and they wouldn't have got this kind of opportunity. And shouldn't we use that for an employment and ambition kind of goal for them?
Okay, thank you. And then a question right at the back there.
Hi. It's clear from the panel's discussion that improving the educational attainments of children, especially those from impoverished backgrounds or with English as a second language, is vital for improving further life outcomes. Are there any type of schools that you think work particularly well at doing this? I know, for instance, Loreto School in Manchester is a Catholic school. Are church schools, faith schools, are they particularly proficient at that sort of work?
Excellent question. Thank you so much. Jess, let me come to you first. Actually, on this last question, on the types of schools question, there's been quite a lot of kind of experimentation and innovation, I guess, over the last 15 or kind of 25, 30 years, really, on types of schools, how we put them together. What does that teach us about which schools are best placed to tackle inequality?
Yeah, no pressure. So I think I'm going to think of two examples, neither of which might be very popular, but just of schools that are doing things differently that I think is working quite well. So one is the work Ed Vainker, I always get his name wrong, is doing in Reach Feltnam, thinking about all through schools, so from primary through to sixth form as a sort of school in a community that can therefore address community issues and be responsive to them. So it's sort of moving away from a primary, secondary, sixth form model and thinking about that sort of all through way. And the second actually would be the work Eton and Star Academies are doing to set up new free schools. I've been specifically targeted in communities that had lower than average A-level attainment. So sort of state sixth forms in areas that didn't currently have it had sixth form provision, but you know the outcomes weren't in the data weren't as good as they could be, and I think that sort of private state partnership working is something that's got some real potential to work properly and done well and done in a kind of community-minded and regional sort of spirited way. Again, is something that is a new thing that we could trial. You know, the private schools often have all the physics teachers, for example. You know, is there a sort of partnership model there that could sort of to address some of those challenges? It doesn't quite answer your question, but that's what we'll leave it on.
No, that's really helpful. And Nathan, can I come to you on this first question about language? And you know, my experience kind of worked at schools in East London. It's a really big challenge. Is it, you know, to what extent is it a challenge? How do we address it? And this question on data is a super interesting one. Do we need to start recording things differently? Yeah, so it's something that we're experiencing a lot at the moment. It's just coming towards our first submission of census date, and around that time, we kind of do take in a big influx of students, and a number of those are now refugees, international new arrivals, and it's a challenge because, as you mentioned, particularly if they're coming in past the age of 13, 14, when they're going into option subjects, where we then have to place them in history or geography, etc. And if their language proficiency isn't good, how do we support them in that? So, you know, we do have an EAL department, English as an Additional Language department, who put in a lot of support to try and just get the basic English, maths, competency really that will allow them to progress and to go on to the next step when they do leave us. It is a challenge, it really is, and in that area in particular, it's another training need from teachers. Again, kind of on the AI point, I feel like, you know, I've been teaching for 10 years now, which is not as long as others, and I feel like it's always been a feature since I've been teaching, and something that I think I've upskilled myself in, but there's definitely more
kind of upskilling needed in that area. Should the data be collected? Yes, I think it should really. I can't see the negatives of not doing that, and I think it would also support by analysing and then using the data and seeing what comes from that to kind of get support in different areas based on that data being there in the first place.
Every single Onward report we do, the last recommendation is we need better data on this. We just need better information. Russell, let me come to you actually on any of those questions, but particularly curious about this one on language and to what degree that drives inequality.
Well, I think Nathan's set out most of the points on that. There's no reason why being an EAL student in itself should disadvantage someone if they've got the resources and support they need in time, and certainly there are advantages in being multilingual as well if we can put the weight behind them. So I think Nathan's answered that well. On the school type one, I am a strict agnostic on school type. I don't believe there's strong evidence that one sort of school is overwhelmingly better than another sort, and indeed you can find successes and failures in every single school type as well. There are certain school types that enable a school to practice selection, which then can alter the intake of the school. I don't think you're learning a lot from the practices inside the school, then you're learning about their selection policies too. But what I think is the case is that schools that can operate in tightly knit groups and support each other are better off than schools that are on their own, and that can again be in a trust, multi-academy trust. It can be in a well-run local authority as well, although increasingly the local authorities are very stretched for resources, so you tend to see it more within the multi-academy trust system. But so groups of schools, yes, but the particular type of school within there I don't think is as important. In terms of what employers can do on this, employers are doing lots, and the type of initiatives that you've described are important. The only thing I would add to that really is go further in terms of like the places around local employers are often strong in terms of education. Go to the parts of the country that employment doesn't reach there, because they're missing out on these internship opportunities. So we've got to get it into the coastal towns, into the rural areas as well. And unfortunately, there are lots of people who want to help schools, but that in itself is one of those other layers of inequality that we get. They're not quite where we need them to be.
Baroness Barron, this question from Sapna at London Tech Futures on kind of the ambition and drive that pupils need or can benefit from. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I can only agree and just echo what Russell said. So I remember going to see some schools in Scarborough, and then the next day going to a breakfast for the tech sector in London, which was all about recruiting more women and more people of colour and so forth. And I'd been very struck the day before about meeting a group of kids, all of whom were doing triple science, but the chances were, being brought up in Scarborough, as others have said, they're either going to have to leave or they're going to end up. The view out of the window was the McCain's chip factory. Well, everyone told me, of course, there'd be lots of digital nowadays in chip manufacture, but broadly, it's not quite the same vibe as working at Google. So I think the challenge is it's not to say it's not a good thing to do in London, of course it is, but the challenge is, as you say, to get it out of London so those kids doing triple science in Scarborough get the same opportunity as those doing triple science in Tower Hamlets or wherever. Could I just say a couple of words, if I may, on the other points? So on the EAL, I absolutely hear what others have said, and as you yourself mentioned, that there's a huge variation within that of children. Again, one of the schools I visited in Scarborough, there's a big refugee community, temporary. So not only do those children frequently not speak any English, but also they're only there for about 4 months and then they move and then they move. But having said that, currently the biggest predictor of outperformance academically is English as an additional language. So maybe that's all the French bankers' children being counted. But there is something, isn't there, culturally for certain communities about seeing education as a route out of poverty. So I don't think we should lose sight of that. And on the types of schools, I suppose all I would add to what's been said already is I do think leadership is absolutely critical, and obviously I agree with Russell about the families of schools, and I agree that it can be in a local authority or in a trust, although maybe it's a bit easier in a trust, but we can arm wrestle over that. But we are launching in the new year a CEO leadership program, so training the next generation of chief executives of multi-academy trusts, learning from the best of the best, which will include a big period of immersion, shadowing current leaders. I think the second thing in terms of the recruitment and retention element within families of schools is being able to offer a career pathway to teachers. And I do slightly challenge your earlier remark, Russell, about pay not being competitive. I absolutely think that's true in London, but I think if you're a teacher in Scarborough, your pay is probably pretty competitive. And then finally, I think some multi-academy trusts are very intentional about their extracurricular offer, whether that be sport or drama or Duke of Edinburgh or whatever, or all of the above. And I think that's also really important in giving the pupils in their schools that wider perspective of where they fit, something that they maybe have a natural talent for.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, we have reached the end of our time. Thank you. I've got three thank yous. So one, an enormous thank you to all of you for coming along, for your questions and participating in the discussion. A big thank you to our partners and supporters in this, both Teach First but also IG that you mentioned, that have made this event possible and given us the ability to have a topic about a conversation which is so close to Onward's heart. And then a final thank you to our panel, to Nathan, to Jess, to Baroness Barron and to Russell. Please join me giving them a round of applause.
Hi, welcome everyone. Very busy room, which is great to see. Welcome to this Onward event on the role of retrofitting homes in reaching net zero. I'm Ned Hammond, a senior researcher on the energy environment team at Onward. And today's event is on a topic that's critical to the next phase of decarbonisation. The UK's made great progress on reducing emissions by expanding our renewables, but replicating that success in sectors like housing is going to be much tougher. And what's great about this event is that it's so relevant to the work that we do at Onward as well. Just last week, we released a report showing that policy ideas supporting home energy efficiency improvements are among the most popular with both the public as a whole and with Conservative voters. And I'm sure we'll discuss why these policies are so popular and much more with our brilliant panel. So firstly, let me introduce them. So on my right, first of all, we have Lord Callanan, Minister for Energy Efficiency and Green Finance, who's recently launched a major insulation scheme across Great Britain. Secondly, on my left, we have Jason McCartney, MP for Colne Valley, who's done some really interesting local projects in this area, which I'm sure he will tell us more about. Next to me, we have Lindsay Jones, Senior Climate Programme Manager at the Conservative Environment Network, whose responsibilities include energy efficiency and green finance. On the far left, we have Joe Ahern, Head of Policy Consulting at WPI Economics, who's written a really interesting report on how government and finance can work together to accelerate the rate of retrofitting homes. And finally, on the right-hand side, we have Nick Potter, Head of Mortgages at Santander, who are kindly supporting us with this event. And they're a great partner for this. They're doing all sorts of things to help households with reducing their energy bills and green home energy improvements. And they aim to provide green products to 180,000 customers by 2025. So just briefly on the format of today's event, we'll be doing opening remarks from each of the panelists, covering their thoughts on how to accelerate the rate of home retrofitting, and then we'll move to audience questions with you. You can engage with us online as well, whether you're here with us today or whether you're watching our YouTube stream. Our Twitter handle is @UKOnward, and the hashtag for the event as a whole is CPC23. So with that, let me firstly hand over to Lord Canlan, who is going to talk a little bit about what the government's doing in this area.
Well, thank you very much for the intro and for the invitation to talk today, and thank you to Santander for their sponsorship. And I guess the free food is also down to you, is it? Which helped to increase the audience, I'm sure. So as Ned correctly pointed out, actually the UK is doing really well in its decarbonisation journey. We are by far the most advanced in the G7 in terms of the rate of decarbonisation so far. But of course, we've done that primarily through decarbonising the energy system, pretty much phasing out coal. Lots of solar offshore and small amount of onshore wind, so etc. And we're well ahead of most of the rest of Europe. I was in Germany earlier this week, and Germany are not phasing out coal until 2038, finally, in their energy system, because of course they got a number of the big decisions spectacularly wrong, too much reliance on Russian gas, abolishing nuclear, etc., etc. So we are doing well in this country, but of course the decarbonising the electricity system is good, going well, and much more to do there. The much more difficult part of the equation is moving on to heating buildings, and that's where we have the biggest problem in Europe, because we have the oldest property in Europe, a consequence of the Industrial Revolution in the UK. We have something like 6 million homes that were built before the First World War. Generally single-skinned, very poorly insulated. We're also relatively late to the party because I think we've been quite complacent about the fact that we've actually had lots of, in historical terms, relatively cheap gas available from the North Sea, so we haven't bothered to do so much in terms of upgrading our property, in terms of insulation, etc. Sadly, that gas is now running out, and we should exploit as much of it as possible. But even if we, with the new licenses that we've announced, there'll still be a downward trajectory, and something like, I think, 100 fields that will reach the end of their useful life before the end of the decade. So for all those reasons, as well as decarbonisation, we need to move away from gas as our primary source of heating in the UK, and that presents us with a number of policy challenges. The first one is, as I said, we need to upgrade properties. So as a government at the moment, we're spending something like £6.5 billion over this Parliament on a whole range of government schemes. Most of the funding is directed through local authorities. So, beef of mine is the government doesn't get enough credit for all the work that we are doing in this area. We are spending quite a lot, but I'm thinking schemes like the LAD scheme, the HUG scheme, social housing decarbonisation fund, etc., all targeting specific areas of the market, primarily targeted towards those on lower income, those living in social housing, etc. Of course, there's a equally big, if not bigger, challenge in terms of the owner-occupied sector, the so-called able-to-pay market. And as Ned just observed, recently we've launched something called the Great British Insulation Scheme, never knowingly undersold in Whitehall. This is £1 billion over 3 years. It's not a government grant scheme, it's an obligation on the energy suppliers. But something that I've been conscious of for a while yet is we have a myriad of government schemes with complicated acronyms. Nobody knows what they all are. Most MPs don't know what most of them are. So we're trying to put on a common front end, if you like, through the government website. And I'm very proud of the new website that we just launched last month. If you go on to gov.uk, find insulation improvements for my home. There is an eligibility checker. It is linked to the EPC database, It will take all your details. It will look at your property. It will look at your income, your background, and will see whether or not you're eligible for one of the various schemes. So Eco or GBIS, etc., or possibly HUG through the local authority schemes. And then it will just direct you. You won't need to know what the scheme is. It will just direct you either to the energy supplier or to the local authority. And that will help you to get the support that you need. The wider problem of how to incentivize homeowners to upgrade their properties is, I'll be frank, it's a difficult policy dilemma. We've looked at the Prime Minister announced you saw the net zero changes last week. If I had to characterize that in terms of the summary, it would be the government wants to use sort of more carrots and fewer sticks is probably the best way of putting it. And I think it's going in the right direction. It's ingrained with what I think is the normal sort of British psyche, that people don't like to be told what to do, particularly by the government. But if we can incentivize them, if we can look at ways that we could use, for instance, the tax system, etc. And I don't want to impinge on the Chancellor's autumn statement, but I think there's a lot that we could do in terms of stamp duty, in terms of something that we could probably design a system that was effectively cost neutral, that would provide some incentive for people to upgrade the energy efficiency of their property when they buy it. It's always struck me as unusual that people buy a new house, the first thing they look at is spending £20,000-30,000 putting in a new kitchen or a new bathroom. Suggest to them that might want to perhaps upgrade the loft insulation or put some external wall insulation on, something that would actually enhance the value of the property and save them money in the longer term. And they're not so interested in doing that. It's not as kind of sexy as putting in a lovely new fitted kitchen, etc. We need to try and gently change that attitude and incentivize people more to upgrade their properties. Because it's in their own personal interest, but it's also in the interests of the country. We need to best build. If we use less energy, we need to build less energy infrastructure, and new energy infrastructure is extremely difficult to do. Planning problems. Nobody wants anything new built. We're even getting objection to offshore wind farms now. Environmentalists are objecting to it. Nobody wants the power lines that result from them. We've got to get the power to where it's needed in the country. Everybody objects to new nuclear power stations. Nobody wants the big solar farms being proposed. Lots of objections coming into those. So putting in new energy infrastructure in a relatively crowded island is difficult. So therefore, actually using less energy and saving the country and individuals' money seems to me to be the sensible way to go. But of course, national finance is always limited. So we can't pay for it all as government. The estimates are, I think I saw recently that we need about £65 billion worth of investment in UK property to get it all up to EPC C level. No way the government can finance that. So we need to find new and innovative ways of supporting people, helping them, incentivizing them to upgrade their own properties. Lots more I could say, but perhaps if I shut up then, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions to answer. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Martin. So we've heard that sort of government perspective. Nick, if I can come to you next, perhaps we can hear a little bit about the finance perspective. What are you and the sector as a whole doing, and maybe what you might like to see the government doing to help you do that?
Yep, of course. Thanks, Ned, and hi, everyone. Great to be part of this conversation. Santander, we've committed to net zero by 2050, both as a UK bank and as a group bank, and we're building up our transition plans for that as we speak. For us in the UK, for Santander, we're one of the largest mortgage lenders, so housing is key. There's certain things we can do in our own operations and with some of our corporate clients, but really helping our customers and our homeowners to find ways to decarbonise their homes will be key for us and for them along that journey. I think I mentioned at this point, we do a lot of research both with customers and with staff, many of whom, of course, are homeowners. And they don't really speak in that same language about decarbonisation or being on a pathway to net zero. They see themselves as improving their homes, being conscious of the environment, and perhaps adding some value to their home as well. So they're their motivations. So I suppose for the last 4 years or so, it's been a growing priority for us. And we've in two phases. So phase one, which is still active but has been really successful, is engagement. So we've started to talk to customers in earnest about this topic. And it's very receptive. We see thousands and thousands of visits to our website each month. We see around 12,000 customers have taken up an energy fact report, which is a detailed analysis of their own property, how energy efficient it is, and some prioritised recommendations for what they could do, both on the smaller end, light bulbs, insulation, to much more costly and potentially invasive improvements they can make as well. And then the phase we're firmly in now, both as a bank but also as an industry, is around products and services. So offering incentivisations for customers to make those changes. And being honest, take-up of that is much lower than the interest we see. So the engagement's strong. The take-up or demand for these products and services at the moment is reasonably low. So we're at a good platform, a good base to build upon, but much more to do on that. Cross industry, I should mention, so we are part of many things across the financial services, but also multi-industry. One of which is the Better Homes Alliance. It's a business coalition with partners from different sectors, including WPI. And one of the key things that we're advocating as a group is a rebate to renovate. So Lord Callanan mentioned stamp duty. So it's an idea to incentivise customers to make climate-friendly home improvements within the first 2 years of ownership and see that as a rebate back. So maybe something we can talk about more on the session. And then the final point I was going to make is, it'd probably be remiss not to make it, is around the current economic climate. So of course, where we see our own research says around 70% of customers are very environmentally aware now and would like to make such improvements to their own homes. Clearly the cost is prohibitive just at this moment. So today, for example, in our call centres at Santander, we're much more likely to receive calls from customers asking for help with their repayments or finding out more about the mortgage charter than we are customers inquiring about green loans and retrofitting, to be honest. I said that was the final thing. It's not quite the final thing. The final thing is there's some of these pots of paint, which there's some free ones at the back if anyone wants to take them. It's something we've been looking at recently. They're carbon offsetting paint, which we can give you details afterwards. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Nick. And yeah, hopefully some of you take up some of that product and use it on your walls. Let's go to you next, Jason. We've heard what the government is doing at a national level. Perhaps you can talk a little bit about some of the local work that you've done to help constituents and things with decarbonising their homes.
Yeah, so I'm Member of Parliament for Colne Valley in West Yorkshire. So I'm the first bit of wonderful Yorkshire that you hit when you leave the dark side of Lancashire and go over the Pennines. If you go through the rail tunnels, you get to a lovely Pennine village called Marsden, and then you go on to Slowett, or Slaithwaite, as some people pronounce it, and then on to Huddersfield. And if you have a look when you're next on the train, if they are running on time, just have a look at some of the housing. We've got some of the oldest housing stock, as Lord Callanan was just saying, in the north of England, if not the country. We've got lots of Yorkshire stone terraced housing, Victorian housing around the old mill buildings. And we've heard about lots of schemes and incentives and investment that the government's putting in, which is good. But as Lord Callanan said, it needs to be sort of linked together. It needs to be accessible. It needs simplicity for the people that need the help. And we had a fantastic scheme a decade ago in my council area of Kirklees. It was called Warm Zone. And the council used some of their fundings from reserves, and they also got millions of pounds from Scottish Power as well. And they set themselves the target. It was a coalition leadership of Conservatives, Greens and Lib Dems working together, by the way. It was a massive commitment, multi-million-pound commitment, to visit every home in Kirklees and give the homeowners, the people that lived there as well, rented properties, an energy assessment. And that's the simplicity of it. Home energy assessors visited every single home in Kirklees. They did publicity to let people know they would be in the community. They did leaflet drops. They did returns. And they gave people a free energy assessment. So the simplicity of it. I went on the government website over the weekend for my elderly parents, who are my constituents, to have a look at the insulation scheme. And I must admit, I found it a little bit confusing and complicated. I think we have to make this very, very accessible to people. I would love an army of home energy assessors in the next year to visit every home in the United Kingdom to do an energy assessment. Let's make it easy. Let's make it accessible. And I've just been looking at the data for Kirklees, the number of homes that then received, some with grant funding for those on low incomes, but all the work was done by the home energy assessor. Thousands of people had loft insulation. They had wall cavity insulation, and every home as well got access to things like smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors as well. So there was real engagement, and it got to the stage where people were actually putting in their diaries and sharing when the home energy assessors were actually coming down their street. So I would say, as an MP for a wonderful bit of Yorkshire, people have very, very busy lives, but as the Prime Minister's been saying, people want to do the right thing, but they need to get help within their busy lives to do the right thing. Let's get an army of home energy assessors to deliver and visit every home in the UK to access the massive levels of the commitment the government is giving to make it easy, accessible and simple.
Great. Thanks very much, Jason. So, Lindsay, if we come to you next, we've heard some of what the government is doing, maybe for a national and a local level, and also a few ideas for what the government should be doing. And Sen's been doing a lot of work in that area, so maybe you can tell us a bit about some of the things that your campaign has been focusing on.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those of you who don't know, I'm Lindsay. I work at the Conservative Environment Network. We are an independent forum for conservatives in the UK and around the world that support nature restoration, net zero and resource security. I've said that many times already, so there you go. Got it down pat. But we work primarily with a caucus of parliamentarians, conservative backbenchers and peers, councillors, and we're also doing some work with the new mayoral authorities, which hopefully we can come back to on the skills bit, because I think there's some really interesting work around that. But what I wanted to talk about was firstly why we should actually care about energy efficiency, and then secondly what we've been doing at Sen with our MPs to think about how we can talk about energy efficiency in a conservative way that will benefit people who live in rented accommodation, who are owner-occupiers as well, and social housing. So thinking across the board about energy efficiency, how we improve it. So firstly, why do we actually care about this? For us, it's about energy security. If you upgraded homes in the UK from EPC-D to EPC-C, we would cut gas imports by 15%, and you could save every household up to £600, depending on what kind of energy efficiency products they used. So this is something that is massively important for our energy security in the UK, particularly in the wake of the invasion of Ukraine, but it can also save people money. And in a cost of living crisis, this is something we should absolutely be thinking about in every single policy decision that the government is making and that we're campaigning for. So that's a little bit about why. I'm also conservative and I hate waste. So whether that's food waste or, in this case, energy waste, thinking a bit about how we can use our resources efficiently is something that's really important for why I'm a conservative. So bearing in mind we have some of the oldest and leakiest homes, we've already talked a bit about some of the government grant schemes and the obligations. We've also talked about one of my policy suggestions, which was very exciting to hear, which is the stamp duty rebate. So just to give a bit of context, we've been thinking about how we can cut taxes, insulate homes, and lower bills. This is the phrase. We're going to be talking about it a lot more, but we want to think about how we can do these three things to make your home or keep you warm whilst cutting your bills and reducing gas consumption. So the first one, as I said, is cutting stamp duty for properties that are more energy efficient, but also thinking about a rebate for those people that improve their energy efficiency within 2 years. So you're not locking people in to energy inefficient homes. The second one is an employee benefit scheme. So this would work similar to a cycle to work scheme, where you would, for energy efficiency improvements up to £1,000, you could take this off of your salary before tax, save yourself some tax. And the third thing is thinking about the rented sector. The rented sector is really tricky because obviously it's a landlord and a renter. The kind of incentives have to be a little bit different. So at the moment, landlords can get tax cuts for improving or getting a new oven in or replacing some furniture. But energy efficiency does not count as one of those things. So we are proposing to include energy efficiency. If you're going to put insulation in your property and you're a landlord, you should be incentivised to do that. So that is our three policies that we are pushing with our MPs, and they are campaigning on this in Parliament. I'll stop there, but I just want to say again, cut taxes, insulate homes, lower bills.
Yeah. Very good, very clear message, Lindsay, thank you.
Very good.
We've heard about what the government's doing, what we think the government should be doing, what the finance sector is doing, and that nicely takes us to our last speaker, Joe. You've done a lot of work on how government and finance can work together, so maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Great, thanks very much, Ned. So just to introduce myself, I'm Joe Ahern. I'm the head of policy consulting at WPI Economics. For those who haven't heard of us, we're an economics and policy consultancy. We do a lot of work in the environment space. Firstly, just to say, I think this is a really important agenda. As has been alluded to, it's critical to get buildings decarbonisation on track to achieve our climate goals. That's why energy efficiency is very important. But also, I think it's one of those areas of net zero where there's such an obvious and clear and large set of co-benefits to getting it right. And some of those have been talked about around warmer homes, lower bills, more energy security, and so on. And I think in the current debate around the costs and benefits of net zero, it's really, really important to bear those in mind and remember that when we're talking about this. As a policy issue, it is something that slightly defies summary, I say, before attempting to summarise it. There's lots of different things you need to get right in the right order, lots of levers you need to pull in different parts of the system in order to achieve change. So I'll talk about a few things that I think are pretty important, and then we can obviously talk more as we go through to questions and wider discussion. Firstly, there is the small matter of money. As has been suggested, there's sort of eye-watering sums we need to invest just to get properties up to EPCC and do low carbon heating and all the rest of it. Not all of that's going to be government funded. You need to look at different solutions for different groups of people. The CCC's analysis will tell you that the biggest policy gap at the moment is for owner-occupiers that are not in fuel poverty, and that's where some of those ideas that have been talked about around a stamp duty incentive seems to make sense. It's an obvious lever to use to incentivise people. It's also, as has been said, potentially quite a timely incentive when people might be in the space of making other amendments to their home. It's useful to kind of lever there to potentially incentivise them to look at whether it's loft insulation, wall insulation, and so on. Another important finance lever to think about is property-linked finance. It's not something that has a great history in this country, to be honest. The main property-linked finance scheme we had was the Green Deal, which was widely considered not to be a huge success. It is something that has worked very well in the US, and I think the Green Finance Institute have been looking at, with GMCA, how you can try and make a similar model work in the UK. Property taxation in the US is quite different, so you'd have to sort of tweak things. But I think property-linked finance basically is a way of making sure that people can pay for upfront amendments to their home. But if the reduction in their bills to get that back would be longer than their likely tenancy, then you can link the loan to the property. So it sort of increases the size potentially of that able-to-pay market. There's also the matter of the overall supply side. We've talked about skills a little bit. The skills challenge is just really tricky. There's essentially sort of three layers to it. At the top layer, we've got kind of the problem of an overall labour shortage across the economy. Vacancies are falling now. They were, sky high. They're still high, but they are coming down. But they're still pretty high, so businesses are just broadly just struggling to hire. And then beneath that, you've got a shortage of just all skilled trades across the economy who are going to be carrying out a lot of this work. You need to sort that out. That's obviously about getting apprenticeships right, getting more people into apprenticeships related to skilled trades, and there's lots of things you can do there. And then below that, then it's making sure that people who have skilled trade qualifications are able to carry out the works that we're talking about here in terms of retrofit and have those green skills. The last thing I'm going to come to is around demand. You can sort out the skill supply side. You can make sure that people are incentivised or it makes economic sense for them to carry out this work. But it's not necessarily going to galvanise people to action necessarily, as sort of Santander have talked about. They're offering people all these things. It's getting people to take it up. I do think one of the kind of tools in the toolbox for doing that should be minimum standards. It's something that has worked in the past. I think particularly in certain areas like the private rented sector where there's that tenant-landlord split, it is something that can help to galvanise demand. It's not a magic bullet. You need to do lots of other things right as well. But it is, as I said, an important tool in the toolbox. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Great, thanks very much, Joe. Okay, we've had some fantastic insights across all sorts of things there. So we'll open it up to the audience for questions now. We'll try to take 2 or 3 at a time and group them together. We have microphones at the back, so please just wait for them to come around before asking a question. And if you can say who you are and where you're from first, that would be fantastic. So hands up if anybody's interested. So we can go the one over here on the far side and then on the front row. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Luca Maddenson. I'm here in a personal capacity. My question is probably best addressed to Nick, and it's really around the terms of the financing that you guys are providing towards your customers. And we've heard a lot about the quantums that have been spoken about involved, £65 billion, and the suggestions about ideas about stamp duty and the quantums involved there. What is the average sort of loan that you guys are giving towards your customers to fund retrofitting or to green their homes? What sort of amounts are we talking about? And then I guess adjacent to that is, what are the terms of the financing? Is it more expensive, the capital that you're providing that's green, than traditional sort of capital that you'll be providing for people to renovate their homes? So what are the terms of financing and how much are we talking about here? Thanks.
And here at the front.
My name is Rika Vojcelovic from the National Federation of Builders and House Builders Association. We actually renovate many of the properties, especially heritage, and I think Lord Callahan's completely correct. We're doing an amazing job, and it's good to see the stamp duty rebate discussed because we've been campaigning for it for 3 years, and there's obviously the GBC have got a slightly different cost neutral one, so it's good to kind of get both those things out there. But really the question is about how important is a building renovation passport, because EPCs we know are flawed. They're still vital, they're still useful, but we know they're flawed because they don't really give us the right knowledge. So how important would be to have that retrofitting army, or that army of doing the assessment, but actually creating a renovation passport? So when you move into a property, you may know what you need to do to have a heat pump ready, or that could be air-to-air heat pump or whatever it might be, or something else, so that we can actually have a strategic way to deliver better outcomes, rather than, unfortunately, some of the perhaps ad hoc, wider shoot at the hip kind of approaches that we've had in the last 20 years, 30 years.
Okay, thank you. So let's start with the financing question. I'll come to you, Nick, first, and then actually Joe, if you can add some comments on maybe what you'd like to see in that, and we can go to that as well.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for the question. Good question. The average loan we see specifically for existing customers wanting to borrow more to do an energy efficient home improvement is about £20,000. There's obviously an average, a spread within that. Although that is for customers who are borrowing for that purpose, and quite often they might be doing an extension which meets the criteria, but a lot of the cost, the 20,000, let's say, isn't directly related to the green energy efficient improvements. So what we see is a spread. Customers or homeowners making much smaller improvements tend to do that from savings or income. So things like insulation or draft proofing, which is really important because it's a precursor, as we see it, in the future putting a heat pump in. If your home's no longer so leaky, you're much better. So we're really keen on those smaller improvements as well. But also the data is quite difficult because a lot of times the customer's buying a new property and they're just looking for an advance from us, which includes an additional amount, which they may be spending on green home improvements, but they might also be buying a car or going on holiday. So something like the stamp duty rebate that obviously we've talked about would separate that out, and obviously customers could be rewarded for in this sense, the right behaviours. And then on the second question, the capital allocation, at the moment it's the same. So another thing we would strongly advocate, unsurprisingly, I suppose, given where I'm from and the industry we're in, is some sort of risk weighting beneficial treatment or capital allocation treatment that we could then pass on to homeowners in the shape of lower cost lending. So that doesn't exist at the moment, it's undifferentiated, but obviously we'll be supporters of that in the future.
Okay, great, thanks, Nick. And Joe, what do you think you would like to see in terms of financing and things like that to help accelerate this sort of retrofitting work?
I think a really interesting question is what do customers want from their bank? What do they expect from their bank in terms of this sort of stuff? I mean, the financing stuff there is really, really interesting. Are people broadly aware of that that's something that banks are involved in specifically the sort of green space? I think there's a broader question of what do they want from their banks in terms of potentially advice and signposting and help with this kind of thing. It's a very daunting prospect to start going on this journey of retrofitting your home, making sure you can find trusted tradespeople. You want to be sure the materials you're using you can have faith in, and you're going to do something that's going to have a meaningful improvement to your home. is, a trusted brand and a well-known brand? Is that something that people might look to help signpost them and sort of help them through that journey? As I say, when it's otherwise quite a fragmented market of SMEs, very small tradespeople, self-employed people that where people might not have that kind of awareness or assurance. So I think there's a really interesting question there. Yeah.
Great, thanks. And Martin, perhaps I can come to you first on the idea of sort of changing the way that we look at EPCs and thinking about maybe building renovation passports, helping out with the skills.
Some good points. So EPC, I wouldn't say I would go as far as to say EPCs are flawed. What you've got to remember about EPCs is that they were originally designed to do something else. They were originally introduced as an easy guide to how much property is going to cost you to run if you're buying it. That was the original purpose of it. The problem is that we've then evolved the system for EPCs to provide a much bigger measure of the efficiency or otherwise of your property and how to help us on the decarbonisation journey. So we are looking at an EPC reform process. I think whether we like it or not, it's the model we've now got. I think 60% of the country, I think properties now have an EPC rating of one sort or another. So it's an imperfect model. We can improve it. We can do more with it. And so we've got a cross-government reform process with ourselves and DLUC where we're looking at that and improving the database that's underneath it, which is a program called SAP.
Thanks, Martin. And Jason, do you think having a more sort of flexible system might help with the work at a sort of local level that would enable kind of more of your constituents to go ahead with projects if they weren't having to worry so specifically about some of the specific ways of measuring things?
Everything needs to be really simple and straightforward. We have to lead people in the right direction. We have to win their hearts and minds, show them how it's going to save them money on the bills, that it's good for the environment, it's good for the planet. But as I say, having someone actually knocking on their door and giving them advice, and the trusted traders and the access to the traders as well. My brother works in the building trade. He's booked up for 2 years. It is so hard to find trusted traders, and it just scares people off. People wouldn't know who to go to if they just decided off their own back at the moment to get some home insulation or to improve the energy efficiency. We've got to win hearts and minds. I come from a Royal Air Force family, and I was in the Royal Air Force myself, so we've travelled a lot, we've bought and sold houses a lot. We need to get to the stage where when people are buying a new house or viewing a new potential property, that they are looking for the passport, they're thinking about what's been done on the property, how it's been done, and what they can do. And the accessibility to it as well. Just like when you buy a car, you ask for the servicing record and, its MOT and what work was done. We need to do that with properties as well. So it's not just the view and access to schools and what the neighbours are like. It is looking at the home energy efficiency, what the bills are going to be, and how it contributes towards, protecting the environment. So simplicity all the way, but access to builders. So in my neck of the woods, I've talked about the warm zone scheme. I've got to say, off the back of it, a number of very innovative companies set up working in the home insulation and energy efficiency market. I've got a great company in a place called Golka near Huddersfield called the Green Building Store, and they do triple glazing products, and they employ lots and lots of local people off the back of that warm zone scheme as well. So there's great opportunities in employment, but it all comes down to simplicity. Help people, make it easy for them, and do trusted things so that they have confidence in it.
Very good. Thanks, Jason. Okay, we have a couple of questions at the front here and one in the middle, so we'll go to those first and then I will try and capture all the other people as well. So just at the front here first.
Hello, I'm Councillor Jessica Fleming from Suffolk, and I think, Lord Cullen, you make a really valid point on how to upgrade older buildings, a lot of which are historically very important, and it's almost getting to a stage where people aren't going to want to live in them if we can't provide simple and viable solutions to upgrading them. And I see that happening. What I want to ask you is, I've just actually come from talking to some of the hydrogen purveyors in our in our main arena, and they have a bunch of projects on their books, many of which involve replacing hydrogen with, in-home heating. What they haven't received is proper long-term government commitment, and they badly need this. I don't see how else a lot of older homes can be heated effectively, because a lot of them are not suitable for ground or air source heat pumps, and they're going to be actually become undesirable and deteriorate if we don't provide simple, doable alternatives. That's what people want. We need to get behind hydrogen. One of the complaints was that there have been 5 business and energy secretaries in a relatively short time, and there have been virtually no government finance for alternative energy generation like that. Thank you.
Thanks. And next to you, and then we'll go into the middle, and then we'll go to the...
My questions, I have 2. One very brief yes or no to Lord Callaghan. You talked about gas. You didn't mention oil. Are the people who are particularly in rural areas like Suffolk, because I'm a councillor from Suffolk, we don't have gas, so are we entitled to the same benefits, being oil, not gas? Just to clarify yes or no on that one. And my second one was to Jason McCartney about the army of home assessors. Now, living in a rural area, we have a lot of vulnerable elderly people and vulnerable with special needs. And there are an awful lot of energy companies that do prey on these people, and they need to be regulated. I'm all for your assessors, but we need some way of making sure that the elderly are not taken advantage of while you're producing this army, please.
Great, thanks. And we'll just take that one in the middle, and then we'll go to the panel.
Thank you. Patrick Cusworth, Ealing Common Conservatives. Many devices that people, I think, sort of recognise as being beneficial to increase the efficiency, or the energy efficiency, heat efficiency. The success of these the impact of these can be emphasised by connection to the central sort of the systems, such as the smart meter system. I just wondered how can consumers be incentivised to share data for better sort of central decisions, nationwide decisions be made, and how can this data be better shared?
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, so let's start with hydrogen for heating, particularly for houses that are more challenging to put heat pumps into. So, Martin, are we going to get a government commitment on that?
No. Okay, complicated area, so I'll try and summarise it as easily as possible. Firstly, we've done a lot of research on this. Somewhere between 80 and 90% of properties in the UK are actually suitable for heat pumps. So there's a lot of misinformation going on. There's a lot of vested interests in the area. It's probably the best way of summarising this about the future of heating. It sounds like a really easy and simple thing. All we have to do is replace gas with hydrogen, and you will be able to pretty much do whatever you've done previously. Sadly, the reality is not quite as simple. You've got to then look at where do you get the hydrogen from in the first place. It doesn't exist naturally. You have to make it. The greenest way to make it is through a process called electrolysis, which takes lots of electricity and water, splits water into hydrogen and oxygen, and therefore you have hydrogen. It's not nearly as energy dense as natural gas, so you need a lot more of it to get the same heat output, etc., etc. You need about 6 times as much electricity to produce hydrogen to burn in a boiler as you would need to get the electricity to put in a heat pump in the first place to get an equivalent amount of heat. So if we were to even contemplate removing the whole of the gas system onto hydrogen, you would need enormous quantities, much more than we could ever generate, of electricity just to produce that hydrogen in the first place, and then you've got to distribute it, and there are problems in terms of it's very leaky gas. You need to upgrade the pipe networks. Of course, it wouldn't work in your existing boiler. You still need to upgrade your boiler. You would still need a new cooker. You would still need a new fire, etc., etc. So sadly, it's not as simple as that. By far, the most efficient way of decarbonising heat is through a heat pump, is through electrification. Having said that, we are currently considering a hydrogen village trial in Redcar, I've been up to look at it, and we will make a decision on that in the next few months. But it's expensive to do, and the technology exists. It works. We know there are hydrogen boilers in operation. There are a couple of properties in the northeast that have actually been converted. The question is whether this is a sensible use of the nation's energy resources for the future. That's the question that we need to answer. But there's a lot of research work needs to go on. We need to look at the safety implications. Hydrogen is much more dangerous and explosive than natural gas. Is it safe to put it into people's houses? Is it safe to put it into a lot of older properties, etc.? The other lady's question from Suffolk about off-gas grid properties. Of course, we're very mindful of that, and you'll have seen the Prime Minister's announcement. The problem is that oil boilers, coal boilers, LPG boilers, etc., are the most polluting at present. But it's one of these difficult policy dilemmas. There's some quite exciting innovations in terms of renewable liquid fuels that could potentially be used for those properties that aren't suitable for a heat pump. But let me emphasise, the vast majority are and can be used, and they do work well. And there's a lot of misinformation out there from people with vested interests in this area. But the biggest heat pump take-up in Europe is in Norway. Hardly a nation known for its sort of warm, sensible, balmy climatic conditions. So they do work in cold temperatures. They do work in the vast majority of properties. But I accept that we have a job to do to convince the public of that at the moment.
Great, thanks, Martin. And Lindsay, let's go to you on hydrogen as well. What does you and what does Sen make of the opportunity or the option of hydrogen?
I'm going to be very boring and agree with everything that Lord Callanan said. I actually think that there is a lot of nuance to this. Older properties in particular have a lot of challenges around them that newer properties don't have. The challenge in the UK is that we have a lot of old properties. I think we've already talked about energy efficiency in older properties, which I think there are a lot more solutions than first appear. It may be a little bit more challenging, but it is worthwhile doing if we can cut the gas used in the first place. I think the points that Lord Callanan kind of included about the efficiency of hydrogen is really important. It is just not as efficient as using electricity. But we also have so many industries in the UK where there will be no electric option, or at least not in the near future. So actually what I would rather do with the green hydrogen that we will be producing is using it for steel manufacturing, or I'm a big aviation fan. I would love to see a hydrogen plane. That would just, for me, would be a brilliant. Shipping, for example, might need to be using ammonia or hydrogen for long journeys. So I think there are a lot of other uses for hydrogen, and if I'm looking at a kind of list of priorities for it, for me, home heating is very near the bottom. I think that heat pumps, we know work. It's a solution that is happening here, and actually there's massive amounts of innovation happening in heat pumps, so that it will be available for a lot of homes, as Lord Callanan said, 80 to 90% of British homes, but also it's going to be cheap. It's going to be cheap to put these in. There is so much research going into these that I think it will be available for a lot of homes at a cost cheaper or the same as a new gas boiler. So I think there's a huge amount of positive stuff going on in the electrification side of things for newer and older properties that I think that will be the solution that I would go for.
Great, thanks, Lindsay. Let's go on to the regulating energy companies question. So we'll start with you, Jason. Should we be regulating energy companies more heavily to stop preying on vulnerable customers?
Yes, and from our councillors from Suffolk, I was based at RAF Wattisham as a young officer in the Royal Air Force at Needham Market, so I know your neck of the woods, beautiful part of the world. What we did in Kirklees was the energy assessors were Kirklees appointments and staff. And as I said, before someone knocked on your door, there was like months of preparatory work with letters, communications, stands at local shows. It was on the TV. There were adverts in the local paper. You're absolutely right. You don't want to freak out any elderly or vulnerable people because there are a lot of dodgy people knocking on doors and scams. But if you think about my mum and dad, they're my constituents, they're elderly. I now operate to help them, their email inbox, and I'm just amazed how many scam emails that they get. Parcels not coming, DVLA, asking for bank details, and sometimes I have to look twice at them as well. And I think the idea of having that face-to-face contact, hopefully with the preparatory work, gives that element of confidence. Just a quick question on hydrogen. Kwasi Kwarteng, who was the business secretary a couple of years ago, big company down near Sheffield, ITM, launched the hydrogen strategy. But just as a Yorkshire MP, in the past month, I have been lobbied incessantly by a whole number of energy industries and partners who are desperate for me to go to the Energy Secretary, the Treasury, Jeremy Hunt, to get masses of investment in their own area. So whether it's solar, wind, nuclear, one of the engineers that's working on the Tidal Bay Lagoon project in Swansea is one of my constituents. And I spoke in a Westminster Hall debate on that as well. So I dread to think what it's like for Lord Callanan. Just as a Yorkshire MP, I am lobbied. Jason, if only you get me £2 billion, I can solve the UK's energy forever, and it'll be 1 million jobs, and everyone will have clean, green energy. It is so. Everyone has very, very well in meaning. And they say, if only you give us this seed funding of 2, 3, 4, 20 billion, we can solve everything. I'm just trying to say that as a context of how difficult it is for the government to decide which projects to back. They're all very good in their own ways, but there are a lot of them. But it does show UK innovation looking forward. So it is a positive, but it is hard to fulfil all these requests for funding.
Just completely agree with Jason here, and you get a whole series of some well-meaning letters, and there are some great schemes, and tidal barrage schemes are classic examples of that. They require massive amounts of capital investment up front, but the question is, the view we've always got to look at in government is what is the cheapest way of providing the power that everybody needs. Of course, tidal barrage schemes will work, but extremely expensive. And the reality is, at the moment, in terms of infrastructure, solar, onshore and offshore wind are the most cost-effective means of power generation. But of course, they're intermittent, so we need some constant forms of generation as well, which would be nuclear. British innovation is fantastic. Totally agree. There's a fantastic scheme at the moment called the X-Link scheme. And very briefly, they're leasing a large part of the desert in Morocco. And installing literally thousands of solar panels, wind turbines, etc. And the climatic conditions of Morocco are so good that when the sun obviously stops shining, the wind gets up, and you can get 80-90% dispatchable power. They want to run a cable from there to Devon, 3,600 kilometres. This all works, and the costs are about 20 to 22 billion. This could potentially provide up to 8% of the UK's electricity demand. Now, there's still negotiations to go on this, and it's all private sector led. What they need of us is a long-term guarantee. If they get the electricity to us, will we give them a guaranteed price for it with contracts for different scheme. But really exciting, innovative projects, and there's lots of these coming forward now.
Okay, great. And we had the one on sharing data as well. So Nick,
smart meters stuff.
Do a lot on consumers and providing them data to encourage them to do more on retrofitting. So how could you potentially use their data, and is there an opportunity to share it so that consumers can see what the benefits they might get are?
Yes, definitely. In terms of initiatives, I think I agree with Lord Callanan that EPCs are much maligned. I don't think they're as antiquated as lots of people think they are. However, smart meter data is definitely part of the future solution if we can tap into that. And I think this may be one where obviously most homes now have a smart meter. There's a bit of a way to go, but once we get there, being able to utilize that data, feed it into much more usable EPCs, and as a kind of a company, a commercial provider, that's really useful as well, because we can only categorize green finance that we know has been used for the purpose of retrofitting or improving energy efficiency of a home, and comparing smart meter data pre and post would be a great way to do that, because as we know, EPCs are quite often some years old and may not be representative of the data. So it's very much a live debate. Have we got the answers yet? Definitely not, but it's something I think that will grow in the next 12 months or so.
And Martin, what are your thoughts?
Sorry, I forgot to answer the question on smart meters. I'm a huge enthusiast for smart meters. We've got about 50 to 60% of the country are now on smart meters. But we do have to proceed carefully. There is still some innate suspicions there. There's a huge social media campaign when the energy bill was going through recently. You probably all saw it, about how we were all going to put people in prison for not having a smart meter or not having an EPC data.
Got dozens of emails on that.
It's really bizarre. normally just ignore these conspiracy loons, and you can't reason with these people. But actually, this was actually a widespread campaign. Lots of serious people, councillors and others, were coming to me and saying, is it true that in the energy bill we're going to put people in prison for not having a smart meter? So, no, it is not true.
Yeah.
Of course we're not going to do that. So we have to be really careful. There are some still suspicions of smart meters, that somehow there's government agenda to interfere in their usage. You know, I'm going to sit in my office in Whitehall and switch their fridge on and off remotely. And people really believe some of the stuff that's out there. So we have to be really careful when we talk about sharing the data. You know, it's their own personal data. Their energy consumption is only shared with military-grade encryption through the smart metering system, through the DCC, to their energy supplier. We've got to make sure that people are informed, that if they wish to share their data, they can consciously opt to do so, and there are some advantages in doing that. But we really must be careful to preserve the integrity of the system, to make sure that there is no leakage, that it's always informed consent. And then there are some exciting things that we can do, and the demand response experiment that National Grid did in last winter was really successful. Several million people signed up for it. We'll do something again this winter, something similar, but we need to proceed quite carefully in this area.
Great. I think we probably have time for one more round.
Can I say two very quick things before we... Sorry.
Go on,
yeah.
Joe.
So one very quick thing on EPCs and smart meters. Absolutely critical that we do get better data. EPCs are good for some things, but they're not a reliable indicator of how much energy a property is actually using, because it varies so much based on how the property is occupied. So absolutely critical we do get better sources of data. And then finally on hydrogen, strongly agree with Lord Callanan. Really, really great to hear you say that. And strongly agree with Lindsay, to be boring again. For that reason, I really don't think we should wait until 2026. Till 2026 to make a decision on this. We should bring that decision forward by Christmas, ideally. Why not?
So we've had someone waiting very patiently over there. So if we can do that question on the sort of middle-ish row over on the right-hand side, and then if we can take one over here, maybe on the far left-hand side as well.
Good afternoon, and thank you for a very illuminating discussion. I'm Jonathan Kane. I'm a Conservative Party member, and I'm also a British manufacturer of test equipment used by heating engineers who are dealing with the net zero transition. I would just ask, after the wonderful statements made by Rishi Sunak and echoed by Claire this morning on practical and compassionate policies, that we ask now that your department, Lord Callanan, reviews the clean heat mechanism that's planned to put a boiler tax on boiler manufacturers in the UK who make 90% of the boilers that are sold in the UK. This will significantly damage jobs in 3 or 4 years' time and will close a highly productive added value industry. Thank you.
Thank you. And over here.
Yes, thank you. Hi, I'm Sophia Hayward from Dimeter. We're a renewable fuels producer making a big investment in the northeast of England to create a sustainable solution for LPG. Don't worry, I'm not going to be asking for any money or grant funding, as you've been kind of alluding to before. One of the things we've been speaking about today is a lot about production and then also the impact on this kind of for the consumer. But one thing we haven't really talked about is the middle. And obviously there's a huge amount of infrastructure investments that's going to need to take place, whether that's with renewable electricity or with all types of solutions. I just wondered if any of the panelists would like to reflect on that, because that's a really important piece of the puzzle that if we forget, it's not going to help either way.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so we're going to need quite quick answers. We've only got a few minutes left, but let's start with you, Martin, on reviewing the clean heat mechanism.
Sorry to the gentleman who asked, but I don't agree. I'm sure most people probably haven't heard of the clean heat market mechanism, but it's a way of incentivising more heat pump take-up. We are committed to it. We're looking at the responses to the consultation that we issued, and obviously talking to the boiler manufacturers about it, but I have to say some of the exaggerations that have been put in the public sphere by some of the proponents on this are frankly ridiculous. You know, it's not my aim to put a boiler tax on or to close down the very successful companies that we have in these areas. We make sure that the targets are achievable and that they're easy and straightforward, and I don't want to start fining anyone. So please disregard some of the more extreme elements of the lobby. The more sensible manufacturers are engaging in discussions with us, and of course we will take their concerns into consideration when we issue the final consultation, which will be soon.
Great, thanks, Martin. And Lindsay, you've obviously, one of your mantras was cutting taxes. So are you sort of concerned about the possibility of the clean heat mechanism? What are your sort of thoughts on that?
I think we should be encouraging market mechanisms. I think this is how we will ramp up supply of a lot of these products without putting regulation on homes themselves. I think asking businesses to do some of the heavy lifting is the right way to go about this so that we can bring down costs for consumers. The only way we're going to do that is if we ramp up the supply of some of these products. So I actually think market mechanism is the right way forward. I'll briefly just say something on the second question about infrastructure investment. Again, I think market mechanisms is a great way of leveraging private finance. And again, if we're minimising some of the costs on consumers, we need to make sure that we're using government policies to leverage private finance that will do the kind of heavy lifting for it.
Great, thanks, Lindsay. And Jason, how do you think we encourage that midstream production? And is there anything in your sort of local area where you see that playing a part in this retrofitting acceleration?
Yeah, I'm just going to not answer your question, but answer Sophia's question, if I may. Really good question about the infrastructure. We've actually got a phenomenon in my bit of West Yorkshire at the moment. We've got a lot of power cuts. So Northern Power Grid, I'm just onto them all the time. So the Home Valley where I live, Home Firth, last of the summer wine. Basically, the sheer number of new houses, new properties, the infrastructure can't cope. So you're absolutely right. That's just the local infrastructure. So how do you give people confidence that you're going to talk about home energy efficiency and new clean green electricity when they say, well, we've got power cuts anyway? I'd rather you just get that sorted first and foremost. So I think that is really, really important. And secondly, UK PLC and our ability to deliver the products and the items. I've talked about triple glazing, the home insulation. When we had the energy bill going through, my friend Alicia Cairns, who's chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, she had an amendment which I supported to not have slave labour involved in the supply chain for things like solar panels coming from China, the Uyghur Muslims. We've got to have a reliable UK PLC source of home energy efficiency products, whether it is heat pumps or solar panels or insulation. We can't be reliable upon these countries who we are trying to get energy security from for the replacement products. That just wouldn't make sense.
Okay, brilliant. We'll have to wrap up there, I'm afraid. Thank you very much, firstly, to you in the audience for your great participation and questions. Thank you very much to Santander for supporting us with this event and the work they do in this area. And finally, if you can all join me in giving a round of applause to the panellists, Joe, Jason, Lindsay, Hannah,
You didn't raise that long back, you know.
No, we raised a Series A in
about.
Yes.
Hello and welcome to this Onward event on smart AI regulation and economic growth. My name is Anastasia Bektimirova and I'm a senior researcher on the science and technology team here at Onward. So, AI regulation. This is a topic of critical, or as some would argue, existential importance. And countries in different parts of the world are coming up with the ways to regulate or not to regulate AI. And indeed, AI presents risks, such as algorithmic bias, misinformation, and also deliberate misuse of AI can have some consequences, which may pose existential threats. But also, AI presents massive opportunities for economic growth, and these opportunities for prosperity are subject to a regulatory environment that is smart and that supports innovation rather than stifles it, while also promoting ethical, responsible, and safe AI development and deployment. That is not an easy balance to strike. But our brilliant panel of experts is going to shed some light on the ways in which we can accomplish this, while also ensuring that the AI-powered opportunities can be spread across the entire country. So today we're joined by Jonathan Camrose, Minister for AI and Intellectual Property. We are also joined by James Clough, who is a Chief Technology Officer at Robin AI. We are also joined by Priya Guha, who is a UKRI board member and also a member of a partner at Miriam Ventures, but she's here in a personal capacity with us today. And we are also joined by Richard Mollet, who is the head of European Government Affairs at RELX and who is very kindly supporting today's event. Thank you.
Pleasure.
So now a few things about the technical side of today's session. We're going to start with a round of very brief opening remarks for each of our panelists, and then we're going to open the floor to questions from all of you in the audience. You can also engage with us on social media. Our Twitter or X handle is UK Onward, and you can use CPC23 as the conference hashtag. This session is also broadcast live on UK Onward YouTube, which you can tune in now or later. So to kick us off, I'd like to turn to you, Minister, first. So, of course, you're thinking a lot about how the government is approaching AI regulation. So could you perhaps give us a sense of what is the government's thinking of this balance between responsible AI use and deployment, which is also promoting innovation?
Sure.
Is this working? Yes. Okay, that sounds better. I think the first thing to say that I'd like to make very clear is that I and I believe everybody in the government is very, very much an optimist on the subject of AI, in the belief that it can, as Anastasia says, produce unbelievable wealth, prosperity for all of us, can solve a huge range of problems. But, and there's a big but, we have to ensure that it is safe, that it is trustworthy. And a lot of that comes to the role of regulation. And regulating AI, in some sense, it ought to be quite straightforward. We've done this many times before, here's a new technology, let's figure out how to regulate it. But in some sense, it's a very difficult challenge to regulate AI. So let me talk super briefly about our thinking and approach to how this is going to work, and what may arise to challenge that. So I think our starting point is, don't regulate something because of the kind of technology it's made of. Regulate something because of the principles it violates or because of a law that it breaks. And that takes us to a place of using existing regulators as far as possible in order to deliver regulation, whether for AI or anything else. But recognize that those existing regulators have to be supported by a central risk function of some kind. That is making sure that risks on the horizon are spotted, making sure that the right regulator is involved in the right discussion and the right decision making, and making sure that the regulators have the correct skills. That's the first thing, and I think that kind of model gives us, I think, a blueprint for an agile approach to regulating AI as it goes. But, and this is the final point I'll make, and sorry I'm speaking for much too long, the key thing here, I think, is going to be international engagement and making sure that our regulation is interoperable with international regulation. And I'm sure questions about this will come up, but that's one of the sort of outcomes that I think, or a journey we will start on with the coming AI Safety Summit, just 1 month away now. Very exciting stuff, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. And now, Jonathan, let me turn to you. Could you provide a business perspective? What is it that AI-focused businesses want to see in the regulatory framework that is going to help them thrive?
Yeah, I think there's two main things. The first is probably the most important one. The government just needs to very explicitly take a pro-innovation approach to building this regulation and consider the costs as well as the benefits of every new piece of regulation that's brought in. I think we've done a good job of doing this so far, and the white paper earlier this year signalled intent to have this way of thinking, which is something that's been very positively received, I think, across the industry. But it's not something that everybody does. The EU, I think, does a very bad job of this. The EU AI Act has failed to do this very effectively. And so that's what getting this wrong, I think, can look like. But beyond that, I think it's important to build a sort of political culture where big, successful technology companies, which by virtue of being successful will be large and will be profitable and will have significant market shares, that's seen as a good thing and not a bad thing. And we have to sort of accept the fact that none of the world's biggest technology companies are based in the UK, but that can change. But you do have to want to win. You do have to want to get to the point that success is going to look like. And so we have the right ingredients, we have talent, we have capital, but that ecosystem is very self-reinforcing. And so you do have to really start winning right at the start of the new wave of technology that's coming. And that means being very proactive about encouraging that innovation right now. So we're very well placed to do this, but we do need to follow through on the promise that was sort of given to us in the white paper. So that's the first thing. I think the second thing that we can maybe do a bit better at is, and this will benefit many AI-focused businesses, big and small, in the UK, is draw a bit of a better distinction between AI that's being sold to other businesses, so business to business, versus AI that's being sold in a business to consumer way. And regulators often only really consider consumers rather than other businesses as buyers of this technology, which is quite natural. Most people think about consumer-facing technology when they think about this regulation. But again, lots of the world's largest software companies and lots of startups, probably about half of them, are not selling to consumers at all. They're selling to other businesses. And when your customer is another business, then many of the risks that we want to regulate away don't really apply nearly as seriously, because businesses can hold their AI provider to account a lot better than a consumer can. So my company is in the legal space. Now, if ChatGPT misleads a person on a legal issue, then that's a serious issue that is ChatGPT's fault. But if it misleads a professional lawyer who's qualified and should know better, then I think it's reasonable to say that that's much more the professional lawyer's fault for being misled than would be the case if it was a consumer. So because businesses and professionals can hold each other to account a lot better than consumers can, means that regulation for consumers should be proportionately more powerful, but regulation for other businesses can be a lot more light touch, and we can benefit from the fast pace of innovation that results from having that lighter touch, more sort of trust-based approach without suffering harm to consumers, which is what this regulation is trying to protect. So I think there is sort of money on the table or innovation on the table to be had by drawing that distinction and giving businesses that are using AI to help make people more productive and generate economic growth. You can kind of unleash that productivity boost while still protecting consumers from new technology they don't understand. But you do have to draw that distinction. Again, I think the EU AI Act hasn't really done a very good job of this, but we can do a much better job of this and can win in that space if we take that focus.
Thank you, James. And now let me turn to you, Richard. In your role at RELX, you are overseeing the regulatory issues in the UK, but also in the EU. So how well is the UK placed to offer that pro-innovation regulatory framework?
Certainly. Well, thank you, Anastasia, and thanks for having RELX as a partner at the event and me on the panel. Just before I answer that question, I'm conscious there may be people in the room who aren't immediately familiar with RELX. We're not a household name. I would say we should be. We're a UK business success story, the 11th biggest company on the FTSE. We run Elsevier, the world's largest scientific publisher, LexisNexis, the legal publisher, a company called Risk Solutions, which works in financial industry using machine learning to tackle things like money laundering, and an exhibitions business. So in all of those, we're taking data, often our own proprietary data or others, putting it with analytic systems, machine learning systems, extractive AI, and now these days generative AI to help our customers make decisions. So that's what we do. So we have two dogs in the fight, or both of the dogs that are in the fight, because we're a content owner. We care deeply about copyright. We're also a developer of AI, and we care deeply about innovation. And Jonathan, as we were saying earlier about your department looking after both those things, well, so do we. And we don't see a dichotomy at all between rights holders and technology. They of course, go together. So to the regulatory question, I'd agree with Jonathan that, with Jonathan, that the UK's got the approach right. Taking a domain specialist sector approach to regulating AI seems better than a horizontal regulation. And I think the way the UK is going about that is the right way. But in terms of the broader regulatory question, it shouldn't just be down to what governments or parliaments do. It comes down importantly to what companies do. We've got to self-regulate. RELX, like a number of other companies, published our AI principles last year, where we commit to always being cognizant of the impact on society, of bias, of the need for transparency, of accountability, explainability, and the impact on data privacy and governance. And that's what we commit to do, irrespective of what the law says. But we also believe firmly that responsible AI means knowing what you're putting into your system and telling people. We have generative AI products in the law and in healthcare and in scientific research. And if we don't know what's in those systems, then the impact of false outputs are obviously incredibly damaging. So that's why we support what the Publishers Association in the UK is doing, and we're members of that, by the way, as well as of Tech UK, to require the providers of generative AI to make available a summary of the protected works they've used in the training and testing of their system. And this echoes what the European Parliament is asking for in the context of the AI Act as well. Because unless you're responsible, then in some fields the output is going to be highly damaging. So we think that's the right thing to do in terms of responsible AI. It's also the right thing to do, by the way, in terms of copyright, because copyright is about consent and credit and compensation, and you can't get that if you don't know whether or not your stuff has been used. So we share totally in Jonathan, what you said, Minister Jonathan, in terms of the government's optimism about AI. It's delivering benefits already. It will continue to do so. But regulation has to contain the very possible risks that emerge. And part of that is companies being honest, telling people what they're putting in the system so that we can have a safe output.
Thank you, Richard. Now, on to you, Priya. So, from your viewpoint, what are these ways in which the UK can build that future-proof regulatory framework that would promote innovation? What are your thoughts on that?
So, I mean, a lot of things have been mentioned here, and just to draw some of that out, I think we've talked about having sort of guardrails and principles of operation. We've talked about sort of what are the values that we want to build into the regulatory angle that we're looking at AI through. We've also talked about differentiation, and I think for me, differentiation is really, really key. The reality is we do need to undergo a psychological shift about how we think about regulation for an area like AI, because unlike in previous technological changes where we can actually follow step-by-step a process through, the reality is with artificial intelligence, you will not necessarily be able to understand the inner workings of the process, but what you will be able to think about are the inputs and the outputs. So there is a slight sort of mental shift we need to undertake there that I think is quite important. So it is a different era. This is a moment of change, I think, for how we're all thinking. But just coming back to the sort of bifurcations of how we want to think about the regulation, you know, James talked about there's a difference between B2B and B2C. I would entirely agree with that. We also had a comment just there from Richard about thinking about domain-specific regulation. Again, I think that is really fundamental, because the problem with the phrase artificial intelligence is that it encompasses so many different applications of technology. You know, Richard was rightly talking about, you know, generative large language models and some of the constraints and thinking that we need to have in the back of our heads when we're thinking about application of regulation to generative large language models. But that's different to other sectors. You know, you've talked about it in the context of legal tech, but an area I work extensively in is using AI in health. One of the companies I work with has an amazing technology that can detect 13% more breast cancer than the normal processes that we operate normally. And that's actually a heavily regulated sector where these technologies have been proven already. So let's make sure that we're thinking through all of those different sectoral use cases and not creating this sort of blanket nervousness and a reactive regulatory space that can constrain that innovation, which again, I think that theme running through what everybody said about the need not to constrain innovation. There are two other points that I think I would draw out that haven't been mentioned so much yet. I think one is, you know, there is a real risk here that we are having a conversation that can negatively influence the direction of public opinion. Rightly, as we come together in a month's time for the AI Summit, our focus is actually inevitably going to be on some of the really dramatic potential international consequences of a misuse of AI. But what we want to make sure is that that conversation isn't out of step with public opinion and somehow suggesting that all of the use cases of AI are actually as risky and negative as potentially they can be in the security space. And that links across, I think, to one of the real opportunities. You know, we've talked about some of the opportunities there already in areas like health, for example. But actually, there is a real opportunity in just general business adoption of AI. And I was really concerned with a recent study that the British Chambers of Commerce did that said about 48% of businesses, and this is, you know, very frequently small businesses who they're surveying, aren't even considering adopting AI. And that's worrying because actually AI can really transform business. And if we want, as I think everybody on this panel does, the UK to be the leading voice in how artificial intelligence develops and actually have British business being the voice of the future, we need to make sure that we're creating an environment where all our businesses can take advantage of it, not only the businesses that are at the forefront of creating it.
Thank you, Priya. And especially on your point that a sector-based approach is very important, it's also very much in line with our panel today because we represent so many different sectors. So now let's turn to the audience questions. Can we take a few questions? So please, can we have gentlemen at the front, and then we have two gentlemen at the back. We have running mics, so please wait until one of our colleagues reaches you. Thank you.
Hello, Stuart Barr. I'm a CEO of an early-stage AI tech startup, very concerned about regulation. Two aspects of it. I've just been in the session about the online harms bill. And one of my big concerns about how government does tech regulation is that there's a lot of very powerful lobbying from very large platforms, and it's very easy for regulation to be put in place in a way that builds barriers around their own business and doesn't allow innovation to come through. And so I would urge the government to really think about how you can allow innovative startups to have a lower level of regulation to enable that innovation to take place. And then the second point, also to do with the online harms bill, is the amount of time it's taken to get that legislation through has been ridiculous. And the problem is technology moves on so quickly that the danger is that you regulate for what was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So again, what I'd like to see in this drive to smart regulation is how the whole process of government can be speeded up.
Thank you. Let's take a few more questions. There were two gentlemen at the back. Yes, please.
Hello there, Michael Birtwistle from the Ada Lovelace Institute. I'm really interested on the comments from the panel around how people buy and sell businesses, buy and sell AI to each other. One of the things we've seen over the last year is the advent of foundation models, very powerful models that often sit at the top of very long value chains. And I'm wondering what the panel, whether the panel feels that we have the right tools for managing liability across those supply chains and who absorbs the risks of the models being used. And what that means for sort of how competitive our markets are and who gets to use these technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was one more question at the back. Thank you.
Hey, I work for Conjecture, the largest alignment lab in the UK. This is to Viscount Cameras. I was just wondering, in Minister Michelle Donlin's speech at CogX Festival the other week, she spoke about responsible scaling, which basically means the largest companies making the frontier models iterate ever closer to more powerful models, and then when a danger emerges, that's when they act. What if that response time is too late and we end up creating an unmitigated disaster because we weren't careful enough? Thank you.
Thank you. The Minister, do you want to jump at the last question first, as it was directed to you, and then we'll...
Sure. Actually, if I can comment on some of the stuff and then sort of build to that. I mean, I think there is very broadly a problem. Government is, or the way legislation is created in this country is slower than the way technology is created, and always will be. I think the challenge, particularly with AI, is to regulate where you can with existing regulators, recognize there will be moments when we need to legislate, but be very, very targeted about what those are and going quickly. You know, I think the online safety bill is, I very much take the point, it took ages, but that was maybe because it had to go back over an awful lot of material for decades or more. And solve a problem or solve something that had been growing out by itself for a very long time in a very uncontrolled way. Designing that thing was incredibly hard. I think we have the capability now to be very focused about targeting regulation towards specific outcomes and targeting legislation towards specific outcomes. So again, I hope that that puts us in a good position. This business about kind of addressing the liability across the supply chain, it is true, and I think it also, this goes to your point as well. I think the strength of our approach to legislation is to say, because we're letting existing regulators deal with it, and because we're going after principles, not specific pieces of technology, that means that if it's already illegal, it's illegal to do it with AI. And I think that helps a great deal kind of maintain the speed and flexibility. As to, does that give us sufficient flexibility to allow the very largest platforms to scale and then just in time act on that? We have to keep an eye on that. I mean, there is no sort of totally reassuring answer that I can give you other than that, let's all really be aware of that risk and kind of keep a close eye on it. But it's a fast-moving field.
Thank you. And does anyone else on the panel want to add a few thoughts on the first two questions? So about startups and the lower level of regulation for them, and also foundation models and managing liability.
Yeah, I think on the liability question, I think from my point of view, it's relatively simple. I think the right approach is to essentially say that businesses, when they're interacting with each other, they can just define for themselves who has liability for what. So Microsoft and OpenAI, for example, basically say if you get sued because our language model in your product does something it shouldn't, then we'll help you out. And that's because they want people to have confidence that they're not taking all the risk. And so that's two businesses working together to define the liability clearly. I think you can just do that kind of all the way through the chain of businesses working with each other, right up until you get to the end where you now have a business interacting with a consumer. And the approach we normally take with that, I think is right here again, is you say, well, the consumer isn't a business with experts and lawyers and all the rest of it. They are a bit more vulnerable. They have to be looked after by regulation provided by government. And so it's that last step in the chain where regulation is important. But all the other steps in the chain where all of these productivity increases come from, I think, perhaps some exceptions, but generally as a general rule, just let businesses sort that out for themselves, hold each other to account, and have them decide who has liability for what, which is what we do in other sectors. And I think it should work here as well.
Yeah.
Anastasia, if I may just comment on the comment around larger companies and smaller players. I think for me it's not so much having separate regulation per se for large and small, but the principle of innovation has to be that it doesn't cement market incumbency and stifle innovation. One of the things that I think the UK has historically done very well, and I hope will continue to do, is create sort of sandbox environments where you can have a more experimental opportunity for newer players to come in and test and iterate in a way that allows them a seat at the table. And the fundamental point you're making, which I would 100% agree with, is that this can't just be a large versus small debate. This has to be a conversation where everyone gets a say in the future of the regulations that will define the future of the ecosystem for everyone.
Thank you. Richard, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, very briefly. I mean, we are one of those companies that takes LLMs developed by others and then in very close collaboration apply them to our content, whether that be the Lexis legal database or the Scopus research database. And it is indeed about the sort of the contractual arrangements one has with the LLM rather than a fire and forget, taking on trust what you're given. No, the whole iteration of the development of that product happens in close cooperation. And on the small business point, there are rules of the road, right? And we often hear in the context of this and other debates that, well, copyright gets in the way of innovation. I'm a small business, not that you were saying this, but a small business. Can we step aside from these rights? And the answer has to come back no. There are some things that are the law, whether one is Google or indeed a very small startup. So let's obey the law as written, and then the innovation can develop.
Thank you. Let's take a few more questions. Let's do gentleman at the back over there, a lady here at the back in the middle, to the right, and a gentleman in the middle.
Okay, thank you. Tom Keel from UK Music. 12 months ago, there was a lot of concern about a proposed copyright exception. The government listened and there was a pause on that. We're now undergoing a process with government regarding a potential code of conduct around AI and copyright-related materials. There was a very ambitious timetable for that, and to try and agree that by the summer. These are very complex issues, and that did not ultimately succeed in terms of that time frame. But we're still undergoing those processes. I just wonder. We've yet to really see the barriers, and kind of building on Richard's further point from a rights holder perspective. A code of conduct could be a quite blunt instrument at the end of the day, and actually no substitute for the legal framework that we have. So, in particular to the Minister, but for other panellists as well, I would appreciate thoughts as to a simple restatement of the importance of consent and the existing legal framework, whether that will act essentially as what essentially we can achieve there, and whether that's an approach that can be taken.
Thank you. There was a question here. Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Joanna. I'm from Asia House. We're a think tank advisory service based in London. My question is to the Minister. You mentioned about international engagement efforts earlier in your remarks. I was wondering if you could elaborate on what efforts the UK government has made on that aspect. Maybe elaborate a bit on the goals of the Global AI Summit in November. And also if there are any key markets that you're looking at in terms of interoperability of standards. Thank you.
And the next question? Yeah.
Hi, Sam Olsen from Adaga, a British AI company. I run their research. And I note as we grow and open offices around the world that we're not the only country who's looking at AI regulation. Many other countries are as well. And to go back to the point earlier made about big companies, not British companies, who are really pushing for their own type of regulation, what do you think that we can do as a government, as a country, to make sure that it is British AI regulation that dominates the world rather than that of other countries, which might not necessarily be in our best interests?
An excellent question. Thank you. So we have three questions, one about copyright and AI, another one is about AI Summit and key priority markets, and then AI regulation and international perspective. How do we ensure the UK is leading when it comes to standards? Who wants to go first? The Minister, please.
No, I'm happy to go. Right. Let's talk copyright. My going in position on this is, if you create a piece of content, you deserve to be rewarded in a fair way for doing so. And it doesn't matter what use is made of that content, you deserve, as the creator of that content, deserve to be rewarded. And we have to come up with a system that it doesn't stifle innovation, but nor does it stifle people's willingness to create content, whether scientific or artistic or any other kind of content. And I think, the next thing we're going to see on that is a statement of principles. You're right. I mean, maybe the idea of having a code of conduct neatly done by the summer was, in retrospect, a little bit ambitious, but we take this very seriously. It's difficult, but we're going to get there. Just in terms of international engagement, very quickly, there's, in addition to the AI Summit, which focuses on frontier risks, those further out there and perhaps more existential risks, there's a range of international summitry and activity and standards. There's the OECD, from which we derive our own AI principles for our regulation group called the GPAI, set up as part of the G7. There's the Hiroshima Accord, to your question from Asia House. So there's a range of these things, and indeed in private and university sector as well. There's a huge range of these things as to how we are able to impose our view of the regulatory world on other nations. I don't know. I would love to. I don't know. And I think the real answer is there's got to be minimal international standards for AI safety, and then probably beneath that, national standards, and different countries will pursue their own regulation as they see fit. How that machine works, I don't know yet.
Thank you, Minister. Richard?
Yeah, just on that international standards point, we, as a company that earns half our revenue in the US, a lot in Europe, a hefty chunk in China, and in India, and we're developing our products there. What's important to us is not necessarily that it's one country's regulation that is then mapped across the world, but that there are international standards. And it's why when the EU first draft of the Act came up and they defined AI in a very peculiar way, we, and I think most other companies, said, could you please look at the OECD definition, which at least has a tighter understanding of what we're talking about, and put that into EU legislation, which broadly they've done. And happily, I think the UK is doing the same, and it forms the basis of international conversations on this. So at least the starting point is we're talking about the same thing, at least. And I think that's more important, that every country has the same sort of framework, rather than, let's go out into the world because British regulation is the thing to follow. Because frankly, I don't think that would necessarily happen.
Thank you, Richard. James?
Yeah, I think on the international standards point, it's worth separating out two quite different discussions. The first is on the sort of very serious existential risk in the near future thing the AI Summit is focused on, thing the AI Task Force is focused on. And that's a very sort of narrow, focused, but important question. That's where international standards are important, because if there's an existential risk in China, that's still very dangerous to us, right? And so it matters that you have that sort of global agreement on mitigating those very serious but very precise risks. I think that's just sort of one question. Then there's a separate question about things like copyright and using data fairly and protecting consumers and telling them that the chatbot they're interacting with is a chatbot, not a person. I think that's much broader. It's much harder to reach international agreement there. We've seen with the EU AI Act what happens when you try and get 25 different countries to agree on what those rules should look like. You end up it taking ages and the output being quite confused at the end. So I don't think there's as much of a need to be so international with that category of regulation, which is what affects most businesses, most consumers. That's what we're talking about most of the time. But on the very precise, narrow question of the existential risk AI summit type issues, that is where international standardization is very important, and there's an urgency to do that effectively and quickly, but we'll only be able to do that internationalization effectively for that narrow question if we keep it narrow. If that question broadens out to be about absolutely everything, changes to the nature of work and job losses and ethics and data, then nothing will happen. So better to keep that important stuff very focused and narrow rather than make it about everything.
Thank you, James. Priya, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I suppose just to build off what James just said there, which I entirely agree with, I think, the opportunity to use sort of James's two categories on the former category, the sort of broad category, lies really in that sort of very high level values-based alignment that I think we can share with Western liberal democracies, and that can create some sort of basic core principles of opportunity that then enable companies that are building their technologies here in the UK to have an ability to easily move between global markets. Because to come back to that conversation about sort of large versus small, one of the challenges of the small is that you don't have the large regulatory compliance departments that can make those international transfers easier if you're a larger player. So I think the more that we can, whilst recognizing the difference between the two strands of regulation, allow our companies the best market advantage by aligning where it makes sense globally, I think we're only doing our economy, our UK tech businesses, a great service.
Thank you, Priya. We have time for some more questions. Do you have more questions? Okay. A gentleman here on the left at the front, another gentleman here at the front, and another gentleman at the front. Thank you.
Hi, Louis Quaffey-Gunn from the Publishers Association. One of the principles that the white paper talks about is transparency. I don't quite understand what the argument for not being transparent is, but everything that we want in terms of safety, copyright compliance, all these things, you have to start with transparency. I wondered if the panel agree that that these companies should be more transparent, and if so, practically how?
Thank you. There were two questions. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Cian Duggan from Intellectual Digital AI. Just a question on AI and digital ID, in particular potentially blockchain-based digital ID. Any kind of thoughts on that? Any regulation on that in the making as a solution, particularly for things like copyright, etc.?
A great question. Thank you. And there was one more question here. Thank you.
I'm Lalit Suryavanshi. I'm a CTO and co-founder of iTeco Health based in Leeds. We have a digital health product using AI. And my question to the panel is, and you mentioned, Priyaji, you mentioned about you also work advisor for a medtech company. Regulation is important, I understand, in healthcare, but where we are in NHS in terms of data, in terms of digital capabilities, we are far away from actually getting the benefits of AI in healthcare. And there is and also Priyaji, you mentioned about the negativity surrounding AI. So yes, it's good to talk about AI and all these things, but what we need to do to bring that positive message so that people understand that AI, at least in healthcare, is important and it will help the country and overall economy.
Thank you. A great question. So we have 3 questions. The first one is about transparency and how can we practically achieve it. The second one is about AI and digital ID. And then we have a question about negative discourse around AI and also AI in health. Minister, do you want to start?
Sure. All right. Transparency, yeah, I'm in favour of it. I just think it's so important, and it's important from the perspective of protecting copyright, protecting the rights of creators and owners of content. It's also important for the general sense of fairness in the use. If you are denied a mortgage or insurance or something for the wrong reasons, that information should be made available. So as far as the implementation of transparency, that's more difficult, but we have to do that in order to explain AI's decisions. Digital ID, I mean, I remember in the 2000s we were all up in arms about ID cards and we can't have them. But actually, I mean, I must confess, I've really come a long journey on this, and I think digital ID cards would solve an awful lot of our problems online. Just if everybody online was who they said they were, that would, I believe, create a lot of positive effects. So I think, and with blockchain, the tech is there, so certainly one to take further. Lastly, digital health. I can't think of many better things to do with AI than improve healthcare. I really can't. I think it's we've got the data, we've got the problem space that can really help with that. All of us collectively have to, and I want to get this message out because I have to leave in a moment, and I want to be very clear. I think we all have to speak about AI in a more positive way if we can bring ourselves to, particularly about these benefits in health. And others, because once we're able to shed our well-founded concerns about AI, then we're going to see huge benefits. And I suspect one of the places we'll see these huge benefits first is in healthcare.
Thank you, Minister. Richard?
Yeah, just to echo that, and this is a problem that faces companies big and small, and it's of course a result of GDPR rules and UK GDPR. We have a healthcare business that uses AI, again, like Priya, around oncology. And it's difficult to do that in Europe because of the permissions around the data, which have been put there for good reasons. But I think they could be old-fashioned reasons, because as the Minister said, as the opportunities of AI are now allowing us to do things with that data, can we go back and look at the rules and say, are you really sure you don't want somebody to be able to look at this X-ray completely anonymized, completely untraceable back to you, so that we can help more people with whatever disease? So we need not just new AI regulation, but a revisit of some of the rules around use of data.
Thank you, Richard. James, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I think on transparency first. So I think it's obviously going to be one of those things where everybody is in favour of it in principle, and the details matter. But what I think then the regulation has to do is just be really clear as to what rights to what kind of transparency you give people. So, for example, if you say a chatbot always has to tell the user that it is AI and not a person, that's some very useful transparency. It's very clear what you're asking a provider to do. They can just implement that in their product, and that's easy. But if you say something like, if you enshrine some positive right and say, that you have the right to have any decisions explained to you if the decision's made by AI, That's still transparency, but it's now very unclear what that means. What constitutes a good enough explanation? Does that explanation have to be actually linked to the decision-making process, and in what way? So just writing that down as a rule in a piece of regulation would, I think, be quite unhelpful, because no one would know what it actually means, and you just have to wait until you did it and then got sued by someone, and then a judge would decide what constituted an adequate explanation. And that's obviously a lot of time and a lot of risk that people don't want to go through. So that is the risk, I think, of just sort of enshrining rights to certain kinds of transparency in regulation, is that if it's not clear what you're actually asking for, then you can really hold back innovation. I think the same is true really on the healthcare point, in a way that there's lots of very sensible, well-meaning regulation that protects patients, but there are costs to that as well. Every year that you delay some new technology that can diagnose illnesses better from scans, then maybe like thousands of people die every time you delay that. And that cost you don't really see. That's very hidden, but we should be really aware of that cost. And when building in these new regulations, like, actually do the cost-benefit analysis and say, if we increase data protection in this way, okay, patients are protected, in this way they weren't before, that's good, but maybe 10,000 people more die of cancer who could have not died before. Is that worth it? And be really honest about the fact that you are actually doing that trade-up when you make these rules. I think sometimes people kind of just forget about the costs that are a bit more invisible.
Thank you, James. Priya, any thoughts on any of these questions?
I was just going to pull out one comment. I think I picked on some of the conversation that we'd had around health tech and public awareness earlier, so I won't repeat that, but just actually a slightly different angle to the transparency question for me is around something that I think our colleagues from the Ada Lovelace Institute would share, which is how we think about transparency in terms of diversity of data sets that are used for training data. I think that is one of the fundamental things that needs to be mandated, because otherwise we risk reinforcing a world that is already undiverse in the beginning, and some pretty disastrous consequences of that. So I know that's probably not where you were going with the question on transparency, but it's just an opportunity, I think, to bring out the importance of that whilst we're having a debate on artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Priya. The Minister had to leave us a bit earlier, but we have time for one more question. Who has the last question to conclude? Well, yes, please. Gentleman in the back.
Alex Walker. A question around the national security aspect of AI. Obviously, the regulatory conversation we've been having is about how we can create an environment where it thrives here in the UK. But obviously, there are state actors and non-state actors that may not follow the rules in the future, and how we protect our key industries, healthcare, genomics being one of them, against those threats around the world.
Thank you. A fantastic question. Richard, would you like?
Well, I wish the Minister was here because he could answer that. I can't. I hope the AI Summit is going to do exactly that, address that problem, bad actors and international collaboration on it. As a company, we just obviously have to make sure our systems are well secure, and as we always have to do anyway. Nobody wants to be subject to a cyber attack. So, let's hope Bletchley Park provides the answer.
I think if I may, I think this is where actually these frontier technologies can provide some of the solution as well as potentially be the risk. And you're absolutely right, Richard. The AI Summit should hopefully be an opportunity to put some of those issues on the table. We are thinking about this from a national security perspective, but equally, we have a shared journey with partners who align with our thinking around national security. So it is a really good discussion to be having, but also one where it comes back to my concern that I expressed earlier about sort of general awareness of technology, because actually we need to be talking to the public, businesses large and small, about where these threats might come in. I mean, to have Elon Musk, as he did the other day, say that, charging subscribers for X, for Twitter, is basically the only way he can think of avoiding a huge spam bots operating on the platform, is a pretty disastrous state of affairs. So really important, good opportunity to talk about it in a month's time, but we're not alone in thinking about it, which is a good place to start from.
Yeah, I think the short answer is that the national security questions are just really hard. And so the two things we can at least do is, one, like I've been saying before, make sure that we have a sufficiently pro-innovation approach to regulation here that means that we are at and are aware of the forefront of the technologies that other people also have. There's no point us holding ourselves back and then being much more at risk of bad actors who have technologies that we then don't have. That's the first thing. And the second thing is just make sure that we have a kind of agile and expert-led approach to building that regulation. So I think what we've done with the AI task force is very good in that regard, just appointing experts and giving them quite a lot of free rein and money to just quickly do things rather than the kind of traditional approach to building regulation, which is very slow and sometimes a bit too consensus-driven. That means that you might eventually get to a better answer, but if it takes too long, then that's a lot worse than having something good in the meantime. So being sort of quick, expert-driven, agile, and making sure that we are at the forefront of what's going on, I think is at least the way you can position yourself to react sensibly to those threats when they do occur. It's probably too hard to sort of know in advance everything that might happen.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Priya. We have time for one last quick question. Do we have a question from the audience to conclude? Well, in this case, I have a question. So, as I mentioned before, our panel is very diverse and we have representatives from different sectors. And AI has opportunities to reinforce progress in so many different sectors. And I just wonder, what do you think are the ways in which the government can assist to foster that cross-technology, innovative environment? What are your thoughts on that?
I think I'd have to come back to the data point. I think that is one of the big barriers, because the innovation, as you say, is going on anyway, and the development of the models is happening at pace. The price of computing power is falling all the time. The speed with which models can be developed is coming down all the time. So one of the few barriers I can see that would stand in the way of further progression is the problem of access to data. I'm sure there are others, but that's the first that occurs to me.
Thank you. James?
Yeah, I mean, maybe one thing we haven't actually discussed too much so far is while I think that the approach of having industry-specific regulators still kind of be in charge of AI in their industries does generally make sense, there is a risk with that approach that where industries are going to get disrupted a lot by AI, that the regulator, which is sort of populated by people who are in the way the industry works today, just engages in regulatory capture to stop that kind of innovation happening. So you can imagine, again, for example, if in the legal sector, legal regulators and law firms might work closely together to build regulation for AI in the legal sector, they might do that in a way that slows rather than speeds up innovation if they perceive it as being too disruptive to their traditional way of doing business. So that's not to say you shouldn't involve the industry regulator when building AI regulation for that industry, but it's perhaps to say that you shouldn't just let them do whatever they like, because they might, in some circumstances, be too hostile to disruptive technology that changes their, the way they're doing business currently. And that disruptive technology is going to happen anyway. We might as well just have it happen on our terms and develop it.
Thank you, James. Priya?
I mean, I would say that from where I sit, one of the biggest challenges, and we touched on it earlier, is actually that our parliamentary system does not align with an innovative approach to regulation. And so fundamentally, we're going to have to work out how we make sure we maintain all the best lessons of insight and scrutiny that our parliamentary process gives us, but enabling us to create a very fast regulatory process that will be, to use phrases that we've used a few times but are important, agile, expert-led, and reactive to the newest technologies that are coming through. And I'm not quite sure that the two things are currently in alignment.
Thank you. This is a great point to conclude. So this brings our panel to an end. Thank you to every single panelist that we have welcomed today. Also, thank you to the minister who had to leave earlier. Thank you to our audience and for the excellent questions. And also, thank you again to you, Richard, from RELX for sponsoring today's event. We have many more events coming up. The next one is about how to unlock the potential of cities through private investments and public-private partnerships. So you're very welcome to attend that one as well. Thank you so much for coming.
Afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Onward's Great Growth Rally. This is our event on how we can get growth in our cities, and it will not, unlike some other events that you'll go to at Conservative Party conference, focus on tax cuts or anything similar. It will focus on where growth comes from, which is places, which is cities and towns and hamlets and villages and whatever else is in vogue at any particular moment, but individual parts of this country where people, industries and institutions come together in order to create growth. And it's something that's been at the core of Onward's work since we started our programs on levelling up, or more recent ones on science and technology, particularly focusing on the place-based aspects of growth as well. And I'm really pleased that for this discussion we are joined by a sensational panel. Immediately to my right we have the Mayor of the West Midlands, Andy Street. To my far left we have John Stevenson, the MP for Carlisle and Chair of the Key Cities APPG, all-party parliamentary group. To Andy's immediate right, we have Tracy Blackwell, the CEO of the Pension Insurance Corporation, an organisation making really big investments in urban projects and cities projects around growth, green growth and net zero. And then we're delighted today to be working with both core cities and key cities who have very kindly sponsored the event. And so we have two representatives of local governments, two councillors. One we're extremely pleased to have, given we're in her home city, Councillor Bev Craig, the leader of Manchester City Council. And then on my far right, Councillor Jim O'Boyle, the Cabinet Member for Jobs, Regeneration and Climate Change at Coventry City Council. Two cities that really, I think, are at the cutting edge of how you can harness private sector investment to drive growth. What we're going to do today is kick off with a few opening remarks and thoughts on how we can drive growth in the UK, a topical question at the moment. And then we're going to come to questions from the floor. So I'll have plenty of time for all of you to jump in with your thoughts. Please do tweet any remarks that you might hear or any of the discussion. We're using the hashtag CPC23. And a very selfish plug for our water bottles, which you can see in front of you here, and there are lots of at the back. We practice what we preach at Onward, fully sustainable products, and you can take one on your way out. We have quite a lot to shift, so please do take them. Friends and family might enjoy them as a gift. Let's kick off then, Andy, with you. You've done a huge amount in the West Midlands to attract private investment for projects which make a difference to people's lives. What's been the secret to some of that, and what do you think the lessons are?
Okay, thank you very much, Adam. So, a few things to cover here. First of all, you talked about, let's call it the pure part of private investment, so inward investment from overseas. Perhaps given that we are very constrained, that is the obvious place to look. And we recently had inward investment stats, which for the West Midlands and indeed for both Birmingham and Coventry were really exceptionally good. How has that come about? We put our cash into an organisation to drive it. Might not seem the most original thought, but you have to put serious cash. You have to be committed to it, sustain it over years. Jobs born back in 2013, and everywhere had the jobs born back in 2013, and everywhere had the opportunity to do them. Pretty uniquely, in Birmingham, it was put right in the middle of the city. The consequence there now is we've been able to use the funding model to completely reshape that area of the city centre based around Centenary Square, for those of you who know it. And on the back of that public sector remodelling, we've been able to see very substantial inward investment come from HSBC, from Goldman Sachs, from PwC, from Arup, all around that. But the critical point was it was the public sector that provided the infrastructure and the remodelling to do it. And now we will do the same technique with our investment zone model in Coventry and indeed in other parts of Birmingham, and our levelling up zone model, which was negotiated in our devolution deal. So a critical piece there. And then the third thing I would just put on the table of where we have found really good progress, and this is particularly around the housing regeneration piece, has been the ability to use a small amount of public money for brownfield remediation. That, again, the same principle. Then the private sector comes in and builds on those locations. The leverage about 10 to 1. So we've been able to make a good case to central government that it is actually an appropriate use of public money then to kickstart private investment in that way. So three things that we think are good examples in your question, Adam, of how does the private sector be encouraged to drive growth in our city regions.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Andy. John, let's come to you next. You kind of see this from the perspective of someone sitting in Westminster and looking at how different cities try and negotiate and advocate for themselves when they arrive there. How do you think about this topic?
Well,
Thank you. First of all, you've got to recognise the importance of cities and the significance that they have to economic growth. And we all recognise that London, hugely successful, a global city. Bristol is another one that's been very successful, but in many respects, many of our other cities have underperformed. And I think that's the challenge for our country. If you look at Germany and the cities there, it's a much more balanced economy regionally and nationally. So the cities offer, I think, some critical benefits. Tend to have greater skills, critical mass, tend to see innovation, and they also have infrastructure. And again, if I go back to London, I think the arrival of the Elizabeth line has been a huge benefit for London, will continue to drive economic growth there, and I would like to see something replicated like that in the north. So I think it's understanding that cities are a key driver for economic growth. And if I just go back to London again, I think the great thing about London's success in some ways is not London, but it's the impact it's had beyond London in the surrounding area. What I want to see is places like Manchester replicate that. So you see not just Manchester being a successful city, but the areas surrounding it. And if you drill down to the smaller cities, such as my own, Carlisle has a responsibility for its area as well. We are far from any other large city, therefore we are the economic driver for the Borderlands growth area. And what you want to see is the appropriate investment that can build that economy locally. And I think Andy's right, one of the other things, infrastructure is vital, but infrastructure is not just about the national strategic projects, it's also about the smaller projects in and around cities. And again, if I go back to my own constituency, we have a new link road, £220 million investment, small beer by national things, but it will open up the city and it will open up West Cumbria. And it's also the smaller infrastructural investments that do matter. But I think probably the most critical thing when it comes to the private sector investing is the environment that they have there, the culture of that locality, the planning abilities to get things done there. Critically, they want to have the skills. I think that's absolutely vital. But probably the most important ingredient, which is political, it is economic, it is business, and it's very simple, it is leadership.
Thank you so much, John. There's a lot to unpack there. Kind of Andy's focus on institutions, on setting the right environment, yours on culture. We'll come back to those in just a moment. Tracy, let's go to you. You think at this a very different perspective, right? As an investor or someone thinking from a financial perspective, commercial perspective. What are some of the things you look for in some of the projects that come to you in cities?
The fact that there are any projects at all to invest in is usually the first start, which is one of the problems. So I run something called Pension Insurance Corporation. We're one of the biggest consolidators of defined benefit pension schemes. We expect about £600 billion to flow into the insurance sector from DB schemes over the next 10 years. And of that amount, we put about 30% into long-term secured assets. So we expect as an industry to invest around £200 billion into long-term infrastructure type investments over the next 10 years. Our huge problem is a lack of things to invest in. We have an insatiable need to invest, and we find it incredibly difficult to find things to invest in. As a result, we've set up something called the Purposeful Finance Commission, and that's working with combined authorities, local government, to look at what the barriers are to investing. Our first report's going to come out fairly soon. The main thing cited by, we did a survey of about 150 local authorities and combined authorities, was that local government lacks the expertise in planning, in particular, to be able to come up with schemes, to have the vision to come up with schemes and to get them off the ground. And we find that's one of the biggest barriers. So planning departments in local authorities have been decimated. For want of a better word, people go to the private sector, and as a result, it takes so much time for projects to get done, they become unviable, and that is one of the biggest barriers. Our survey also said about 90% it's lack of funding and council funding because it's all on such a short-term basis. There's no separate pot for the most part, for long-term regeneration and long-term investment. And 2/3 of authorities are planning on postponing or scaling back their investment plans. And all of this just adds up to a huge lack of things to invest in. Some things do work, and some, when you have very forward-looking authorities, so Andy's West Midlands is really good in terms of thinking forward. West Midlands is Manchester has been absolutely brilliant. We've invested a lot in Manchester because there's a lot of forward-thinking visions. But in some of the smaller areas in the country, there just isn't that expertise or vision, and it really does come down to leadership and having that vision to go forward. So we're working as much as we can with local authorities to figure out how to help them, but there is definitely a gap, and that's what we're trying to work on filling.
Fantastic, thank you so much, Tracy. Bev, let's turn to you. What's been the kind of key to some of Manchester's successes, and what opportunities are there to go further?
Thanks, and thanks for having me. Obviously, I've not had far to come, so I suppose it's not been too hard a commute this morning. So I probably have a number of hats here, and I think it's useful to think about where we find ourselves in different cities across the country. Obviously, I'm the leader of Manchester City Council, and I'm the vice chair of Core Cities, the 11 largest cities outside of London. But obviously here in Greater Manchester, Manchester's at the heart of the work we've been doing around devolution. So if I think about where we are in a city like Manchester, it's clear that we haven't got here by accident. I think the point that Andy makes around what your economy looks like and how you talk about your strengths has been really important. And if I think about Manchester's economic strategy, it's focused intentionally on a number of key sectors. So rather than focusing just on one, it's focused on the ecosystem of a range of sectors that we need for our economy to thrive. So we've long-standingly had a plan around life sciences, digital, creative and tech, advanced materials and manufacturing, and financial and professional services. Had we just have gone after one of those sectors, we probably wouldn't now have the largest fintech economy outside of London in Europe, which adds over £5 billion worth of GVA a year into the UK's coffers. So the first I would say is around the coherency of an economic strategy. One that is locally led and locally delivered, that plays strongly to what a place's view of prosperity is, so not just hard economics in terms of GDP and GVA, but also what social prosperity looks like in terms of the well-being of your citizens. But the other component of that is having a nationally complementary strategy that's able to fit into what local areas have. Because if we simply have our own plans and strategies, but with none of the national resource, capacity, expertise, or even the ability to support us at an international stage, then we won't be able to deliver at the pace that we need. The second that I would say is around thinking of not overlooking placemaking. So one of Manchester's successes hasn't been that we've just proactively gone and as we've heard about in the West Midlands, things like the Growth Company, inward investment, or pitch for FDI. Much of that's been framed about the place, the product that you're selling, because people don't just move here to work. The quality of life, the housing affordability and the supply that's constantly coming over the, if I think about Manchester, we've grown by almost 200,000 people in the last 20 years. We've got a pipeline over the next decade that sees another 36,000 homes, 10,000 of which of those are genuinely affordable, because that supply is constantly needed to help a growing city. Don't overlook culture and the role that good living standards have. You're a few metres away from Factory International at Aviva Studios, the largest cultural investment in the UK since the Tate Modern, not just outside of London. So placemaking is really important. But amidst all of that positivity, there are some real challenges that are holding back our cities. And we shouldn't be afraid of saying the word city. I think if we're going to talk about economic growth, if we're going to talk about productivity and prosperity, we can't be in a situation, not just the Prime Minister's words around moving away from the economic geography of cities. It's something that my own party has had a challenge on as well. We can't be afraid of talking about cities as places that drive economic growth and help the surrounding areas do well as a consequence and intentionally. And then just two other areas really quickly. I think the role of the private sector is one that Manchester's always recognised has had a key and important role. If we want to increase the prosperity of our residents, if we want to see Manchester thrive, that needs more money coming into our city. So having a pipeline, a consistent and constant pipeline. So I go across the world and people say, name me a programme or a project that you're excited about. And I'm able to ream off, well, actually, we've got Mayfield, we've got ID Manchester, we've got the work we're doing around Holt Town, we've got Enterprise St John's, which is an expansion of Spinningfield, X, Y, Z, and be able to take that pipeline with you. A few days ago, we released a report as Core Cities, working with the RSA, around unlocking, precisely on this topic, unlocking the economic potential of cities. And with some of the key ingredients, and with a pipeline from places, we've estimated that already there is about £100 billion worth of investment a year that could go into cities with the ingredients, such as a clear plan and some of the infrastructure levers that we need. And then the final thing I'll say is that obviously there is a lot of asks of multiple agencies and actors when we talk about prosperity and driving up productivity in the country. We've got a good relationship with business. They know that the door is always open. But we also know that business needs certainty. And that's probably, if we think about the economic climate we're in at the moment, viability is a challenge for anyone to go to market, making things stack up without the surety of interest rates over a 10, 20, 30-year period. There are a lot of things that are uncertain for businesses at the moment. So it's really important as local, as regional and as national government, we give certainty when we can. Certainty around infrastructure, certainty around connectivity, certainty around the things that we know that matter, that improve the opportunities and the outcomes for our cities. So I think we can't lose sight of the role of national policy. And I'm trying not to say the word HS2 and having to bash myself back into a box. But it matters. It is something that is vitally important to how we talk about rebalancing our economy and how we talk about creating opportunities that give business surety and give certainty to developments that are already underway.
There we go. Over at 20 minutes on the HS2 bet, you win. OK, let's go to Councillor O'Boyle. Let's hear your thoughts on what your lessons are from Coventry.
Well, I just want to talk a little bit about what is known as the Green Industrial Revolution. And before everyone shouts at me, this is not just about sandals and joss sticks. This is really about opportunities to invest in industry and industries of the future. And we've got them back home in Coventry. Coventry is the location for the UK Battery Industrialisation Centre, the only place anywhere like it, not just anywhere in this country, but actually anywhere in the world. We've got internationally known companies, automotive companies particularly, in the birthplace of the UK automotive industry, by the way, Coventry, investing and producing the battery technology of the future that's going to drive both the automotive sector, but lots of parts of our transport industry and also our energy sector as well when it comes to energy storage. And of course, Coventry is the location for a potential gigafactory. If we're going to be serious about actually having a powerful economy that understands how we want to support these great world-class businesses, we need to produce and manufacture those batteries here in this country, because if we don't, they'll go abroad. Not just the battery manufacturers, but the automotive manufacturers will follow them very, very quickly. And some of the announcements that were made last week did not give great confidence that we are serious about wanting to invest in these great world-class companies. Coventry is also going to be the first city anywhere in the country that's going to have an all-electric bus fleet by 2025. If we want to decarbonise our transport, if we want to help support improving our air quality, this is a great example of how we use public transport to make that happen. And Coventry is developing a particular new tram system called Coventry Very Light Rail. The vehicle uses automotive lightweighting, which means it's a lot lighter than a traditional tram system. We've also got a track system that it doesn't have to spend millions of pounds digging deep into the ground in cities that then cost millions of pounds to move the utilities. We've got something completely unique, and we're looking for investors in all of these. So if we're going to have a successful economy going forward, one of the areas we should not lose sight of, this is not about saying to people you can't use your car, it's about saying to people what are the alternatives and how can we actually help support you to make the right decisions in your future. Hence why finally we've entered into a partnership with E.ON, one of our energy producers in this country, a part of a strategic energy partnership who are going to bring forward projects and ideas, investing millions and millions of pounds, up to £2 billion in Coventry alone, on schemes to help decarbonise transport, decarbonise our residential settings, because it's not just about heat pumps, by the way, it's about actually retrofitting and putting in the necessary infrastructure in those homes, such as new windows and doors and all the rest of it, and insulation, because they won't support heat pumps unless you do that. So actually we've got an opportunity to do that. If we don't do it now, we'll miss the boat, and again, those sort of industries we will lose abroad, and this is all happening in Coventry.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So we've heard a little bit about the kind of framework that investors need, what's worked in cities, and what some of the opportunities are. I want to quickly, I'll take a cheeky first question to you, Andy, on this cities and towns sort of dilemma, right? I think Bev is absolutely right. We need to not be ashamed of saying that there's a real opportunity with our cities and be proud of investing in them. But we've also seen from the government yesterday what I think are some really good announcements about what they're doing in towns. When you, as someone that's responsible for a region that includes, 3 fantastic cities and a range of really successful, but also at times struggling towns, how do you think about the balance and the relationship between those places?
So we had this conversation right at the beginning of the local enterprise partnership journey, and there was a unanimity which I still believe, which is that you have to get your cities, and particularly your city centres, as the places where there is the greatest concentration of good quality jobs. You have to get them thriving. That's what is achieved in comparator cities in France and Germany, and those cities then serve the region around them. Now, that does not mean that towns don't have a complementary role, and of course they do, but they are not going to be the places where you get the same concentration of public transport, ease of jobs being created. So I think the word is complementarity, but I agree wholeheartedly with Bev that we have to concentrate on lifting the performance of our core cities and indeed key cities, and we mustn't lose our nerve over that.
Cracking, thank you. Okay, let's come to some questions from the audience. I'll take them in a group, so I'll take one from the front just there, one from the middle, and then one from the back. If you could just say your name and the organisation you're from. Sorry.
Guardian. A slightly unfair question, probably directed to Andy mainly. We've heard a lot about how for cities to work and for towns to work, you need infrastructure which has to be done at a national level, and you need a consistency. You need to know what's going to take place. I mean, there's been reports today that the decision has been made to scrap the Birmingham to Manchester leg. We don't know if that's the case. But more generally, how difficult is it to get investment in a city and get things working in a city where you just don't know what's going on?
So,
you okay if I take a couple of questions?
Of course, you can do whatever you want. You're in charge, Adam.
There we go. Okay, let's take the other two, just while you're pausing on that.
Pause.
From the middle, thank you.
Paul Swinney from Centre for Cities. Andy, I really like your 3 things that you set out to answer the question. The thing to summarise then probably would be public sector investment, to de-risk an investment, to then get the private sector in.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the theme. Is that something you feel that central government colleagues properly understand and then able to back you with that?
And then let's take a question from the back there.
Hi, Seb Ellsworth from Access, the Foundation for Social Investment. One of the things that's holding back our big cities is inequality and deprived neighbourhoods within those cities where economic opportunity isn't flowing down to lots of parts of those communities. And that's where social enterprises and trading charities make an enormous economic contribution, a unique economic contribution actually, that private sector businesses find it very hard to do. We've got a great track record actually of investment flowing into those organisations. But I think we really need to widen this debate out from just the role of the private sector and the state to think about the role that civil society plays, not just in social impact terms, but in pure economic terms. They're doing things that other organisations and other businesses simply can't do, and I'd love to hear the panel's reflections on that.
Brilliant. Okay, so we've got 3 questions there. Peter from The Guardian on HS2, Paul shamelessly plugging Centre for Cities Research at an Onward event, asking about public sector investment, de-risking some of these projects, and Seb on inequality. Andy, let's come to you on those first 2 questions.
Okay, so we've got to, I don't know, half an hour through the meeting before the question of HS2 is put. So the latest information I have is a statement from number 10 that a decision has not been taken on HS2. You're probably looking at your screen, you will know what that is. But let me just broaden the question a little bit more. You said, is certainty critical? And I will say it is an absolute fundamental point. It's what drives business investment. It's sort of what you've just heard from Tracy. But I will illustrate the answer to the question with a little story because it's more fun than just anything else. We had and I'm with respect to Jim, this is a Birmingham story. I'm sure he'll tell a Coventry story in a minute. But the Birmingham story is around the Commonwealth Games. And obviously it was an incredible success last summer. And lots of commentators said it took 4 years to do. And I used to say, no. It took us 12 years to do because it took us the 8 difference to build the infrastructure stage on which the performances then occurred. Whether it be the station, the public transport, the civic squares, where the bull went, all of the hotel, the whole lot. And credit where it's due, cross-party, the leadership of Birmingham City Council across the political divide has been utterly consistent on its regeneration pieces. And that is what has given the private sector confidence to invest. So the link to HS2 is blindingly obvious. If you tell the international investment community you are going to do something, you bloody well have to stick to your word.
Thank you very much, Andy. Bev, let me come to you on HS2. You kind of briefly mentioned it in your remarks, but it's probably helpful for you to expand. You've seen the recent reports. Where are you at the moment?
So I suppose in these times, high recent is generally when we look at the internet and everything. So obviously there's currently unconfirmed sources at the minute. I think my position's pretty clear and pretty on record that nobody's spoken to myself or the Mayor of Greater Manchester. We wrote last week on Monday asking for a sensible and grown-up conversation, looking at kind of what could be done pragmatically more than anything else, so not fire and brimstone in our approach. And to date, we've not yet had a conversation with any government minister. I think what it does mean, though, and it's not just certainty for Manchester, it's certainty for this wider point. I've been speaking to colleagues in Liverpool, and they talk about the certainty that they need of high-speed rail getting to Manchester to enable some of the other things that would need to happen to get to Liverpool faster. So this isn't just about one city or one place. This is the consequences of what certainty and communication looks like. And my phone's going wild with businesses, actually, not politicians, businesses that are currently in the city, very anxious and doing all they can to get a bit of certainty. There is at least one project I know that's bringing £3 billion worth of private investment into the city, which was happening and predicated on the basis of high-speed connectivity to King's Cross and what they've seen with the regeneration down there. So I suppose I would just say that these decisions have real-life, long-term consequences. And that point around a long-term vision and plan is very important. It's been the key to Manchester's success and is something that we would echo.
Jim, let me come to you. You're very welcome to chip in on HS2, but I was going to ask you about this second question, actually, about what's the role of the public sector then? You talked about these massive opportunities there are in Coventry, building on the city's industrial heritage and the opportunity and the kind of green industrial revolution opportunity now. What should the public sector be doing and what should it not be doing?
Interestingly, although HS2 doesn't come directly to Coventry, it does bypass Coventry. I cycle around there an awful lot, and you can see the work that is going on, not just south of Coventry, but actually north of Solihull into North Warwickshire. So some work is carrying on, and if that was to then be curtailed, I think would be a real response to how people really feel about our country being too London-centric. I don't know why they didn't start HS2 from the north and going down south. I said it many years ago, but of course the experts knew better than the rest of us, but what little did we know. Leadership is the key point. In local government, difficult as it is with the funding constraints we have to have a decision, we have to lead in it, we have to take difficult decisions, and then we have to hold our nerve and see it through. And that is when you start to get private investors look at you and say, you are a serious person, you're a serious organisation, you're a serious area, serious city, we want to invest in you. The danger is when you're flip-flopping around and you're not deciding where you want to be from one day to the next. And private industry will vote with their feet. And that's why I said earlier on, if we don't invest in battery technology now, the automotive sector and the energy storage sector will go elsewhere, and we will lose a massive opportunity, not just because we want to decarbonise our economy, although that's a very good thing to do, making sure that actually the social benefits and making sure we don't exacerbate climate change and we make sure that our air starts to get a bit cleaner. But it's also about saying to business, we are serious about wanting to work with you. Because at the end of the day, most of us in this room, certainly I was the case until I got elected, I worked in private industry. Most of the people that I represent work in private industry. I don't care whether you're a Labour politician, a Tory politician, or I did meet one once, a Lib Dem politician. Nevertheless, the one thing they all know and have in common is their electorate works for private industry in the main, and we should take them very seriously when they speak passionately about their business and how they want to invest in our country.
Thank you very much, Jim. Tracy, let me come to you then on Paul's question, who I think is had to dash off, so if you want to be mean to him in his absence, please do be. His question about the role of the public sector, because it's an interesting, I think that's where the cities and towns difference comes in, right? Like there's a different thing that an investor might look at that you would need the public sector to do depending on the underlying fundamentals of the place.
Yeah, okay, so what we're looking at as investors, so we have long-term pensions that we need to pay. And let's be clear, you know, this is pensioners' money. So we need to make sure that we are going to get paid back that money now or in the future, you know, over time. So certainty of cash flows, that we are going to get that money is incredibly important. And it is about certainty, it's about predictability, etc. Not all investments show those characteristics. And sometimes there is a market failure and sometimes there isn't. I have to say this government in particular has been very open in terms of understanding, not saying yes or no, but actually understanding what the barriers are to investment in a particular area and what they can do to help, whether it's a regulatory thing that they need to help to unlock it, whether it's money or capital, whatever it is. The last resort for government should be, instead of stepping into where the private sector should be, the last resort should be them coming in to provide certainty, whether it be because there's a long tail of risk, as there is in the nuclear industry, for example. So we've had many years of discussion with government and successive governments over nuclear, and they finally got to the place that the private sector can't bear all of the decommissioning risk and that somebody else needs to take that, and the government's looking at that. But there's just some places where you can, as Andy said, get a 10-to-1 leverage out of making a small investment by the government to get actually a really big effect. And I think there is a place for that, but it shouldn't be the first port of call. All other avenues should be exhausted before you get to the place where the government steps in. But there are some places where it does make sense for the government to step in.
Thank you. And John, let me come to you on this question from Seb about kind of inequality, about how we deal with the fact that one of the big challenges holding back our cities and growth in them is the level of inequality and deprivation we might have. To what degree is that a challenge, and how do we start to tackle it?
Well, can I also just make an observation on the sort of public sector and private sector investment? It is got to be a partnership, and I think the public sector has to recognise what it's good at, but also recognise what it's not good at. And I think that's one of the problems sometimes you do get with the public sector, that it starts trying to do things what they should actually leave to the private sector to do. And I always think with the public sector, what we want to be doing is creating the environment so that the private sector wants to invest and can invest, and it's about skills, infrastructure, etc., etc. But yes, we also recognise the challenges of inequality in cities. Cities are very dynamic, but you've also got to be very careful about cities that they do end up having the areas of deprivation, and it's how you ensure that those areas are brought along as well. One of those things is obviously skills in education and making sure that they have opportunity to get employment, and it's making sure that they do have those opportunities for jobs at all levels. But it is a challenge for any city to make sure that it is both dynamic, progressive and investing, whilst at the same time ensuring that their people are not left behind. And I think that is one of the challenges of cities. And just one other thing on cities themselves. We shouldn't apologise for suggesting that cities are actually the economic drivers, because they are. And that's what we've got to make sure that they do have. And I go back to my small little city of Carlisle being the economic driver of the borderlands, but the people in southwest Scotland see Carlisle as their regional capital. And they go there for their shopping, they go there for their entertainment, they go there because that's where the rail infrastructure is. So they want Carlisle to succeed, as they do with their own locality. But if you get the cities right, you will tend to get the hinterland right. And I think that's a really important point.
Brilliant. Thank you, John. Okay, let's take a few more questions. I've got one hand back there, one hand just there, and if there's another one, I'll take it. Otherwise, we'll do those two. Let's do those two. So one back there and then one at the front.
Thanks ever so much. I'm Colette Carroll, and I'm the Managing Director of Transportation for Atkins Realis. And this is going to sound like a plug, but it isn't. It gets to the question. So we've been doing work with the Northern Powerhouse Partnership and Durham University, actually looking at what are the barriers to rebalancing regionally, but also as part of that research, what really came to light was the even greater barriers seen by 16 to 21-year-olds. And for me, impactful investing as a member, as part of the private sector, it's about impactful investing in the skills agenda. So what I'm really interested in, just from the panel, are just some reflections about how youth can see the private sector in that sort of skills agenda space, but also what do you think that the public sector can do to help, incentivise or enable a real growth in skills across the country and across our cities?
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And then the other question was just here.
Thank you. Mark Apsey from Amoresco. We're very excited about our partnership with Bristol City Council, which is known as Bristol City Leap. It's a 20-year deal to bring hundreds of millions of pounds of investment into the city, which was born on great leadership in the city, I think. But as an investor and a business looking to create more jobs, I'd really love to see that replicated across the UK, and I'd be very excited to see more opportunities come to market that we could get involved with. And so I'm interested in the panel's view about how we can do that quickly and really drive the transition to net zero, which we need to do, and lots of places have committed to. Thank you.
Andy, let me come to you on both those questions, because I'm sure you'll have thoughts. One on both the question that came here, but also Tracy's observation that one of the challenges is the number of investable propositions that are coming forward, having the projects that the private sector can understand and engage with. And then this question back here on skills in the private sector and the role that they can play in upskilling young people.
Yeah, so to Claire, first of all, I'm glad this question has come out, because the other driver of cities' fortunes is this. And we've talked about institutional stuff, we've talked about cultural stuff, we've talked about the financial markets, but this is the other driver. And again, let me just illustrate it with a story. So last year, I was lucky enough to do 2 weeks of trade mission to India in support of the inward investment stats for the West Midlands that I told you about. And every single meeting I had with businesses ranging from whether they be battery manufacturers, as Jim was talking about, to fintech companies, to whatever, they all came to the same point. We're investing in the West Midlands because of the quality of your highest level of skills and the R&D done at the university, and then the quantity of what you might call really good, reliable mid-level skills. And it just stuck right there. We don't have internationally that many real competitive advantages. But the competitive advantages in the quality of our universities is genuine. And so I would just say amen to everything you've said. What can the private sector then do to help drive those skills? I think one thing above all else, be really crystal clear in what you are going to want in 5 years' time. And that's what we've tried to do with these local skills improvement plans. And then there are some examples of where really forward-looking companies have then commissioned individual programs of development, either with a higher education institution or even sometimes with the combined authority providing those programs. But an active clienting is really what I'm saying, but it is mission critical to the future of our cities. Second question about partnerships. I don't actually know the example that you are talking about, but again, the way we've tried to go about this is to form a number of high-level partnerships that the combined authority has entered into, some of which are all around the housing net zero piece that Ian Courts, leader of Solihull Council, who's sitting there, leads for us. So just again, get you to think about this. We have a strategic partnership with L&G. I hope Tracy won't mind me saying, Britain's biggest pension fund. That is £4 billion they've committed to invest in the West Midlands. It's the biggest single regional partnership they've got. Our total cash from the public sector, not what they give to local authorities on an ongoing basis, but through the CA, is £1.5 billion over 5 years. And it just makes you think, if one corporation can triple what that the public sector deal is. So we have a listing of those across various sectors, all aimed at one of our strategic objectives.
Brilliant. Thank you, Andy. Bev, let me come to you, particularly on this question about kind of Bristol, the example there of the opportunities you're able to bring forward. Manchester's got a good track record of kind of being able to package projects. You listed some of them there. How are you able to do that? And to the point earlier on about institutions, how can we help other places do that as well?
So I think there's 2 points in there. The first is how a place does it for themselves, and that speaks to what I suppose some of the earlier discussion was around capacity, vision, some of those key ingredients that you need. The second part of it, though, is and it's something that we spent a lot of time talking about, both through the LGA and core cities, around scale. And we, particularly talking with colleagues in London, with key cities. How can we create propositions with the right regulatory framework that allow a deal that's done in Bristol to be just as applicable with all of that hardwired governance and the heavy lifting that other councils perhaps don't have the capacity to redo and to redo? How do we create that framework that says, OK, well, if it's good enough and passes the governance test for Bristol, how could we then expand that across Manchester, Liverpool, Newham, and places across the country? So we are beginning to do that, particularly with 3CI. I won't go in and talk about that too much now, but a network across the country's major cities around investable propositions that does precisely that around the pipeline. The point in skills is a really important one, because actually touching on where we are in Greater Manchester at the moment, obviously you're down the road from the two most applied to universities in the country, in the University of Manchester and MMU. We've got graduate retention now to just under 55%, which is a very different picture than what it was a number of years ago. But we've also focused on our school age population for the first time in Manchester's history. We're now achieving above, and this isn't something I brag about because it's shameful that this is the first time, but we're achieving above the national average in GCSE, but we're doing it without some of the capacities that support that went into the London Challenge programme. And we're also, through devolution and our Trailblazer, beginning some really exciting work on post-16 opportunities into the technical education. But it's about way of working, and it's around opportunities, and it comes to John's point earlier around pride in place. It doesn't matter if it's a town, it doesn't matter if it's a city, it doesn't matter if it's a village. If there's a vision that people buy into, that the population understand is for them and for their kids, then that's something they will galvanise behind. And what we're doing in Greater Manchester shows that skills is the gateway into that. You might not have those opportunities, but if your kids do, then suddenly getting behind significant growth in a city is something that's much easier to sell.
John, let me come to you.
Yeah, just one key point. In the whole time I've been an MP, 14 years, I've only ever heard one chief executive talk about leadership. And I do actually genuinely think that leadership is absolutely critical. But how do we start to get those leaders to emerge? And I think one thing we haven't discussed yet, although the panel sort of indicates where we should be going, is about devolution and power given to localities and the mayors. And interesting enough, the introduction of mayors, we've seen new leaders emerge, Andy being a prime example, and we've seen those give that leadership to that locality. And I think that is central to some of the things we want to see happen. Yes, something happens in Bristol, the leader there, you want somebody to replicate that in other parts of the country, but you need leadership to do that. You talked about skills. What sort of skills does a particular area need? That's where devolution kicks in. We should be devolving those powers to particular localities because they have a better idea and understanding of what the needs of that community are. I think we're highly centralised in this country. Whitehall make decisions. They haven't a clue what goes on in particular parts of the country, and neither they should. But if they've devolved real power to localities that have an idea of what they want to do, and you've got the leadership at that local level, you can fly. And you're starting to see that in different parts of the country. I just think we need to see it across the country in a far better way.
And why aren't we seeing movement on that, John? So, I mean, we're at risk of being at violent agreement on devolution on this panel, and there seems to be a lot of agreement more broadly, certainly in public. Why are we not seeing, we've seen some fantastic achievements during this parliament, the creation of new metro mayors, further powers for people like Andy and also Andy Burnham in Manchester, but it's not quite as far as I think many of us would have wanted. Why is that?
I agree, and I think both main political parties are at fault, and I include my own. I think there's a there's a number of things. There's a reluctance on members of parliament, once they become ministers, to give up power. And I think there's a reluctance in civil servants to give up power. And I think if they were to do so, I think they would suddenly discover that actually Whitehall can concentrate on the things that really matter at the national level, and the politicians themselves could concentrate, for an MP, at the national level. I actually think we should have dropped the number of MPs from 650 to 600, because I think that would have made bigger constituencies and allowed MPs to concentrate on national issues, while we should be devolving powers down to local areas. And I personally am very enthusiastic about the concept of mayors. But for whatever reason, neither political party wants to embrace this fully. My party's gone some of the way, but I think they've got a long way to go. I'm not sure Labour have even started.
On a day of difficult policy decisions, I think cutting MPs from 650 to 500, 650 to 600 might be particularly tricky. Tracy, this question for you on scale, actually. So the question that Bev talked about, how can we make sure that some of these projects scale, but also about devolution. So, two priors here you've heard from people on the panel. One, investors need there to be kind of scale or the ability to learn lessons between projects, and the other, that local actors give investors confidence. Are those things true?
Oh, yeah, hugely true. And not just from on the investee side, but also on the investor side. Ourselves, Legal & General, our competitors around that have spent the best part of a decade building up the expertise internally to be able to work with local authorities and combined authorities to actually talk about investments, what we can do, how we can work together. So, we've created a virtuous circle now, and I think it's really, seeing what Manchester's done, what Andy's done, you can see the momentum has built, and hopefully that other places in the country that have seen the success in some of these places will then work to replicate it. We still have problems getting into local authorities to talk about how we can work together. There's some who just don't want to talk to the private sector at all. So that really isn't helpful, actually. We have a lot of money to invest. We want to invest. We want to work with local authorities to be able to do it. But if we can't even get in the door because there's just a fundamental disregard for private money, it really doesn't help. So hopefully we're creating this virtuous circle both on the investor and the investee side.
Fantastic. And then, Jim, let me come to you on this question of skills, the question that we had, the first of the two. When you're thinking about this green industrial revolution in Coventry, projects like Very Light Rail, how key are skills to that, and what's the role of the private sector in developing it, or does it have to be a public sector job?
No, it's very important. By the way, there will be less MPs of a particular party after the next election. I can assure you of that, John. Anyway, I wouldn't worry too much about that. But coming back to the thing about skills, is that one example I would give, I mentioned heat pumps earlier on. You talk to the industry, regardless of whether or not anybody wants a heat pump or whether they're in a position to have one, the industry will say they just don't have the skills to actually fit them anyway. And I think making a decision or setting out a policy that then kicks the can down the road actually means those businesses will be even less likely to invest in those skills. On the contrary, giving them more time means they have to then get their cash flow going by actually spending more time and effort on doing their day-to-day activity right now, which means that the new lack of fossil fuel, reducing fossil fuel use of heat pumps, for example, will then be utterly sort of reduced. And that is a real problem. We've got and we work with Warwick Manufacturing Group, which is an arm of Warwick University, particularly around very light rail. Because as I said, you know, Coventry was the heartbeat, the birthplace of the UK automotive sector. We've got some fantastic R&D, some world-class companies in this area. And if we play our cards right, we can really benefit our economy over the next 20 or 30 years. Because, as has been said, there are companies overseas who want to invest in this country, in this city, because they can see that we are going to decarbonise quite quickly. But if we keep saying, oh, we'll put it down 5, 10, 15 years, they'll go somewhere else. And with everything, skills mean that if we don't have the skills, we don't have the investment, we lose those opportunities. And it's so vital that we do that. And the last point to make is London black cabs, believe it or not, the black ones that you all know about, they're all made in Coventry. And they're all electric. And they're owned by a company called Geely, who is a Chinese company who also own Volvo. Let us look wider than ourselves. Let us look across the world. They want to invest in our country, and they are.
Thank you for that, Jim, and your bold prediction about the collapse of the SNP. That's appreciated. Bev, let's come to you for a last word.
So just a really important point, actually, on the skills point. One of the things I meant to mention, we're probably at the territory of some of the lowest levels of private sector investment into skills. So if we want to talk about private sector growth in cities, we also need to have a conversation about the private sector investing in skills in terms of that 5 and 10 years vision.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Bev. We are out of time. So 3 quick thank yous. One, a massive thank you to Core Cities and Key Cities. We've partnered with them now for a number of years, and it's fantastic to have the opportunity to talk about cities and cities growth on an Onward stage. Thank you to all of you for coming along and for your questions. And finally, a massive thank you to my panel, to John, to Bev, to Andy, to Tracy, and to Jim. Please give them a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I think we will get started. Welcome back to the Onward marquee, which has proven itself to be the premier rain shelter at Conservative Party conference. very near the main centre. That's, of course, not the reason you are here. It is to hear from our wonderful panel on healthier choices. I'm Sebastian Payne, Director of Onward, and I'm living what we are discussing here with my nice big flat slice of cherry bakewell, which is on offer over there, along with brownies and flapjack and all other things that we will be debating the good merits of that on this panel today. But as we do know, the UK is in the grips of something of an obesity crisis, and this plays very much into work we do at Onward with levelling up and helping those so-called left-behind communities. And we want to be looking at the interaction between individual choice, genetics and exercise and how to maintain a healthier weight. And I think we need to have an increasing awareness of the environment around how that plays into it. And we're absolutely delighted to have representatives here from academia, from in government and from business to bring all their different perspectives on this very important topic, because we've got to make sure that small businesses are protected, larger businesses can help absorb the costs as we try and get towards a healthier eating. So we'll start off with some introductory remarks from our panel who I'm about to introduce. If you are tweeting, it's hashtag CPC23 and we are at UK Onward. And we would like to thank Uber Eats, who are kindly sponsoring and bringing us all here today. So on my panel, on my far left, we have, I was about to say, Dr. Dolly Thesis, but that is no longer your name. I'm sorry to say that you are now since recently married. Dolly Van Tulken, who is a visiting researcher at the MRC Epidemiology Unit at the University of Cambridge. On her right, we have Neil O'Brien, who is the Primary Care Public Health Minister and, far more importantly, one of Onward's founders. On my right, we have Matt Price, who is the General Manager of Uber Eats. And then finally, we have Elaine Handale, who's CEO of British Nutrition. So we've got a really good range of views here. And I'd like to begin with Neil to give us some introductory remarks on your view on how we can try and guide the nation towards a healthier state of living, and what are the factors that you see at play and how government is working towards them.
Well, thank you, and thank you all for coming. The obesity problem is something that is growing all over the world, and although everyone in this room will have their own statistics that bring it home to them, it is very striking the growth in the number of people who are obese or overweight over recent decades. In 1993, about 15% of people who are adults in this country were overweight. Now it's nearly twice that, it's 28%. And if we look at children, in 2021, among reception-age children, 10% were obese and another 12% were overweight. So that's like your very first year in school, end of nursery. And by the end of primary school, 23% of children are obese and 14% on top of that are overweight. It's a pretty bleak statistic. And if it's 23% nationally, it's about 31% among more deprived areas where the kids are obese. So about a third of kids in deprived areas are obese by the end of primary school. Now that is a huge problem for the health service, for our society, for our economy, because all these conditions that drive health spending and that cause people to live in pain are all made worse by obesity. It flows into every single other condition, from cancer to heart attack to stroke to dementia. All these other things are made worse by higher levels of obesity, including chronic pain, because the truth is a lot of people who are seriously morbidly obese do live lives of really serious pain. So it's a bleak outlook, and not just in the UK, happening all over the world to a greater or lesser extent. So what are we doing about this massive global problem? So part of it is about prevention, and part of it is about now treatment. So in terms of prevention, we have done things to directly try and make products more healthy. So the so-called soft drinks industry levy, which no one calls it, the sugar tax, has cut the amount of sugar in the affected drinks by about 46% since we introduced it. We've tried to give people more information to help people make better choices. Most recently, we brought in calorie labelling for cafes and restaurants. So, for example, I was in Lyon yesterday, buying Indian tea. I had a choice of skim milk or full fat, and one had a third of the calories in it, and so that makes you choose the healthier thing. So we're giving people the information they need. We have brought in to stop pester power location restrictions around what is sold in supermarkets, to stop supermarkets using people's kids to pester them into buying unhealthy stuff. And we are in the process of, in 2025, going to bring in restrictions on the giveaway deals for unhealthier foods and a kind of advertising watershed for the most unhealthy foods. But as well as the things we're doing on prevention, we're also trying to help people live healthy lives. So partly as a result of that sugar tax that I mentioned, we're able to now spend about £330 million a year on school sport, absolutely transformative for the amount of activity happening in schools and high quality sport too. We spend about £150 million a year on healthier foods for kids as well. So the school fruit and veg scheme, all kids get, including my son at nursery, get free veg and fruits, get used to the idea of eating healthily. We have Healthy Star, the nursery milk and so on. We're also investing as well as into school sport education, also into facilities as well. So we've got the Youth Investment Fund, which is building about 300 new facilities, a lot of them MPs will know, new sporting facilities across the country. So we're doing a lot to try and help people to eat more healthily, discourage the very worst kind of foods, get people to be more active. And the future, I suspect, for some of these kind of preventative agenda is less in stick and more in carrots. So in Wolverhampton, we are using the power of the smartphones that we all have in our pockets. So increasingly people do use health apps, they monitor their health, they monitor what they're doing. And we're taking that to a much wider audience in Wolverhampton by handing out free, effectively, Fitbits, free wearables, and a free app which you can use to monitor the amount of healthy activity you're doing, monitor what you're eating. And an incredible proportion of the people in Wolverhampton, the population, have now signed up to this app and it is out there improving health. And that is an example of what we want to do with the health system, to try and get away from having the National Hospital Service, waiting for people to get very ill and then treating them at huge cost to the taxpayer and to them, but instead having a health system that is trying to get problems nipped in the bud and to enable people to live healthier lives. So a lot happening and a lot more that we can potentially do. I hope we can discuss that today to try and roll forward the agenda of prevention. But of course we are also now thinking about treatment as well. We have the exciting new drugs that are starting to come on scene, the semaglutides, the tirzepatide, which are very exciting and are seeing people losing about 15% of their body weight compared to the control group. So these are drugs, they're not a placebo. We've got to continue to do things to prevent obesity, prevent people getting unhealthy in the first place. But there is a degree of hope there for those who have already got a problem, because there's now, unfortunately, a large stock of people in this country who do have serious health problems caused by obesity. And there is the great potential to save lives and to reduce the number of strokes and heart attacks by helping people with treatment to lose some of that weight. And the Prime Minister's pledged 40 million for the first phase of the rollout of these very, very exciting new drugs. They're not an excuse not to do things, not to have an agenda of healthier eating, giving people the tools to stop the problem in the first place, but they are a source of hope when we confront what is really, really concerning global obesity epidemic, which there is still much, much more to do to tackle. So I hope that today we can have a discussion. I'm mainly here to listen and to sponge the ideas of the other panellists, to be honest with you. But a lot is happening, but a lot needs to be done, because this is a serious problem. It is something that even if you are the most libertarian person in the world, you've got to recognise that having a very, very unhealthy and obese population hits the economy, it hits the taxpayer, it causes huge health costs, as well as causing people to live lives of unhappiness and pain, in truth. So a hugely important agenda and a brilliant idea for a fringe. So thank you for having me here today. Sebastian.
Thank you very much, Neil. Elaine, I'd like to come to you next, because what Neil painted as a kind of a halfway house journey, that we've made quite a lot of progress in terms of obviously calorie counting. 20 years ago that would be an unthinkable thing. Now it's just an accepted part of food and how we look at this, and that's an interesting example of how the government has sort of nudge things into better behaviour. You've had the sugar tax for more direct intervention. The thing that I find so interesting about calorie counting is helping educate people about having their individual choices to push stuff into a better direction. So I'd love to get your thoughts on that, particularly that balance between those things, because ultimately you want to help people make better decisions themselves, but there are cases where government does need to sort of push that.
Thanks, Sebastian. Just to introduce my organisation, I work for the British Nutrition Foundation, and we work with companies right across the food system to help change the food environment. And in response to your question about information and education, it's simply not enough. The evidence suggests that, we all know we should be eating 5 a day, but how many of us do? A lot of us know the Eat Well guide, many don't, but very, very few people can afford to follow it or do follow it. So the critical thing is that the food environment has to change to make those choices easier, more accessible and more affordable. And because we're focusing on this event around SMEs, I wanted to talk a little bit about the importance of out of home and the role that organisations like Uber can have in that sector. The Minister talked about the prevalence of obesity and overweight, which continues to grow. And out of home plays a really significant part in rising obesity trends. About a quarter, 20% or to 25% of our calories for adults are now coming from food in the out of home sector. The average meal in out of home is double the calories of the equivalent if we bought it in a retail store. And in local authorities, where they have the highest rates of deprivation, we see the highest density of fast food outlets. So it's absolutely critical that if we're going to address the food environment and we're going to address obesity, we have to look at the out of home. One of the questions we've been asked to consider in this fringe is what are the barriers for SMEs in providing healthier options and indeed healthier menus and not just options within the menu. And we have done a number of pieces of research asking people in those chicken shops, Chinese takeaways, fast food outlets, what are the challenges they have? We know that cost, of course, won't surprise you, is an absolutely critical issue, and profitability, financial sustainability is key. But shortly behind that is a concern that the consumer demand simply isn't there. So how do we help organisations with significant marketing heft to drive consumer interest in healthier options and make smaller portions and healthier meals available by default, not things that you have to find when you've scrolled down 3 levels of the app? We also know that in the UK we have got a model of what healthy looks like, the nutrient profile model. It's a model that looks at nutrients, calories, fat, sugar, salt, and positive additions like fruit and vegetables, nuts, protein, and fibre. For an SME, if you're operating a small business, that's a really technical model to work with. So how can we translate it into food and make it applicable for people to be able to use? And that's part of the work that we're trying to do today. And the final question you asked in your brief, Seb, was what more can governments and business do? Well, that translation is really important. Local authorities can use their licensing powers, training and support, and of course businesses can help engage small and medium-sized enterprises with this agenda. It's critical that we do, but generating consumer demand for healthier options, I think, is at the heart.
Thank you very much, Elaine. Now, Dolly, one question I'd like to pose to you with your opening remarks as well is, what actually defines healthy food in all this? Because this is something that we're talking about literally in the title of this event, but it's not necessarily a straightforward or easy thing. And I think this covers a lot of the work and the campaigning you've been doing.
Yeah, very, very happy to talk about that, and thank you for having me. Yeah, and I'm going to try and link that as much as possible with the question today around SMEs and concentrating on food, as when it comes to health, food is one of the leading determinants of that, and diet-related disease is now the leading cause of early death, which is often shocking to many and is linked to more deaths globally than tobacco, high blood pressure, infection, or any other health risks. And for decades, we've been trying to understand why the UK has got such high food-related health problems, such as type 2 diabetes, cancer, cardiovascular disease, and excess weight. The big kind of is it fat or is it sugar debate has dominated for a long time. But for the first time, thanks to a group of Brazilian researchers, we may finally have an answer of what's driving pandemic-level obesity and food-related ill health. It may sound obvious, but in answer to your question, essentially this new body of research over the past 15 years finds that eating real whole food, such as what many SMEs like our local butchers, fishmongers, grocers provide, your classic homemade meat and 2 veg, is strongly associated with good health, and unsurprisingly, eating a lot of ultra-processed food, i.e. stuff with ingredients you wouldn't find in a typical domestic kitchen. It's probably the easiest way to identify it, but look on the ingredients list rather than traffic light labelling, and you'll see lots of things that you can't even pronounce, let alone recognise, is strongly associated with early death and pretty much every main disease you can think of: type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, many cancers, high blood pressure, inflammatory bowel disease, fatty liver disease, depression, frailty, dementia, and worse blood fat profile. It is literally associated strongly with all of those and more. And in the UK, we have one of the highest ultra-processed food consumption rates in the world. People are often shocked. They think US is way ahead. We're actually quite similar to the US and way above our European neighbours. We are at 60 to 80% ultra-processed food consumption on average. Lots of children particularly are in that 80% category, compared to a France, say, which is at the 20 to 40% ultra-processed food consumption. So we are just almost incomparable to our European neighbours. So I want to kind of concentrate on this, on the question around SMEs. So the important thing is to distinguish between big food and SMEs. So compared to our European neighbours, UK government policy has enabled big food and supermarkets to essentially dominate our market and has failed to protect SMEs, which has essentially led to the closure of many of those, like I mentioned earlier, the butchers, the fishmongers, the grocers, as you say, on the high street. And so these big food companies and supermarkets, as many of us know, because I know that many of us will shop in supermarkets almost exclusively, essentially dictate the majority, if not all, of what we eat. If we compare to our nearest neighbour, France again, France is home to more than twice the number of independent food retailers. So in terms of the business diversity, we are very poor, again, globally on this. But why does that necessarily mean it's bad for health? Well, big food companies like your Kellogg's, your Mondelez, maybe companies that you've never heard of, but they own the brands that you will be very familiar with, like Cadbury's, mostly sell ultra-processed food. The National Food Strategy that found that over 80% of products sold by the 19 largest food companies in the UK are deemed by the World Health Organization to be too unhealthy to market to children. And the vast majority of products, as Tortoise Media found, of the UK's largest food companies are ultra-processed. So the typical ultra-processed ingredients you find, like emulsifiers or flavourings, colourings, etc., are used partly because they're cheap. So you can replace an egg, which is much more expensive than an emulsifier, to do that binding role in a product. But partly because they play many other roles too, including elongating shelf life. And I can't tell you how much elongating shelf life is such a high priority in our food system, and enabling transportation, which for businesses, food businesses, is amazing if you can transport across the whole of the UK. But when it comes to adding things to do that are harmful to our health, we need to weigh up what the consequences are. And why does this make it hard? Well, it's very difficult for SMEs to compete on price. So when you can add in ingredients and you have that huge distribution across the country, it's very difficult to be predominantly focused on serving whole, fresh food. And ultra-processed foods are also heavily marketed, so essentially our diets have become very branded, and so they're not from independent retailers by the majority, or independent local sources. And then turning to our high streets, as Elaine was saying, we're much more familiar with a proliferation of fast food takeaways and chain supermarkets than we are with local grocery retailers. If you're lucky enough to have good local high streets with those retailers, then it's amazing. But the closure has been in mass decline for decades, including fresh food markets. Town centres have essentially largely ceased to be the centres of food retail. And this has partly been due to the enormous rise of supermarkets. I'm always shocked by this fact, but can you guess the grocery market share that supermarkets hold of the whole grocery market? This is compared to independent retailers. 96.6%. We are a supermarket-dominated industry market. So when you go to other countries and you see that independence just so much more starkly, that is literally because they have not let in the supermarkets flood on that level. And that system prefers long shelf lives. It prefers a supplier that can distribute across the entire nation. It doesn't want to deal with multiple suppliers. So when it comes to SMEs, it is almost impossible to compete when you can't just go to your local Tesco and sign a partnership where you just supply that Tesco so they will want you to do it across the whole country. And what does that end up favouring? It ends up favouring that all year round supply and at mass scale, which has so many implications I can't go into in terms of nutrition, because they have to pick produce early and make sure that they have a high shelf life. There's all sorts of issues around packaging as well. But also you get even better all round produce abroad. So when it comes to air miles, it's better to have apples that you can get all year round from South Africa and Chile than it is in the UK. But there are very many, because I want to say this was a Conservative Party conference, many Conservatives who are very passionate about the distinction between corporates and SMEs and really value that business diversity. And I don't know if any of you have seen, but Danny Kruger, who is an MP, has recently published a book, and he was interviewed in the Sunday Times, and he talked about the fact that his own constituency gives an idea of what the country should and could be like. And he celebrated the fact that there are no McDonald's in his constituency. And he said that we confuse free markets with big business and end up with cartels like we have essentially with the supermarkets and big food. So absolutely understanding how a Conservative government can be supporters and protectors of SMEs over big corporate interests is very difficult in practice. So I will finish off by saying there are lots of things that can be done, including enabling local food plans as per the National Food Strategy recommendation. There are enabled planning laws, but these can have unintended consequences. In 1996, they had a regulator that tried to prevent the proliferation of massive supermarkets on the outskirts of towns so that they wouldn't devastate local retailers. And what did that happen instead? That led supermarkets to open their smaller versions in the local towns, which also replaced the local grocery stores. So there can be unintended consequences. Other countries also have much greater protections, active protections for SMEs, and they make sure that regulations don't do a blanket all on all businesses, which obviously big businesses can have the regulatory capacity to comply with versus SMEs. They make sure it's tailored enough. And then there are brilliant schemes like Alexandra Rose, which are essentially like vouchers that you can only spend in fresh food markets. So there are ways that you can use local bonds or procurement to make sure that that is for purely local fresh produce. But I wanted to end by saying this would be an amazing area for Onward to look at. On unleashing the food environment. And I know that it ties in, I saw Genevieve earlier, but on her brilliant Coastals town report, that it fits in very, very well with your area. But yes, I'll finish there. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dolly. And now, Matt, obviously, the big theme that we've been crossing here is about the role of SMEs in all this. And your platform, Uber Eats, has been a big, big driver of that, allowing smaller outlets to have a much bigger audience than they would be on just their natural geographical neighborhood. But what I'm interested in is how you see the healthy eating challenge on that. And I know there's various app design things you can do to promote particular sorts of things. And so I'd love to get your perspective on how you tackle the kind of the challenges that have been outlined by the others on the panel.
Thanks, Seb, and thanks everyone for being here. So quickly, a word about Uber Eats. We're in 330 cities and towns across the country, 63,000 restaurants and grocers on the platform, 60% of which are SMEs. So certainly an area for us that we're very close to, that we're thinking hard about. And one thing that is probably no secret to people in the room is food delivery platforms like ours are historically associated with fast food. But I'll tell you, through the pandemic and as habits of consumers have changed, that's changing too. And consumers are increasingly coming to food delivery apps for a variety of good food. If you look at the vegan category, for instance, it's up by 8x in the last 2 years. Food and drink is up by 40x in the last 2 years. And what that means is we're increasingly a very large platform with scale. And with scale, we have the opportunity to have a big impact. And when it comes to healthy eating, it's something we're thinking hard about, and we're leaning into it. So an example there would be, we're doing what we can to audit and enhance our marketing content to get healthier content out there. Through our grocery business, we're offering 50% off on Mondays for fruit and veg. But I'll tell you, one of the things that we keep coming back to is ensuring that what is branded as healthy is actually healthy. And if I think about the conversations I'm having with SMBs, and we had a roundtable just last week, what we're hearing increasingly is, SMBs are worried about the consumer demand. These inputs cost a lot more, and they're really struggling to engage with how to understand calorie content. They're struggling to engage with the nutrient health model, as Elaine said, and thus our focus is very much on thinking through how to address that problem, and how to take that content and distill it in a way that SMBs can understand how to reformulate menus. And we're actually working with the British Nutrition Foundation on this to think about things like, how to replace the type of oils you use, as an example, and kind of cook them at lower temperatures, how to get more fruits, veg, beans on the menu. And almost build a form of a checklist that can help SMBs think about how to reformulate their menus, and with that, help us more actively promote the healthier options on the menu. It's a complex challenge, but I am confident that working together between business, organizations like the British Nutrition Foundation, and government, there's an approach out there, and one that we're very passionate about. So look forward to discussing that more as we go through the conversation.
Thank you very much, Matt. Okay, so Neil, I want to come to you to this question, which has been picked up by Matt and Dolly quite as well here, about the definition of healthy and where this goes, and how much this is something for central government to do and how much it is to educate individuals about, because you do not strike me as the kind of man who wants to sit in his office with a rubber stamp saying healthy, not healthy, on every possible food that you could get. It would be completely unsustainable and probably counterproductive as what you can do. And as Elaine sort of referenced, there needs to be an educational element, but where do you see that balance between the individual and sort of nudging platforms or whatever, or shops in a direction to do it themselves?
Yeah, so it's an extremely good question. So we are thinking with industry about how we can help to harmonise and better understand in a comparable way the relative healthiness of foods, and to make things a bit simpler, because we have a problem where there's a proliferation of different systems that you're all familiar with. From simple readouts of the ingredients and the data, to pizza wheels, to traffic lights, to different this from doing your shopping, and at the moment I think there is a lot of complexity out there which we are working to try and resolve. In particular, there is a debate at the moment about whether there is something more that can be said about ultra processed food beyond the fact that a lot of the ultra processed foods are also high in fat, salt, and sugar. And the government body that looks at these things, the Scientific Advisory Committee on Nutrition, at the moment has concluded that there isn't something that is easy to pin down with a clear definition that one could act on. But I think that that in one sense doesn't change the fact that one wants to try and steer the national conversation and the food culture towards exactly the kind of things that Dolly was talking about, which is like, simpler, fresh, whole foods rather than very, very complicated and almost inevitably high fat, salt and sugar kind of products. I mean, it's true that a lot of people still don't appreciate what they're eating, and it's absolutely true that the kind of ballistic growth of the ease of access to fast food is indeed part of the problem rather. So we are trying to work with industry to simplify some of these definitions, and I'm very interested in both in this meeting and after it, like hearing more about how we can make that a bit easier to navigate, particularly for smaller businesses.
And then, pardon me, sorry, Dolly, obviously you are fantastically passionate and knowledgeable about what's going on, and I think your stats about the ultra-processed stuff is really, really quite stark. And I think the question is, how do you translate that? And I know that's literally a job of a think tank to try and figure out how we do that, but I'm going to put you on the spot and sort of say, what kind of stuff would you like to see either from apps like Uber Eats or from government to better educate? Because it does take a long time to be able to think about what they're eating. We talk about the 5 a day. That's a relatively new cultural thing. It didn't in the last couple of decades, and it's now ingrained in our society. But as Neil talked about at the beginning, the obesity crisis is so significant. There is a case that we sort of move and do things faster.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great question, and obviously one I live and breathe day to day of how we can speed up progress on this. I mean, we're at a very interesting crossroads. So you have emphasised a lot of the sort of definition of what counts as healthy. And I don't know where people are in terms of the way that we define things in terms of regulation, and also at other levels. It's as complicated as Neil said in terms of the various labelling issues, etc. But essentially, we still live in a country with a government that defines things by high fat, salt salt, sugar. So in terms of unhealthy, it's products that are high in those things. I've been talking about ultra-processed food, which has obviously come up more, and that is a definition. NOVA is the classification that's most commonly used globally, and it is not a definition that has been formally accepted by government. The only place that it's been discussed was in the government's food strategy in response to Henry Dimbleby's national food strategy, and it was talked about the fact that evidence is growing on ultra-processed food being potentially the key explainer of why we have pandemic levels of obesity, but it's not technically taken up. And one of the main issues is that because ultra-processed food is essentially the main food that big food companies provide, they're obviously not the biggest fans on accepting that most of their products would fall in that category, which is completely understandable. So there has been a lot of pushback, and some of the science around it has been debated rather unhelpfully. And when Neil talked about SACN, the independent nutrition advisory committee to the government, almost 80% of the members of that are linked directly to big food companies. So either their research is funded by them or they have been paid in other ways. So there's a massive link in terms of the policy direction with big food companies essentially dictating quite a lot of how we look at food. And there are very real consequences of that. And in fact, I have the experience of it being at a think tank years ago where we had a big food company and a big supermarket as funding the report, and it wasn't my intellectual property. And when I finished the report, one of the strongest recommendations was taken out because some of the funders were not massively fans of it, which ironically now that policy is now in government legislation. It was the 9 p.m. watershed on junk food advertising, but back in the day it was still being debated. But it's the sort of influence you can see in terms of big food having over policy. And I think it's a really important thing to understand that if there is a fundamental conflict with an advisory committee that is saying that it's there to improve the nutrition of the nation, but is funded by big food companies that are driving ill nutrition, then there's something fundamentally conflicted there.
Just add a note of caution there. Look, I agree with you about 90% of this stuff. But I mean, there is an independent committee. I completely hear all the arguments that you make about the need to be careful about the industry, and you know, the other Dr. Tullican talks about it being a metaphor about like smoking. But at the moment, the problem that we have in going further beyond the nutrient profile model and the definitions we've already got of things that are obviously unhealthy, right? Because they're full of sugar or salt or hugely high in fat, or hugely high in calories. The problem is not an ideological one, but quite a practical one. And I'm aware of lots of different arguments why there is something additional about the high level of processing for some of these foods. Some people, one thesis is some of this food is just really easy to eat. It's so blended, it's very soft that you can waffle down that burger in like a couple seconds, maybe have another before you feel full. But trying to define that is not a particularly easy thing. Other people say some of these ingredients are weird and there are questions about them. No question about it. But again, it's about trying to pin down quite specific definitions. So there's no intellectual. I hear your warnings about the industry and industry influence. I'm actually confident that SACN is genuinely independent and has really serious people on it who are very much minded to do the right thing. But the problem is not that we're sort of like seduced by the industry here. The problem is there is a genuine problem about trying to define these ways if you want to start to take action on them. But in one sense, it's not a problem because the thing that is ultra-processed is typically also extremely unhealthy in some other way. And so the actions and the things that we can do on them, we can do anyway, as it were, because they are obviously unhealthy in a much more straightforward way.
Now, Elaine, just on this point, one of the things we've talked to people about is the education element, and I think talking to people about how you can access healthier ingredients as well is another big part of this. And I think this feeds into the work that you're doing, and it's trying to get away from just the quickest, easiest thing. And it's the classic thing of saying it's once you educate people, it's not hard to get access to healthier food. That's half the barrier done to getting there, but that's a very difficult thing to do.
I don't think it's half the barrier. I think it's really difficult for people to afford healthier options. But just coming back, just touching on the debate about ultra-processed foods, I think it is difficult. There is difference of opinion, and I think the criticism of people who are on the government's independent committee has We've seen that on social media. It's been quite difficult for some of those individuals concerned, I think. And what we're a little concerned about is demonising some foods that we think people perhaps should eat more of. Wholemeal bread, for example, and most of the beans we consume in the UK are baked beans. So how do we help people increase their fibre when they can't necessarily access or afford fresh foods? And how do we make sure that we're separating the processing impact, which we know there are issues around texture and palatability, but also from the fact that those foods often contain high levels of sugar, fat and salt, and that needs to be part of the differentiation and part of the debate. So I think I just caution a little bit about overly criticising the government's independent committee on this. When it comes to education, though, people have been looking at how can we put a sort of processing symbol on labels. The reality is that most education, while it's important, does not change behaviour. And it's actually making sure that we are creating an environment that facilitates behaviour change and critically making healthier food more affordable and accessible. So it is about information, it is about skills, but it's also being about able to afford healthier foods. I bought four apples the other day and it cost me £2.60. I could buy 12 packets of crisps for that. So it's kind of recognising that people in the reality of doing a weekly shop have some difficult trade-offs to make. And how do we make healthier food more affordable for everybody?
And then before I thought I'd open the floor for questions, Matt, again, as well as providing choice, do you see platforms like yours playing an educational role as well?
I mean, we have incredible reach, both for consumers and for SMBs. So 90% of the UK population can access the app. Again, we have 60,000 restaurants, half of which are SMBs. So, very excited to use that platform to educate. We're not nutrition experts. We very much need to work with the experts to kind of educate, but at the same time, when it comes to SMBs, distill the information in a way that is kind of scientifically accurate and credible, but at the same time accessible and actionable so they can actually take action on it. And as they do, to kind of improve their menus to make them healthier, give us the opportunity to invest to help with that point around making it more not only accessible, but affordable.
Great. Well, thank you very much for those talks. Let's now throw it open to questions on the floor. We've got our lovely assistants, Callum and Lawrence here with microphones. And if you could just say who you are and where you're from with the questions. We'll start off, Callum, with these, the lady here and the gentleman behind her, please.
Great. Hello, my name's Patty Rundle. I'm from an organisation called Baby Milk Action, but it's an international organisation that has been working for about 40 years on the biggest food transnationals to try and bring some sense into this market, because we've been protecting infant feeding, which actually I think we shouldn't forget in this debate. That's where children's taste profiles are when they're babies. And I'll talk to you later about Uber sending formulas. But the actual thing that has been happening is the micronutrients and the health claims and everything that the corporations have used to promote these products as if they are better. I go to Codex, which is the global trading standards, and that's where all the big corporates are, and they push down legislation really hard. That's where they play. The room's 42% full of corporates, and that's what, as Dolly said, they want those products to sit on the shelves for longer and longer. You cannot trade something if it's going to go mouldy in a week or 2 weeks. So I think the government has got to take a much stronger stand on the marketing and the promotion and the health claims on all those products. It's absolutely doable to do that. You can even have warnings. A lot of countries have warnings, proper warnings, big black boxes. There's lots of things you can do that are not banning or demonizing, but they're actually informing the public at that point of sale and making sure that we don't have a corporate-driven system that's harming our health and the environment. I mean, it's so multifactorial, this, and I totally get it that it's difficult to make a change, but we've messed it up big time.
Thank you. And the gentleman behind.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dexter Smith. I'm leader of Slough Borough Council. Slough is next to Heathrow. It's in the prosperous southeast. But about 20% of our population live in the highest quartile of deprivation in the country. Our life expectancy in Slough is 10 years below our neighbouring boroughs, and we have a big obesity problem in Slough, and we have a very high birth rate, but also now we've got childhood obesity. Yeah. We desperately need help and investment from the Department of Health to tackle health education and so on. I'm aware in retail, a big factor for all retailers is upselling. So I was interested in what Elaine said about making smaller portions the default. Why can't, when you're asked for your menu choice, the default being the lean version, let's pick a name that really might appeal. Then you've got regular and large. And on the drivers of obesity, I quite get what you're saying about ultra-processed foods. It's the first time I've heard it, Dolly. But in America, they were talking for some time about processed saturated soya and so on. Is that also another factor?
Thank you very much. Let's take some of those all together. So, on the point about sort of big corporates and all this, Neil. Obviously, I'm sure in the work that you do in government, you are seeking to try and get a range of voices from the bigger people who are involved in this and also smaller businesses and what have you. Do you find there is a tension there in what they both want?
Look, we are trying to better understand what is going on in industry. I think we are trying to work more closely than we have in the past with industry, where there is a bit of an arm's length relationship, and there has been progress. It's no magic bullet, but there has been some quite significant progress through voluntary reformulation. Things like the amount of salt in bread absolutely slashed over recent years, and so there has been progress there. On some of the questions that have just been raised, absolutely about the kind of importance of the early years. That's why we have the Start for Life programme, £300 million programme that Dame Andrea Leadsom is spearheading, opening up family hubs in a range of relatively deprived areas, giving people advice not just on parenting but on early nutrition, breastfeeding, that kind of stuff. I think it's a really great programme. I think there is more we can do in the early years. We have this thing, the National Child Measurement Programme, where we're taking the BMI of all primary school children, and I think connecting that, at the moment that's left to the discretion of the local authority, as you know, as a LA leader, to what to do next with that information. I think I do want to try and improve the connection into proper action, as well as improving the communication around it again. I think some of the letters that are sent out to parents are a bit cold and don't actually encourage them to take action. I mean, the same is true of adults. Again, it's just finding touch points and moments where we're all conscious of what we need to do, but finding the moment where you can get people to move into action. So we have this thing, the NHS health check. Everyone over the age of 40 gets offered it. Only about 40% of people take it up. So we are trying to make that a lot easier to do. So we're bringing in the digital health check from next year. You're able to use your phone, get sent a cholesterol test in the post, get easy access to a blood pressure monitor through a pharmacist or going to your GP's waiting room or whatever. And we hope that will really spur the take-up of that. Those kind of touch points where we make it easy for people to take stock and to rethink what they're doing. So there is a lot. I think there is a lot more we can do on all that. And we are, just to reassure you on this point about health claims and so on, we are watching that with great interest. I mean, some of the things around kind of infant foods and so on that are just incredibly high in sugar, marketed as a cutesy kind of like fruit thing, but actually just like stuffed with sugar. It definitely is a concern. So we are looking at all that extremely closely. We keep all these things under very, very tight review.
Thank you. And then, Matt, can I bring you in on this point about upselling as well? Because I mean, you can definitely think about, the go large for extra 20% or what have you. And that's something on platforms and individual outlets to think about as well. Is that something that plays into where we want to get to on healthy eating?
I think there's a there's a sequence to it. As in, I want better information to ensure that what's branded as healthy is actually healthy, to then be able to enable various things. The government has introduced various measures, calorie counting being one. Let's keep in mind that is only required for restaurants that have more than 250 employees, which I think speaks to the fact that these SMBs just don't have the capability to understand some of this content, which is why we need to distill it, we need to clarify it, make it more accessible, make it more actionable, and help us then help them bring down the price and get that food out to people who want it.
Yeah.
May I just?
Yes, of course.
If I could just say something about food education, actually, because that's a really important point. Having said that the food environment is the driver, for young people in particular, building healthy habits early is really, really important. And we were massively disappointed to see that the investment promised of £5 million into food education has been pulled. And when we are working with teachers and schools, what we hear is they don't have time, they don't have the facilities, and the children can't afford the ingredients. In Scotland, ingredients for food education are provided and paid for. We know anecdotally that absentee rates from school go up at a time when we know that's a massive national concern, when food lessons are on the curriculum that day because people can't afford to engage. And that's an absolutely critical issue that we have to address for children and young people.
Okay, let's take a couple more questions. Let's go on this side of the room. We've got, let's do 1, 2, 3 in a diagonal line, starting at the gentleman at the far back there, and then we're going to go in a diagonal line down. Thank you.
Hi, Paul McGlinchey, British Liver Trust. I have a question primarily for the Minister. You were quoted in an IFG event last year saying we need to think extremely radically and really floor it on prevention. How did the government intend on translating that ambition into reality in the sphere of alcohol harm, and in particular looking upstream at the kind of commercial determinants of alcohol-related ill health?
Thank you very much. And then there's the gentleman, that's right, you there, sir. Yep, other way, there's the microphone, thank you.
Yeah, Jonathan Edwards, Conservative Party member. This is primarily for Elaine and for the Minister. What sort of top 5 things would you do in the coming months and years to ensure healthier eating, particularly amongst the young?
Thank you. I feel like every panel we've done, people want to have a top 3 or top 5 something to do, which is always a good challenge. And then finally, the lady here, please.
Hi, I'm Parita. I'm from Nesta. Totally agree with Elaine in terms of education isn't enough and we need to look at the environment. Thinking about that out-of-home sector, I've got a question which is kind of one to the Minister in terms of what are your plans in terms of legislation linked to the out-of-home sector? And then to Matt, I know you talked about the challenge of kind of defining healthy. At least we've kind of got calorie information there for the larger chains, but what are you doing kind of practically? What are some of the things that you're going to implement as a platform that has a really large leverage point across the entire sector to be able to really drive health now, kind of without waiting for the perfect answer on health to kind of come with time?
Thank you very much. So, Neil, you're going to take 2 of those, which is the question about alcohol and prevention, and also your top 5 or maybe 3, shall we say, things you'd like to do.
So I think it's important to try and use the opportunities that present themselves, and one of them in alcohol is the incredible growth of and incredible improvement of low and no alcohol products. Right? As a young man, they were genuinely not very good, and people didn't enjoy drinking them unless they were forced to. Now they are really good, and that's why a couple of days ago we launched a consultation on liberalising some of the definitions around low and no alcohol. That's a relatively small piece of deregulation, but it's to try and lean into and to have a conversation about those new products, because one of the challenges in the UK is you've got culture is everything, and our drinking culture is a beer culture. People go out and they have a lot of pints. We have a rounds culture with the unit of measurement is big, it's a pint, and a lot, particularly of men, but of other people too, they don't want to have a sort of lemonade while all their friends are having a beer. But if you can go out and on the tap find that you've got something that's no alcohol and it's pretty tasty, you can just mix that into your Friday or Saturday evening out and just get to where you want to be rather than overshoot into having a drunken mess. And that, what is sometimes described by younger people as kind of zebra drinking, is I think increasingly popular. I mean, young people are drinking a lot less, so there is a trend there more generally. But also, there's something we can lean into there that we launched just the other day. So I hope you will reply to the consultation, and you can see where we are thinking about going. In terms of three wider things, I'm afraid I'm only going to give you one, which is I do think, again, coming back to this point about kind of culture being everything. The main thing when you look at the international numbers on obesity, the main thing that jumps out at you is it's all about the kind of food culture, and you can see most countries in the world going in the wrong direction towards the introduction of a more high-fat, salt and sugar kind of Western American British kind of diet. And when you look at the places that have wonderfully long life expectancy, the so-called blue zones, they're the places that held out for longest against that and eat a simple diet of fresh stuff, which isn't high in fat and salt and sugar. And people often go to this point about home economics in school education. I think it is extremely important. We've got a lot more to do there. That it can't be only in schools. And I think the thing that is most missing is something that can, again, to this point about leaning into the opportunities. If I think about particularly younger generation of people, great interest in eating in a different way, veganism being the most obvious trend, but more generally quite a lot of scepticism about the kind of industrial trends that Dolly's been talking about. They don't want to eat rubbish, but trying to give people the techniques, the knowledge, the trend to understand how to eat more healthily, I think is a thing we have not fully cracked. So I think the thing I'm looking for and I'm in the market for is trying to find something we can build on to give people the knowledge about how to confidently cook something they actually enjoy eating out of fresh ingredients themselves. And I don't think we're there yet. In other fields in public health, your reference to what I said to the Institute for Government, we've been able to pick up things that have worked. So we're doing on smoking, say, there's a great scheme here where they started giving people voucher rewards, 400 quid to give up smoking in pregnancy. So we're now replicating that nationally because it was a big success. And there's a bunch of local authorities and housing associations that had done swap to stop, where they'd given people vapes to stop them smoking. And that was, again, a big success, and we were replicating it nationally. In the kind of food and healthy eating, learning to cook for yourself thing, there's bits and pieces out there. There's chefs in schools. There's various other schemes that I think the panellists will be more knowledgeable than I am about. But there isn't a sort of obvious thing that I can just say, right, let's take the Stockport model or whatever and replicate it everywhere. And so I am looking for that, and I don't know quite what it is. I mean, and Jenkin and various others are extremely keen on all this as well. So I don't know if the other panellists do know what we could do in that space.
Well, I'm going to ask everyone about the three things, but Matt, I just wanted to come to this point about the definition from our friend at Nesty here about whether it's worth just trying to do stuff now as opposed to getting to the perfect thing, and then your three things as well.
So, I mean, look, complex problems seldom have simple solutions. So, while we absolutely should be focused on doing what we can do now, we also need to be looking into how do we address the root cause and build for the future. In terms of now, as I said before, we're leaning in to grow that vegan category, conscious that is, for many people, a healthier option to choose. We're discounting fresh ingredients on Mondays. Again, a healthier option to get that into the hands of consumers. We've audited, we've enhanced the marketing content to promote traditionally healthier foods. And it's not to say you're still not going to see unhealthy foods promoted, but it's a more representative mix. At the same time, we got to be looking to the future, which is why we need to lean into the majority of restaurants out there, which are SMEs, and help them think about how to do this. Many people say, well, hey, why don't you just discount foods with low calories? What about the SMEs? What does that do to them that aren't actually needing to provide that content because they have less than 250 employees and they don't have the capabilities to do that? We can't have them be kind of relegated to the bottom of the feed. We need to build for that population, which is the importance of working with nutrition experts like the British Nutrition Foundation to help them reformulate.
Thank you. Now, Elaine and then Dolly, I want you to both do your three things before we go back out to a final round of questions.
I'm going to be really sorry, but I did get 5.
Right. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
The first thing is we have got legislation on foods that are high in fat, salt and sugar. So don't take the foot off the pedal on that is the first thing. We've seen that was pushed back a little bit. So, making sure that legislation is held true is really important. The second thing is around children, and it's not just schools and it's not just education, but it's things like the value of Healthy Start vouchers. And as we look at the school food standards, how do we help schools build with their community a culture of healthier food and drive that sort of interest in food that's so important? The third is about, we've talked a bit today about ultra-processed foods and investing in the research to understand the mechanisms that underpin that association between highly processed foods and ill health is really important. And we can debate the science, but we have to invest in research and evidence. The fourth is around the affordability of fresh foods. I'm delighted you're doing discounted fresh fruit on Mondays, but helping make fresh food affordable is really important. And finally, data. Companies will move and innovate when they are incentivized to reformulate and when they're held to account with data. So data that's available to them, to their shareholders and investors, and to government, and to organizations like campaigning charity organizations is really important.
Thank you. And Dolly?
I have so many to pick, but I would just re-emphasise the fact that in the UK, because we talked a lot about health education and information labelling, etc., and in the UK, just reiterating the level at which we are at 60 to 80% ultra-processed food consumption. So if you're thinking about reversing that and being more like a France, which sits in basically the opposite way of 20 to 40% ultra-processed food consumption, and the rest being whole, minimally processed food, real food that doesn't have strange ingredients in it, then that kind of system shift is just so enormous. So information alone just doesn't help, because if people have information and they still go out into the world and that's what dominates, then that is all that is the option around us. And I know that anyone attending conference knows how difficult it is to eat anything that's not quite rubbish. So part of that is using levers like levies, so like the SDIL, the Soft Drinks Industry Levy. There is a campaign at the moment, the Recipe for Change, which is calling for an expansion of that. And I know that there are certain industry bodies that are also supportive of an expansion to other products, and using that money, most crucially, is not just about the incentivizing businesses to change, but using that money to fund programs that provide access to nutritious food, and like the SME support that I was talking about, because you just do need funding for it. And Chefs in Schools, I'm so pleased Neil talked about it, because it's such a brilliant system, but everyone agrees that food in schools and food in hospitals, for example, and prisons and lots of public buildings should be great, and they're just not, and we're very far away from it. So that emphasis on procurement and how we can use that to obviously drive shorter supply chains as well. But again, it's very difficult unless we are reducing the massive domination of these sort of oligopolies that we have of big food and big supermarkets. And finally, around I probably was there are many, but I would say just I'm going to emphasise Elaine's point on stuff already being in legislation. It was the one thing, having done the review of all government policies, obesity policies over the last 30 years, and just the lack of implementation is so depressing, because we campaign for the same policies again and again. And the last 4 obesity strategies that the government, and this is a Conservative government alone, they've had 4 obesity strategies, all containing essentially the same policies, but such little implementation. And most recently, as Elaine alluded to, very key policies that have taken basically 10 years to campaign for have just been delayed for another 2 years. So just implement policies would be my main area. And on your example, I'm sure you've come across North Karelia project in Finland, but we were with Pekka Pushka. It's an amazing Finnish example, yes, in the 70s and 80s, where he reduced cardiovascular disease rates by 80%. Young men were literally dying of diet-related disease there, and he did it. And he just says, implement policies. And it's an amazingly simple thing, but when you realise how few policies are implemented, that emphasis is critical.
Thank you. I'm very sorry, but we've actually now run out of time and hit the end of it, thanks to the great variety of ideas that have all hit many different things. I think what we found from this panel today is that there is such a healthy debate about how exactly we get there. And I think, as Dolly and Elaine have both spoken to, many of this is based on stuff that we've done elsewhere and we've seen. I think as Neil is very engaged in this debate as well. And for Matt, on the on the platform's point of view as well, again, it's good to see that progress is being made. I think we can all agree on this. It's something we've all got to relentlessly keep pushing on. But I'd like to thank very much Dolly, Neil, Matt and Elaine for their time, and thank you all for coming, and I hope you've enjoyed the panel, and please give everyone a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Hello. Brilliant. Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm Alan Nixon here at Onward. I'm delighted to be introducing this fantastic panel that we've got for you today. We're going to be looking at the role of schools in both community, across the economy, and what they can do to really drive economic growth and improve our communities and much more than that. Because, of course, as we know, schools are far more than just teaching institutions, from learning your ABCs all the way through to quadratic equations and whatever else. They're vital to shaping our characters as human beings and becoming well-rounded individuals who go on to contribute to society. They provide vital services throughout our childhood, such as even nutritious meals, like health services, counselling, all this sort of thing. And also they're vital to driving social mobility. And with our social fabric program that we have at Onward, this is a key focus of ours here at Onward. So today we're going to be looking at what government can do to support schools to better fulfill these vital functions. What we'll do is I'll invite each of our panelists to speak for roughly 3 minutes, and then we'll open it out to questions. And just to introduce our panel, I'm delighted to introduce Rachel Wolfe, who is the founder of Public First. Also on my right is Hilary Spencer, who is the CEO of Ambition, an education charity, who are very kindly sponsoring us for this event today. On my left is Caroline Ansell MP, who's the MP for Eastbourne, and also on the Education Select Committee, and lots of other connections to education throughout her non-MP career. And then finally, on the end of the panel is David Skelton, who is founder of Artemon Strategy. Brilliant. So if I can just start off with Rachel, perhaps, to give some opening remarks, please.
Thank you. So I think the question is, how much should we think about education policy as part of our economic policy, and what do we do next, particularly with schools? So the first thing I would say is, which is fairly obvious, that of the different things that the government can talk about when it comes to the next election in terms of record, schools has to be pretty high up the list. Over the last 13 years, one of the areas where we have pretty unequivocal evidence of improvement is in children's ability in English and maths, as backed by the international school tables. And it's also one of the areas where we've seen consistent reform, which is not true of every area of government policy. So the government should talk about this, and it should be part of the record that they come to in the next election. I think, though, that we also have to recognise that there are some massive challenges at the moment, many of which are an aftermath of COVID. And to give the two most obvious to me, the first is that we have a real attendance crisis in schools, and that this could have pretty catastrophic effects for unemployment and the economic performance of particular areas and particular people. Because once you start being in a cycle where you're not going to school and you're not learning, it's very, very hard to get back. And we did a recent report which found that the sort of parental support for school attendance in many areas has completely collapsed in the aftermath of COVID. and that what seems to be a dramatic rise in mental health issues in young people. There were some stats last week suggesting that 25% of girls are in contact with the NHS for mental health issues now, which is something I would have found completely unimaginable when I first got involved in education policy 15 years ago. That combination means that we have huge numbers of people who are dropping out of the system, and they're often going to be in areas that were already struggling economically, which already had relatively low, what wonks call human capital educational standards, and where we most want to improve things. So I think that is an absolutely massive challenge that there is going to need to be much more policy work done and promised to improve. I think the second thing that has happened is hybrid work. And hybrid work has been brilliant for lots of sectors. I'm a supporter of hybrid work. And we did some research recently that suggested that it's actually had a really positive effect on, for example, women and particularly mothers who work in professional services. They're much more likely to work full-time now because they don't have to do the commute than they were before COVID. But I think that it's been one of the real contributors towards the recruitment crisis in teaching, because when you size the value of hybrid work to people, it's really quite a significant percentage of pay. And so for the public sector, which fundamentally relies on people to turn up and be there all day, it is another thing when teachers are already grappling with what happened with COVID and with this kind of attendance and mental health crisis. It's another thing that makes it a less attractive career. I think there are lots of things other than money that we can do to make teaching more attractive. And I think there are lots of things other than money and other than fines that we can do to support people to come into schools and stay there. But I also think we have to recognise that we are in this trap in education, just as we are in many other areas of the public sector, where we have low growth, no money, and lots of things that need money. And this is one of them. So if I were still working in government and if I were doing education, this would be the things that keep me up at night. But I guess if I now go to opportunity, on the other hand, I think that the areas where we have started to see really exciting work that I think was forgotten for a very, very long time is in helping children who are not at the top end of the academic scale. Not just T-levels, but I think the lifelong learning entitlement, which is a policy that allows people to train on pretty much everything they want through their life, which encourages people who are not doing A-levels and university to find highly effective training, is potentially game-changing for a lot of students. And if we can show a better economic pathway for people who attend school, it's more likely they'll go in the first place. And I am actually genuinely excited about the the baccalaureate. I don't know what the Prime Minister is going to announce on it, but I think the idea that we should make sure that people are broadly educated so that they have choices in later life is potentially very exciting. So I think there are a lot of challenges in schools right now. I think we need to be spending a lot more time working on them. But I also think we can be quite proud of our record on education as Conservatives, and I do think that there are opportunities for policies in the future. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. Hilary, can I turn to you next?
Great, thanks, Rachel. So, it is important to say there are loads of great teachers who are doing great work every day. We know that really good teaching makes a massive difference to children's outcomes, both academically, but also socially, emotionally, and long-term, and particularly for the most disadvantaged children. We know that great teachers and schools make a difference to our communities, as Rachel said, especially during the pandemic. I think that's threw up a set of challenges for everyone, but in many senses, schools really stepped up to the plate there, and some have described themselves as sort of the fourth emergency service. But also, really good teaching and school leadership contributes to our economy. So we've published a recent report with Frontier Economics, which showed potential returns to our economy of up to £10 billion for improved teaching. So there is clearly a really strong role for the quality of teaching and its contribution to our economy. But we do know that at the moment we've got a real retention problem. Teachers cite sort of burnout, stress, increasing pressure. You'll be familiar with much of this. Women aged 30 to 39 are the group who are leaving the teaching profession at the fastest rate. As Rachel said, COVID's exacerbated the gaps, more mental health issues reported by children, increased gaps in early years, actually. So school readiness, when children turn up to school, they are at very, very different stages. Now have always been, but it seems that has been exacerbated by COVID, and then more challenges with behaviour and attendance. We've also got a recruitment challenge at the moment, with fewer people seeing teaching as an attractive profession. There's quite a lot of reflection in the sector about what is driving that. As Rachel said, some of that I think is wider societal questions around things like flexibility and attractiveness of different professions or different professional paths, but we are at the moment seeing a sort of double whammy of challenges around retention and challenges around recruitment. So, what can be done? There are questions around salary, workload, conditions around schools. The government is taking steps to try and address these. I think there is something about moving those more and faster. There's lots of reliable evidence, I would say this, because this is what we do at Ambition around professional development. But one of the reasons we do this is because we believe it has a significant positive effect on retention, motivation, and skills development. And there's a lot of reliable evidence which says that if you have access to high-quality professional development, you are more likely to stay in teaching and to keep getting better. So we would argue for more of that. Some of it also, though, sits with schools and with trusts who can use more of the freedoms that they have to offer things like more flexibility or reduce some of the admin that they put on some of their teachers. So there are some great examples of schools and trusts doing some of this already. And again, I think for me, more of those would be really significant.
Fantastic, thank you. David, can I come to you next, please?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. This is a really, really important discussion and debate. Really appreciate the invitation to speak. I'd agree with Rachel that great progress has been made, but I still think the class gap is too wide, and that's something I'd like to touch on a little in the next few minutes. This is based partially in personal experience. I'm the son of a comprehensive school teacher from Gateshead, and actually the school I went to at the point was what Blair described as a bog standard comprehensive. 12% of people left with 5 or more A to C's at GCSE. That became an academy and then was one of the best performing schools in County Durham after academisation. So it's a good living example of that. And I do think it's important that education policy is essential to levelling up. It's essential to narrowing inequalities and strengthening communities, and it's essential to ensure we have economic growth, productivity growth, and shared prosperity. And also, when we talk about the UK being the next Silicon Valley and being a leader in artificial intelligence, we need people with the skills to be able to make the most of that. So it's really crucial for the future of the economy as well. And just to reiterate, I think what started with the Blair education reforms became the Gove education reforms have made a real difference. But there is still much more to do, particularly in terms of the gap between more privileged and less privileged pupils. I think too many working class young people are still let down by the system. We're probably familiar with the statistics, but they don't get any less shocking. And I often come back to the great Ian MacLeod quote, when he said it's no point telling people to stand on your own 2 feet when you've ripped the ground from beneath them. And I think still in too many schools in disadvantaged areas, the quality of education isn't what it is in better advantaged areas. So we all know the stats about that educational inequality in terms of vocabulary starting at 5 years old and getting wider as it goes to 16. So by the age of 16, the less privileged group are 20 months behind other children, according to the Educational Endowment Fund. And the particularly shocking stat around white working class boys in free school meals, only 24% getting 5 or more good GCSEs and 32% of white working class girls on free school meals. So I think that's an important challenge we need to set ourselves to tackle. And there was some interesting IFS research last year which showed as they did each income group, the higher up the income group you went, the greater the educational attainment. So it's not just free school meals, it's just there is a direct metric between parental wealth and levels of educational success. And we need to squeeze more out to ensure that our talented young people from whatever background are able to fulfill their potential. And obviously that continues into adulthood. So 70% of private school pupils become university graduates by the time they reach 26. That's compared to 20% of children from the poorest fifth of households. So it's a real disparity. And in terms of the quality of schooling, I think this class gap is illuminated by the Ofsted numbers. So 9% of schools in least deprived areas are inadequate or need improvement, and that's almost 40% in the most deprived areas. So these are areas where progress still needs to be made. So what to do? I think when we look at the next phase of education reform, the question that we need to ask is, will this reform narrow the gap between more privileged and less privileged young people? And will it improve the life chances of people from working class backgrounds? And will it help level up the economy? I would say I think that narrowing of the class gap in terms of Ofsted inspections and in terms of GCSE resource, I'd like to see some kind of target for that to be reduced within 5 or 10 years, because I think that still is a really stark divide. And the teacher recruitment issue is, as has been mentioned, really important, really crucial. And regarding the class gap, the question needs to be asked, how can we ensure the best teachers are teaching in those schools, in those areas that need the best teachers the most? So how can we give school leaders and trusts both the resources and the agility and the flexibility to recruit and retain the best teachers is a really important question to ask. And having those skills that remain relevant, the technology is moving so quickly. What is called the half-life of a skill, which is a skill becomes half as useful in a certain period of time, that's gone from 5 years to 3 years, only in the past few years of of technological advance. And the more technology advances, the more important it is for people to maintain their skills. So I think there's 2 points here. One, there is a role of schools at a community level to help with that lifelong learning and to help with that lifelong advancement. And two, it's making sure that schools are working with SMEs and businesses to ensure there is some kind of dual learning path and a vocational path which is genuinely on a par with academic education. And I totally agree with Rachel that T-levels, lifelong learning entitlement could be a real key to unlocking this issue, which obviously politicians of all parties have tackled for many years. And the final point would be that this really important community role that schools have. How can they boost their role in the community? I mentioned one in terms of lifelong learning provision, but also should we be looking potentially at smaller schools which have a more active role within their community and have more of a identity in the local community as well? So that's something interesting to consider. And with the emergence of digital, that lifelong learning is more important than ever, particularly with artificial intelligence, etc. So what I would say is huge progress has been made, and we should be very proud of that. But we cannot take our eye off the ball. A lot of those seats that voted Tory for the first time in 2019. We're expecting many things, including economic improvement, but also they wanted their kids to leave school with the sense of hope and a sense of a really high-quality education. And it's important we continue focusing on these areas over the next few years.
Brilliant, thanks, Dave. And finally, Caroline.
Thank you, Alan. Very pleased to be with you this afternoon. I do sit on the Education Select Committee, which I think reflects my commitment and my heart that education is absolutely fundamental to the future of our country. And prior to my time in Parliament, I was a teacher and head of department, head of year, deputy head, director of studies. I've done the sort of full gamut. I've taught in state schools, I've taught in private schools, I've taught children with special educational needs, I've taught Oxbridge candidates. So have quite a breadth of experience to bring to bear in terms of the discussion here, but also my work in Parliament, and did make a return to school when the then Secretary of State, Nadim Zahawi, put out that call to arms for teachers former teachers, retired teachers everywhere, to step back into school, to keep schools open. Because did we not see in COVID just how central schools were to community? When schools closed, it was like turning off the tap in all sorts of ways. How reliant people are on the school as a totally important part of the sort of social landscape. So that was a rare experience to do, to go back as the MP back to the classroom, and you can only imagine what some of the kids made of that. There'll be a book in that coming out soon. I've also served as a governor too, so very aware that I think we have some governors in the room. So schools clearly, the primary task has been around numeracy, literacy. To that, we've added quite a broad and deep curriculum. We've looked to schools to deliver also on preparedness for the world of work by dint of careers, advice and guidance, and creating all sorts of opportunities. And it's absolutely right that the school is that place of learning which goes beyond the curriculum. But I think, speaking for teachers everywhere, some of the expectation now on teachers, some of the pressures, I remember it really crystallised for me in a really shocking report that came out about the state of the children's teeth. So it was all around dentistry. And one of the solutions offered up, then, we could get teachers to supervise brushing sort of on arrival. And I do think sometimes schools we've looked to schools to be the answer to every question. And there's potentially a place for that, but are the resources there? Is the expertise there? I think to an earlier point made around the mental health of our students, particularly girls and girls moving into those sort of year 10, year 11 year groups. There is now that specialism in school around mental health. But too often we've looked to teachers or to school leaders to deliver on really important aspects of school life as something of an addition to their working week. So recruitment and retention is increasingly, or has always been, actually something of a challenge, because the role itself is towering. And yet the influence a teacher can have on an individual and on that then generation is inestimable. And almost any and every teacher who comes forward for training, because I've also been involved in the training of teachers, will talk about an inspirational teacher in their lives. And I would challenge everybody here present, there'll be somebody that your mind now pivots to, somebody at school who inspired you, somebody at school for whom you held them in high regard, and that's the prism through which then you see schools and you see learning. The challenges are deep and wide now, post-COVID. We were making really good progress around closing down the attainment gap. The truth around it is, in COVID, it's opened right up again. But again, if we come to schools in order to address that gap, we're missing a bigger picture, because in many cases, a significant number of cases, what is missing can be the home situation that children are coming from, whether they have the support there, and we saw that in COVID, whether they didn't or did have the IT capabilities, whether they had a parent who could sit alongside, whether they had a parent who could make the connections around work experience and the other things. So one of the things I've really seen bring a tremendous contribution to this whole landscape has been through the new holiday activity food programme. Because the truth of it is, during term time, kids in that same school will all have access and exposure to the same quality of teaching, the same learning opportunities. But in the holidays, which constitute months of every academic year, their experiences of life can be so very different, where some children will get the opportunity to travel and to hear foreign languages and to see different cultures and to experience a whole raft of stimulating and engagement things. Other children, it doesn't even begin to compare. Their parents might be under huge pressure financially, they're at work, and the children don't have the same stimulation, the same opportunities to engage. And that can be something quite significant in the September return and the issue around persistent absence, something I know the school commissioner or rather the Children's Commissioner, is really, really committed to. So it's not just what happens inside the school gates or during the school day that drives some of the inequalities we want to see closed down, because the truth of it is we need every single child everywhere, north, south, east and west, to realise their potential and to be everything they can be, and that needs to be our goal.
Brilliant, thank you. Lots to chew over there, not least the announcement of Caroline's forthcoming book.
Yes.
But
maybe the film, it's quite amazing.
We're going to open up into questions in just one moment, but I'm going to take the chair's prerogative just for a second, if I may. And can I just dig into a little bit more of this question around how we can drive economic growth and level up the economy, as David put it, through education policy. I'd love to dig into a little bit more into the specific interventions that perhaps government could do, what more reforms might be needed, and that sort of thing. Hilary, could I turn to you to answer that question?
Yeah, thanks very much. As I mentioned, we published a report last week with Frontier Economics, which looks at if you improved the quality of teaching by a sort of achievable amount across the system in England, we could make a significant contribution to the UK economy. And so I think our view is that a key, not the only, but a key lever is continuing to build on some of the reforms around improving teacher quality, and we believe that making professional development an entitlement for teachers in the system would make a massive contribution to that.
Brilliant. Rachel, anything to add on that?
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, a modern economy requires a highly educated population. So the question is, what would you do about that? So I'll add to yours rather than sort of disagreeing. When you look at the UK economy and skills, where do you see big gaps? I think you see very big gaps in technical and further education. We're relatively poor at that. I think you do see gaps in how many people in this country are trained in kind of mathematics and English to a relatively high level compared with most other comparator countries. I think you see increasing big gaps for people who are just not turning up to school at all, and they're definitely not getting educated, or are dropping out of school, and they're definitely not getting educated. And I think you see real gaps still, although we've made some progress, in the link between employment and employers and training. So I think the apprenticeship system is still smaller than we would like it to be, and that's definitely a comparative gap. I actually think schools, there is definitely more we can do and definitely more we should do, but the quality of school education is something that has improved over the last decade. There are many schools where we'd like it to improve further, and I think some of the things we've seen through, for example, the free school programme, where we've created many of the highest performing schools in the country, could be spread further. But yes, there are lots of areas where we do not have an education system that is producing people with the level of training that the economy ideally needs.
Caroline, can I come to you next on that?
Absolutely. I guess one of the things I would really champion is in terms of literacy and numeracy, particularly literacy. There has been some serious gains, and everyone here, I'm sure, will rally around the idea that that is fundamental to success at any stage and in any sort of sector. But I think one of the areas that schools have perhaps more struggled in is around work experience and careers guidance. And we've seen this through one of the inquiries, because if we want that sort of boost to economic activity, we want young people to know where their skills lie, where their talents lie, where their passions lie. We need to direct them to a really fulfilling way forward. And teachers aren't necessarily always the very best at, and it's that bolt-on again, it's that period 8 on a Thursday, in addition to whatever your primary role is. So that kind of more professionalisation of work experience and work guidance in schools, I think, is absolutely vital. But so too is work experience at that younger age. And one of the things I was speaking about before was because schools really struggle. I had to deliver the work experience programme, which gives our young people that first taste of where they want to find their way in the world. And it was really hard to bring in businesses because it's hard work. And we've provided them with all sorts of different sort of challenges and barriers to overcome by way of health and safety. And it doesn't always turn out to be the most rewarding experience possible. And one of the things that we've really seemingly lost from the sort of economic landscape is actually those young jobs. I mean, there's nothing like actually having your first job to really understand and be work ready, to experience those expectations and to, be part of the team and, to have those kind of and develop those skills. So one of the things I'd really love to see us do in a much more sort of meaningful way is open up those opportunities for young people coming forward, because they're just not there to be had. The numbers have crashed in terms of those sort of 16 to 18-year-olds in employment themselves, getting that first experience, getting that taste too. We want to teach them about the sort of financial literacy, but wow, nothing speaks to you, doesn't it, than a hard day's work and what you're paid, and how hard it is to pull that kind of money together, real time, real world experience. So I think certainly there is more work to be done there, but also more work to really promote the technical routes. And one of the best innovations in my hometown has been a new hub where we're looking to train the next generation of engineers and technicians around all the renewables. So it's really hands-on, very practical, full-time education, and something that is really, really important, particularly for those around 14, 15 who, they've been in full-time education for a long time, and actually they're ready to fly. They want to spread the wings. They don't want to be held in this very formal setting for all the years to come. So the earlier we can bring these opportunities to bear, the better, because then we're reaching a cohort who are currently not achieving within that formal setting, but given the smallest chance to move into more technical, more hands-on, more practical learning, they really fly.
Right, David, anything to add at the end there?
Yeah, strongly agree with that. I think an important point is how can we open up that technical and vocational route at an earlier stage? So when some young people are getting demotivated by a kind of traditional education, but really want to kind of get stuck into the workplace, how can we look at what happens in Germany, what happens in Northern Europe and Scandinavia, where they start that kind of dual learning route, they call it, at the age of 13 or 14, genuinely in partnership with local employers, big employers, small employers, medium employers, and the employers are involved in curriculum design, and they do have a genuine role within the workplace, as opposed to just doing a week or two's work experience. And in terms of economic input, in terms of growth potential, starting at that stage and really engaging young people at that stage is a really important route, and it's been really effective in Scandinavia and in Germany. The second point for me, obviously literacy and numeracy will always be important, but what I'd call digital literacy is going to be increasingly important, not just for young people, but also for teachers. How do you make sure that teachers have the digital skills necessary to be able to kind of teach an understanding of how digital and tech works? So that goes back to kind of teacher training. It goes back to the agility of curriculum. About 10 years ago, everyone was saying everybody had to learn to code, and now coding is being done by artificial intelligence. So it's kind of going to the digital literacy thing as opposed to having a rigid curriculum. It's very difficult to change. So I think that agility is really important. And the role within the community is going to become much more important. I think a lot of us who've been quite interested in education policy often go back to a Jim Callaghan speech, which he gave in 1976 when he just became Prime Minister. And he rather shocked people by having a go at educationalists. And the quote I really liked was, the goal of education is to equip children to the best of their ability for a lively, constructive place in society, and also to fit them to do a job of work, not one or the other, but both. And I think that quote rings even truer now, given the importance of both. That's those skills that are needed to play an active role in an increasingly complex labour market, and also the skills, those softer skills that the kind of private schools teach, to play a more active role in society as well. So I think that kind of role within a community is increasingly important too.
Brilliant, thank you, Dave. Right, we're going to open it out into the audience. Can I have some hands up, please? Yes, we're going to take two at a time, I think, so we've got quite a few. So I'll take the lady there and the lady at the front, please. Just wait 1 second.
Can I just pick up on the last point about soft skills? I worked a lot in the US, and my own life experience is single mum. My mum was an alcoholic. I went to local comprehensive school on school meals, and it was a horrible upbringing. Based on all of that, I shouldn't have got anywhere, but I ended up becoming a partner in PwC on the top of my profession. And the two things, an observation from the US and from my own life, was taking responsibility for my life and not being a victim, and pulling myself out of my own life experience. And what I see in the US is they teach life skills really early on and responsibility for their life. And I think we miss a huge trick not teaching children responsibility and life skills, and then they have their own ability to pull themselves out of whatever life situation they're in.
Brilliant, thank you. And lady at the front there, please, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the discussion. I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on the potential reform of the A-level system and the replacement of it with a new British baccalaureate, because it has received quite a lot of criticism, not least because the expansion of the content would potentially be at the expense of the depth, and this will result in the poorer preparedness of children for university. Just very curious to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. David, can I come to you on the soft skills point, first of all?
Yeah, that's a really inspiring life story as well. So thank you for sharing that. I think your point about responsibility is really crucial, and your point about something which I think is really important. It used to be people used to make excuses for schools in poorer areas to have bad results and have people coming out with kind of worse life chances. We shouldn't be in the business of making excuses for schools. We should be in the business of making sure that everyone leaves school with the best possible education, regardless of whether it's in a poor area or in a rich area. Particularly if it's in the poor area, you should be expected really high standards of education. So that importance of responsibility, both amongst teachers, teachers should not be making excuses, and the young people having responsibility at quite an early age. And I think if you talk about the soft skills that will come with working in a work environment, that's kind of teaching those skills at a relatively early age as well. So having those links with business will again be important in the soft skills route as well. But I think that point about responsibility is crucial, and I'm pleased you shared that.
That's it. And that same question, Caroline, anything to add on that?
Yeah, well, I think the soft skills question really highlights one of the issues for schools, and that is Ofsted. Because Ofsted follow the money, as it were. What Ofsted measure the school are going to dedicate their resources to, they're going to prioritise, and it's top line figures. It's around GCSE performance, it's around levels of literacy and numeracy. And so that is one of the issues, particularly for the maintained sector, in the constraints of a very short school day, in actual fact. So I'm a great fan of actually extending the school day, having taught in both systems, because the truth of it is I'm not even sure that the quality of the teaching is different across the two. And actually many private school heads really applaud the training and the skill level of teachers who've come over from the state school in terms of how rigorous they are around recording and reporting. You know, they're really, they're on it. But what private schools do so very well is the value added. It is those sort of softer skills, because it's lots of opportunities around the creative, it's lots of opportunities around performance, lots more opportunities around the sort of civic responsibilities. It's the wraparound and the value added, and where then you get a real uptick in soft skills, and no more so than in the area of something like public speaking, where private schools recognise that actually this is a really important skill for life. If you can address yourself to any number of different settings, formal, informal, large groups, small groups, they've really understood that, and it's an important part of what they do. So your point is really well made. But Ofsted and that single word judgment, good, whatever it might be, is often something that obviously school leadership teams will have very, very firmly in their mind. And when we're looking for them to do more, then we need an inspectorate, if you like, or a quality assurance, which recognises the much greater expectation that we have on the schools. And there are some comments around, well-rounded individuals and well-informed students and what have you. But the real currency around schools and what they're achieving is too often just around raw data and exam results.
Rachel, can I come to you next? I'm conscious that you have to leave a few
Yeah,
minutes early
absolutely.
as well.
So I'm generally considered one of the trad people in education. I really like knowledge and the EBAC, but this is going to allow me to crack out the two views I have that other trad people in education most hate. So the first is, there are two real oddities to the English education system. The first is that we start traditional school really early, much earlier than a lot of comparator countries. And it does seem to me rather strange that we simultaneously think that boys who've just turned 4 should sit in classrooms for relatively long periods, and that it is completely unimaginable that they should walk to school on their own the way that in Sweden or Germany 6-year-olds would happily be walking to school and be held to much greater standards of personal responsibility than I think we often hold our own children to. So I do think that we occasionally get the balance wrong, particularly with younger children, between encouraging them to be independent versus quite how early we do some aspects of formal learning. Because it's not obvious to me that actually we keep those efficiencies later. So that's my most controversial opinion. I can see Leonora frowning at me behind you. But on the other end is one of the ways in which we are unusual as the English education system is that we narrow so much at 16. So that's actually quite rare. Most countries you would be expected to do some combination of maths, humanity, or English, or the language you're in, until you're 18. And you are also probably more likely to do a slightly broader university education than we do in this country. And it seems to me striking that we simultaneously do very, very well now in international tests in core literacy and numeracy through most of compulsory school age. But once you get to 18, we do much worse. And I suspect part of the reason for that is because we let people drop things. So I do think that there is a good argument for a broader education until 18. I think there are debates about what that looks like. Is it Scottish Highers or something more like a IB or similar? And I also, to David's point, think it is not as plausible as it used to be to expect 13-year-olds or 15-year-olds to decide what they're going to do for the rest of their life. And what you're asking them to do is make effectively irrevocable decisions earlier than I think is reasonable. If you're going to be working till, God, we're probably going to be working till at least 70, if not 80 at the rate that retirement age is going up, then you ought to be able to have choices to change. And that requires a relatively broad education. So I am a fan of more personal responsibility earlier, and I am a fan of broader education later.
Hilary.
Great. I've got two aspects to this. One is the policy, and the other is the implementation of it. So I think you're right. We are sort of, when you compare us to other countries, we are quite an outlier in terms of sort of this pyramid of narrowing at sort of 14, narrowing at 16, and then narrowing at university. That doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. It's just, if you compare it to other international systems, we're relatively unusual. So it's worth trying to understand why it is that other countries have made or kept their systems broader, and also to think about what are the components that we think are really valuable there. So quite a lot of countries look at things like functional maths and functional literacy, and they do keep those things. They keep children kind of studying those until they're at a sort of particular level. Other countries would say get you to do like the equivalent of sort of 6 AS levels, so you get the sort of subject breadth in that way. Other countries look at whether, to your point about, is there a sacrificing of depth if you only go for breadth. Other countries have different combinations of doing those. So I think there is a case for us thinking about, is the system as we've got it currently designed exactly what we want going forward? Which brings me to the next point, which is around implementation. So trying to change what we currently do in schools is obviously perfectly possible. Systems change all the time. Teachers, schools change in all sorts of ways. But if what we think is that maths to 18 is a really good example of this, there are lots of potential merits to the policy, but at the moment we've got quite a significant shortage of maths teachers in the country, and we know that that plays out particularly for the most disadvantaged kids. So if we're going to make a change to the way we do post-16 education, then we do need to think about pace, capability, skills of our workforce, and how we do that in a way that it actually gets us a system that really delivers what we think we want it to.
Brilliant. Right, can I ask 2 more questions, please? Yes, gentleman there and the lady at the back, please. Sorry, would you like to go first? And then, would you pass the microphone to the gentleman there? Yeah, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
I thought the point that you brought up about Germany and Northern Europe and how they really evoke these kind of technical skills quite early was very interesting, but it's also my understanding that in those countries where that happens, it involves a good amount of parental involvement and a little bit of testing into those things. And to my mind, the problem with that is, it's all well and good when parents are super involved and when they care about these things, but what about parents that are less actively involved? How do you ensure that that is, the children who need the help the most are actually getting it?
Brilliant, thank you. And gentleman there, please.
You mentioned the statistics around underperforming schools in underperforming areas. We've got priority education investment areas, EIAs, PIEAs. Stoke-on-Trent is one of them. But since Nicky Morgan, there's been a lack of courage and the conviction to do something about the change. We have all academies by 2030. That seems to have disappeared. We had Nicky Morgan and the infamous Zedton. That's disappeared as well. We've got an election coming up in about, a year or whenever it is. We're going to be judging our record, and that record doesn't look too great for those kind of things. I include grammar expansions, whatever you may feel about that, faith schools, etc. It's a bit of a woeful tale. I'd like some comment on that.
Right. Not least because I know you need to go shortly, Rachel, but could I turn to you just in that last question, because I imagine you might have some views on that, and then...
Yeah, we've known each other for a while. Tom was one of the early free school people. So I have to confess, I agree with this. I think that in the last few years, partly as a consequence of the churn of ministers and prime ministers and priorities, that some of the energy around school reform has died somewhat, and there's been some inconsistency, just as there's been inconsistency in almost every other policy area, and I think that is a shame. I absolutely do think that. I don't think that should detract from overall, maybe because Nick Gibb is the only one who hasn't moved, there has been significant progress and some consistency in how we do schools and teaching and the curriculum and indeed academies. So I think there is a record to talk about. But I also, this is going to be a controversial point, I also think that if we'd been having this conversation in a fringe 10 years ago, it would have been packed because it was where all the reform energy was.
Absolutely.
And it's not today. And I think that's because we're not taking it as seriously.
Yeah. Hilary, can I come to you on the parental involvement point, please?
Yeah, thank you. So thanks for the question. You're right. So parental engagement and parental involvement, we know, has a really significant impact on a child's progress, whether that's sort of early years in terms of access to words is a really good and quite sort of measurable example. But there are a lot of other things which affect parental engagement. Some of those are to do with maternal education. That's a really big indicator. But also socioeconomic circumstances in which their child is being brought up have a massive impact on a child's outcomes. And I think it is important for us to be really realistic about that. One of the challenges, I think, of systems which depend on parental involvement as a really big driver is that if you've got a parent who is really engaged and really keen and wants to be involved and wants to support you, that is brilliant, and all of those advantages accrue to you. The problem is if you are a child who started without some of those advantages and then still cannot access them for a combination of sort of plausible reasons, that the inequality that's baked into that and then exacerbated by the level of support your parents are able to give you is then something we need to work out how we address. Because I don't think we want to be saying to parents, don't get involved, don't get engaged, because we do know that it has a massive impact. But the question really then is, for those children who, through no fault of their own, aren't getting that support or engagement, what can we put in place to support them and make sure that their life chances are continually sort of boosted and improved through what we're trying to offer through education?
Brilliant. David, did you have anything to add on that?
Yeah. The point about consistency of focus, I totally agree with you, and I agree with Rachel as well, that certainly in the 2010-2015 period, and maybe slightly beyond that, it was clear that education was a real priority, and fixing these inequalities was the real priority. You haven't always got that sense over the past few years. There's been chopping and changing. There hasn't been the prioritization. There hasn't been the focus. And I think all of those stats I talked about before, they're still pretty shocking for some poorer communities. So it still needs to be an area of focus if we were to fulfill our potential as a country. One other point I'd like to make, which I didn't make earlier, about parental involvement, and two, about the community, is the importance of sport and the importance of sports facilities within schools. I think it's pretty criminal that government after government, whether they're Labour or Tory, have sold off sports facilities, which are just a crucial part of a school's role in the community. And also, frankly, for many people, where they learn that responsibility you talked about was on the football pitch or on the cricket pitch. And when they're not there, those loss of sporting facilities, those loss of sporting teams, does have a knock-on impact into those softer skills as well, and other life skills. So I think we need to do something to reverse that horrendous declining sporting facilities over the past few decades.
Brilliant. Right, I think we have time for just one or two more questions. Yes, so we'll go lady at the front there and then gentleman on the end. We've got another mic on the go. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Hi, my question to the panel is sort of, where do we draw the dividing line between what responsibilities sit with a teacher and what responsibilities sit with a school? Because I think often we unfairly stack up the role of carer responsibilities, and you're providing breakfast and providing counselling unfairly onto teachers. What are some forms of supporting infrastructure that we can provide that are not directly provided by the teacher but rather by the school?
Brilliant. And gentleman on the end, please.
My question is about the issue of inequalities between school. Often you get good and outstanding teachers in good and outstanding schools, and not so good and outstanding teachers in not so good and outstanding schools. How do we make sure we level up a little bit on the education front?
Brilliant. Right, I'm going to unfairly characterise the first question as teachers versus schools, and then we've got inequalities between schools at the end there. Hilary, anything to mention on that?
Gosh, they're big last questions, aren't they, to try and address. To your question about what's the line between a teacher and the school, I think right now that is a really, really interesting question. We've seen reports, haven't we, of teachers feeling like they need to bring in breakfast for their kids. That is, I think, a clear example of where that's really, well, not even sure it's the school's responsibility if we're totally clear about that. So I think the part of the role of the school is to create the conditions where the people in it can thrive, whether that's the children or whether it's the staff in their school. So there is a clear responsibility, isn't there, for schools and school leaders to provide a framework within which teachers can spend as much of their time as possible doing really great teaching. That's what they came into the profession for, and that's what we need them to do. I think where the tension comes is so many teachers are so invested in wanting to support the kids who are in their care that sometimes those lines do get a bit blurred. And I think I don't have a clear answer for that. I think you're highlighting a good issue. I think there is a role for schools and school leaders in trying to think more about what the supporting conditions are for teachers so that they don't feel that they have to be mental health provision and providing breakfast and all of those other things, even though those are things that teachers feel they most need to do in some cases, and that's what they think they're doing to do right by the children they're looking after. That doesn't feel like a sustainable position for teachers to be in. So I think you're onto a good point there, and I don't think there is a straightforward answer.
Right, and about 30 seconds each, if I can ask. Caroline.
Well, I completely recognise, the sort of thrust of your question there. Teachers will recognise that children who are hungry or upset can't learn. which is why they will kind of come in with those kind of strategies. But we do have to be really careful about their role, which is why the work of pastoral teams in the school is so important. But the most impactful thing those pastoral leads can do to support those children is engage the parents and engage the family home, because actually you cannot compensate for what doesn't happen after 3:30 when the bell goes. So it's really important that schools have a part to play, but the most important thing they can do is really engage with family.
David. Yeah, just to answer that question, which I think is a really, really important question. And it goes back to Caroline's point about the importance of inspirational teachers and how inspirational teachers can genuinely turn around someone's life. And what we need is those really great inspirational teachers to be in those schools that are not performing at the moment. And frankly, that could be a financial issue. How do you incentivize the best teachers to move to schools which are not regarded as outstanding? Otherwise, you have a self-perpetuating cycle where the good schools get better and the schools towards the bottom kind of spiral. So it partially about finance, about how can the poorer schools pay teachers better to incentivize them to relocate? Is there other elements of relocation package to do that? And I think it really needs to be the focus. If the priority is how do you help those schools who are not performing and they're in the poorest areas, you really, really have to think about incentivizing the best teachers to go there and change people's lives. Because that is the key to unlocking so many of these questions.
Brilliant. I'm afraid that's all we've got time for today. 3 quick thank yous from me. Thank you to you, the audience, for all your brilliant questions and for participating in this discussion today. Thank you to our panellists for what I'm sure you'll all agree has been a great discussion. And finally, thank you to Ambition for partnering with us on this event today. Thank you, everyone. Cheers. Hector's at the front, is it?
No. Yeah. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Yeah, it's just got a little bit dark outside. Welcome to our sort of makeshift daytime TV studio. My name's Adam Hawksbee. I am Deputy Director at Onward, and I'm absolutely delighted this evening to be in conversation with Tom Tugendhat, Security Minister, leadership candidate, and person that's...
In the past,
of course, sorry, and someone who, Onward, we are enormously proud of the impact that we can have across government. We're very pleased when our policies get picked up. We are pleased when our staff get nicked as Downing Street advisors, but we are particularly pleased when people that were central to our foundation and our advisory board members go on to great things. And our original advisory board included amongst it Neil O'Brien, one of our founders, now Public Health Minister, Kemi Badenoch, Gillian Keegan, and of course Tom, who was there right at the beginning at Onward, making the case that the party needed and would benefit from new ideas and renewal. And it's something that Tom's been at the forefront of for the past few years in a variety of different roles. And Tom, I want to kick off the conversation with something that's a really core part of Onward's mission. One of our earliest papers was one called Generation Y. See what we did there? Where we were kind of asking, why is it that young people are moving away from the Conservative Party? Why is it that the average age at which someone is more likely to vote Conservative increases at many elections? And the insights from that, a more recent paper called Missing Millennials, has been trying to encourage the party to take more seriously the generational challenge it faces. And at our Future of Conservatism panel yesterday, you highlighted a poll which showed that 1% of 18 to 24-year-olds were intending to vote Conservative. What on earth do we do about a problem like that?
Well, look, I highlighted that, and thanks very much for having me this evening. By the way, it's not just government that steals off Onward. Onward stole off me. Alan Nixon, who's now at Onward, was one of mine, but there you go. The theft goes both ways. What I was highlighting there, and the reason I was highlighting it, is because I think this is a really big challenge. And it's not just a challenge because, of course, I want the Conservative Party to win, and therefore I want Conservative voters, but because I think Conservative ideas are fundamental to the future liberty and prosperity of this country, right? So if we're not getting Conservative voters, if we're not convincing people to vote Conservative, are we not embedding those ideas? Are we not expressing those ideas properly? That's the challenge. And when I see those polls, or when I saw that poll of 1%, what it really spoke to is the fact that our country is far too divided. Mm-hmm. We've effectively been divided by those who have a stake in society, whether that's a house or assets of some description, or those who don't. And what we're seeing in the 1% is we're seeing an expression of those who don't and don't think they ever will. Mm-hmm. Now that's a real problem, because it's very hard to belong to a society if nothing in it belongs to you. Yep. It's just really difficult. Yeah. If what you want, and as a Conservative we do want, if you want unity, if you want to come from my current portfolio, if you want national security, you need to have a stake in the nation. If you want community security, you need to have a stake in the community. And in order to have that stake, you need to have some long-term expectation of being part of it. And that's why, moving from generation rent to generation own is not some sort of neo-Thatcherite idea. It's fundamentally about making sure that you get long-term investment in every sense in communities. Investment in the sports club, in the theatre group, in the church, in the scout group. That you get the investment in a much more personal way in the family, in having kids. You don't get people, people don't want to have kids if they don't have stability at home. People don't want to have kids unless they have the strong impression that the place they're going to send their kids to school is going to be the place the kids are going to be able to stay at school for several years. Yeah. So you need to get beyond the transitory nature of generation rent into generation own, and that's where belonging matters, that's where unity matters, and that's where we need to be making that transformation. So, when I see the things that Michael Gove has done recently on house building, again, that's not some sort of Margaret Thatcher tribute act. That's a promise to future generations, or in fact current generations, that they too can have a stake in society. And just in case you're wondering, this isn't just about young people. This is about everybody. You know, I'm lucky enough to represent a fantastic community where there are many people who are slightly older. And every question about housing starts with, where are my kids going to live? I want my grandchildren to live near me. I want to see my grandchildren. I want to see my children.
Yep.
Now, they can't have that. They can't have their family near them unless we enable that generational equity, that actual investment for everybody.
Something we find in all of our polling as well, when we ask about net zero and why people might be enthusiastic about that transition, the number one example that comes up isn't because they want to save the planet or because they want to save money off their bills through renewables, it's because they want to leave a better world behind for future generations. That intergenerational impulse is something we see and is really strong. But what do we, you know, you mentioned house building as one of the things that we can do to tackle this as a material offer. One of the other things that comes up often is childcare, that we need better support for childcare. That was a good win, Onward supported win that we had kind of 6 months or so ago. But the risk with some of this stuff is often what it means is the state doing more, right? I supported the childcare policies, but they involved a massive increase in state subsidy of childcare. Some of the house building stuff involves big state intervention. How do we make sure that as we're trying to win over younger voters, the impulse isn't immediately towards the state? What are the respective roles of kind of state, family, community, markets?
So look, I think this is one of those areas where you've got to look at what the state can do, and you've got to look at what you're enabling. And here, I mean, one of the things I think about when I think about the state is actually, funnily enough, about one of my first challenges in this post. Many of you will remember when Her late Majesty the Queen died. There was this extraordinary outpouring of grief, and in many parts of the country people wanted to come together. Many people came together in London. I can tell you that was one of the biggest security operations this country has held. But security wasn't about closing down London. It was actually about opening it up, but opening up in a safe way. You can't have crowds of people coming together if there is a risk that somebody might do them harm. You simply can't allow it. So the way you enable large crowds to come together is you enable people to do it safely. So there was a huge security operation, much of it completely unnoticed, but there was an enormous security operation conducted by the state in which enabled people to come together. Now that's the way I think about the state in these factors. You're not thinking always about the state providing, but the state enabling. And this is where, you know, we just spoke about housing and we spoke about multi-generational living together, not necessarily in the same home, but certainly in the same area. What you're talking about there is the state valuing family, not defining family. None of the state's business what a family looks like. Your family may look very different from mine. It may have one or two parents. They may be, you know, biologically or adopted. They may be male or female. That's not my business.
Yep.
The state's business is to enable the environment that best helps individuals to succeed. And so enabling family, enabling multi-generational support, enabling the kind of childcare options or the kind of work options or the kind of housing options that enable people to succeed is fundamental to what the state is there for. The state shouldn't be thinking about providing. The challenge when the state does provide, and this is the socialist model, that the state should provide, is whenever the state provides, it has to. I mean, it just has to provide equally. And we're not the same. We're not the same. We want different things. We need different things. We need different levels of support. We need different levels of engagement. So what the state's job should be is to enable us to be valued as individuals and to be able to succeed in our own communities and our own families so that the country succeeds as a whole.
Is that a view that is, in your opinion, shared by young people, right? And we're using a kind of broad, so let's say millennials, right? So let's say kind of 18 to 40-year-olds-ish. There is an argument that says that this generation that is coming through has fundamentally different values and attitudes, right? So they are more likely to favour equality over liberty, for example, right? These are broad terms. But therefore they are going to be more open to arguments that are made by the Labour Party or others and less inclined towards conservatism. Is that the sort of argument that you find persuasive, or actually do you think we're missing something?
No, I don't buy that. And I don't buy that. Like many MPs, I speak at a lot of schools every year, and I meet a lot of young people who are talking about their futures. Now, broadly speaking, because they're at schools, it's more 16 to 18-year-olds than 18 to 24, but I'm not sure attitudes changed that radically. And I speak to quite a lot of student groups as well. And one of the things that really strikes me that's different from my generation, in my generation everybody wanted to, well, most people wanted to join large organizations. They wanted to join the civil service, they wanted to join the investment banks, they wanted to join, the graduate training scheme at Mars or whatever it happens to be, right? They wanted to join large organizations. You speak to people today, many, many more want to start their own business. They want to start an app, they want to start, a not-for-profit, they want to do things that they have got real agency in, real control over, that really enable them to express themselves. What they're looking for is equality of opportunity. And they're right, because equality of opportunity is, I think, what actually equality should mean. Because if you end up looking for equality of outcome, I can tell you what that means. That means a race to the bottom. It always does. And Margaret Thatcher spoke about it, and many other people, even funnily enough, Tony Blair has spoken about it. You need to have the opportunities to succeed, but you can only have the opportunity to succeed if you can also fail.
Yeah.
And that's where we, as a society, need to get better at valuing the lessons from failure as well as the lessons from success. And that's a challenge. But if we really do mean to talk about equality, we need to be talking about equality of opportunity. Otherwise, we're not talking about equality. What we're actually talking about is constraint.
And how does tax play into that when it comes to young people? Because, a graduate now on an average salary faces a marginal tax rate of about 55%. When you add in things like student loan repayment and whatnot, it is mad when you kind of look at the graphs at the incentives that they face as they're earning. And that seems to be where a huge amount of the tax burden currently falls, but it's not where a lot of the discussion is when we talk about reducing the tax burden on different groups. Does that have to be a big part of the offer to young people alongside some of the other things you've described?
Well, you see, I'm sure everybody's seen those tax threshold charts.
Yeah.
They look like
we're Onward. We love those things.
Yeah, exactly. I know you do. You're a geek. But these are tax camels. There's a double bump.
Yep.
And the first bump comes when you're in your 30s. You've got kids and you're still paying your student loan, and your marginal tax rate can go as high as 70-odd%. Yep. And there's a second bump where people are earning just over 100K, and there's another marginal hit at, I think it's about 65% at that point. Now, that's not healthy, and we all know it's not healthy, and we need to actually be looking at ways of smoothing that. Now, that's not just about a tax giveaway. That's not what it's about. What it's about is about incentivizing people to take risk and to take the promotions. One of the best companies I've seen operating in this space is Greggs. Mm-hmm. Now, one of the things that they do that I think is absolutely phenomenal is not just that they have employee ownership schemes where you get a share of the profit. Quite a lot of companies do that. Yes, it's important, but it's not the only thing. One of the things that Greggs does is it will offer promotions taking the risk itself. Because for a lot of people, accepting a promotion, if you need to care for somebody in your family, or if you need to have restricted hours for one reason or another, you may not want to take a promotion because you're risking losing fixed hours for a promotion that may not work. Mm-hmm. And what Greggs does, what they have done, is they have given promotions accepting that it may not work. And if it doesn't work, you can go back to what you had before. Now that's a difficult thing to manage, because that means you've got different people at different levels in the company, and you're playing with your employee matrix in a different way. But it's an incredibly important way of making sure that people who you think can succeed take the risk and demonstrate their own success. And the same is true for tax. If what you're using tax to do is simply to, in the old expression, to pluck the goose with the minimum amount of squawking, then you end up with these oddities. If what you're trying to do with tax is to enable people to take risk and to promote their own interests and to profit in a way that actually benefits the whole of society, then you're looking at a different chart.
Let's talk about the economy more broadly, because I guess you have, so when I've seen you before, sometimes you've been very clear that one of the best things that you can do for a business sometimes is step out of the way, right? Allow entrepreneurship to flourish. And I think that's a really interesting thing about kind of your politics, that sometimes you're identified as being a bit more on the One Nation wing of the party, but actually economically, to be crude about it, you're quite dry, right? Someone that is keen on quite a small state and for businesses to have the space to grow, to experiment, to innovate, to fail. How has your experience as Security Minister shaped your thinking about the economy? Has it made you more open to or persuaded of the need for a bit of state intervention to increase the resilience of the economy? How has it, if at all, shifted how you think about the economy and growth?
I think the most important thing that I've learnt in this job is the need for resilience. Mm-hmm. Right? If you have a single point of failure, that single point will fail. You can't run an effective economy where if one thing goes wrong, the whole thing collapses. You need to have distributed systems. You need to have different ideas. You need to have different people trying different things to find out which one will succeed. And so actually, forgive me, but it reinforces my point that the government can't pick winners, that it's not up to the government to make sure things succeed. It is, however, up to the government to make sure that there is a platform off which people can take risk. Mm-hmm. Right? So the job of the government is not to go to some of the many startups that are here in Manchester and say, you're going to win, here's the money, you're going to lose, forget it, we're going to ignore you. But to create a platform on which those who have the ideas, the energy, the aspiration, and frankly the drive are able to succeed. And those who, for one reason or another, fail, are able to look again at the lessons they've learned and start again. Mm-hmm. Because it's only if you get that start again, only if you get that re-injection of energy, that you draw the lessons from before and you see the ability to succeed. Look, if you look at the startup sector around the world, most importantly in the United States, of course, you see many, many firms that have been started by failure. Mm-hmm. By which I mean, whoever started it, whether it was an individual or a group of individuals, the first thing they did failed. It may have failed for very good reasons. It may have failed because somebody forgot something. Whatever it was, many of them fail. And it's only on drawing on those lessons that they've then succeeded. But what the government has had to do, the reason the government matters, is not because the government has stepped in to say, I support this or I oppose that, but because the government has created a platform that enables that. Now that's why EIS and SEIS investment schemes are so important, because they recognize that failure is a part of success. Mm. What we need to be doing is looking at how our entire economy needs to build together for that resilience. Because I tell you, as Security Minister, one of the things that concerns me most greatly is not that we can't rely on others. We can and we must. But we need to be careful who we're relying on and by how much. Yep. And if you want to see the most clear lesson on this, it's PPE. Right? Everybody remembers in COVID that there were many, many different companies who were selling face masks and protective equipment and whatever it was. All around the world, there were all these companies, and we thought we had a distributed system where hundreds of companies were making this stuff. Well, it turned out it wasn't. There was actually only a handful of companies in China who were making it. They just had many, many distribution channels, and we didn't know. Yep. So building up resilience is absolutely crucial, and that's where thinking about who makes what where, who our partners are, who's reliable, is absolutely essential to our security. Not what the government does, but what the private enterprise does.
And I want to come back to that question of China and reliance as well in terms of your broader role on security. Yeah. But let me just quickly say, one of the reasons that our economy sometimes lacks resilience is because of our skills and talent pipeline, right? That what we struggle to do, businesses can't recruit, we can't grow in key industries, we struggle in some sectors or in some particular technologies where we might need to suddenly massively expand production or build onshore, whatever else it might be. You wrote a foreword to a paper that we did a couple of years ago on apprenticeships as being one of the really key ways that you could do that. And the fact that the apprenticeship system now didn't necessarily do what we wanted it to do. It was more about middle-aged current employees that were looking to do management qualifications than young people getting technical skills. To what degree have we cracked that? Have we made progress on the skills pipeline? And what more work is there to do?
So first of all, look, the very fact that our education secretary is an apprentice is a fantastic demonstration that this government takes that seriously. The left talks about it, the right does it. And it's absolutely clear that when Rishi chose Gillian to be Education Secretary, he was making a very clear statement that apprenticeships matter to him and matter to this government. He's absolutely right. Because this is not just about parity in the sense that we say an apprenticeship is equivalent to a degree. People need to feel it. People need to feel it in their bones. Now in Germany, for example, if you are a highly qualified apprentice, you're known as a master. That's a parity of respect, parity of esteem. Here in the UK, too often, we have seen universities used as a social signifier rather than a real qualifier. And this is where, we need to be looking at apprenticeships for what they really are, which is a delivery mechanism for highly skilled individuals. Now, we used to have this in the UK. When solicitors were studying, they were called articled clerks. When doctors were studying, they went to med school, not to university. These were forms of apprenticeship. We didn't call it that, but they were forms of apprenticeship, as in, hands-on studying under experts. We can get that parity of esteem. We've had it before. And what it does is it really deepens the resilience of our skills base, because it makes sure that we have that level of expertise throughout the entire system, and that's hugely important for us all.
And before we move on to the kind of China and more formal element of your security brief, one of the things that businesses need in terms of that enabling environment is a degree of certainty and consistency. And a couple of weeks ago, we saw a week or so ago, the speech by the Prime Minister about net zero. And regardless of the kind of merits of the individual policy announcements there, one of the challenges that was levelled at the Prime Minister about that announcement was that what it damaged was certainty for investors, that there was kind of chopping and changing was difficult. Do you think that's a fair criticism? And if so, what do we need to do about it now?
So look, I mean, I have to say, I think it's a fair criticism of every democracy. And the problem with democracies is we have to respond to people. If you want certainty, the Chinese state will give you certainty. If you want certainty, Putin will give you some form of certainty, though it may involve a window that you weren't expecting to see open. If you live in a democracy as we do, you have to deal with the society as it is and the pressures as they are. And I think what the Prime Minister is doing is he's looking at what's deliverable and making sure that he can, quite rightly, achieve the end. What the Prime Minister hasn't changed is he hasn't changed the number of vehicles that need to be qualified, as it were, by 2030. What he hasn't changed is the 2050 goals. What he hasn't changed is the absolute commitment to achieving net zero, not just because actually it matters. As we all know, the UK's emissions are now probably below 1% of the global output, but because it enables UK business to invest with certainty, knowing that we're going to achieve those green targets that will mean that so long as various of us do our job on cybersecurity, the Chinese aren't going to nick it off us, right? And that is enormously important. And what the Prime Minister is doing, I think, is making sure that those promises are deliverable, not just empty targets.
So let's talk about China then. I mean, when you were a backbencher and chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, you were very vocal about the risks from China, kind of well defined and in a nuanced way, but broadly sounding an alarm that potentially we were not taking seriously enough some of the threats that came from the Chinese state. Now, in Security Minister, obviously you have a range of responsibilities relating to managing that threat or things that emerge from it. What do you think are some of the underappreciated elements of our relationship, of our struggle with China, that might not get properly covered in policy discussion or in the media? What things do people need to understand that you've seen at the coalface?
I mean, look, one of the things about reading the papers that I now can't tell you about, but reading the papers that I read every day is I keep looking at them going, I kind of knew that, but it's worse than I thought it was. And time and again, I keep thinking, exactly, something comes out. And the challenge is that it's very difficult to get people to fully appreciate quite what's going on, because people quite reasonably say to themselves, look, who am I? Why would I be a target? Why would anybody be interested in sort of little old me, if you see what I mean? Well, it's, in intelligence terms, you're always looking for a needle in a haystack. But if you're looking for a needle in a haystack, first of all, you need a haystack. And what many intelligence services are doing is they are building the haystack of information in order to extrapolate future outcomes from it. So what China is looking to do is they are looking to build that level of knowledge into our system, whether it's our economic system, whether it's our financial system, sometimes our political system, to find the points of pressure, the points of leverage, and then to find ways in. There was one of our colleagues in Parliament recently who very decently explained a phishing attack that had happened to him. An academic had sent a paper to one of his researchers who had forwarded it on to him. The academic, quite reasonably, didn't think of himself as much of a target. Mm-hmm. He probably wasn't. But through the researcher, got to a colleague, took over his entire computer, and has since made hay with it. Mm. That's what I mean by a whole of society response, and that's what I mean by, in some ways, it's worse than you think. It's also better than you think. Actually, the capabilities that our intelligence services have are phenomenal. Mm-hmm. We've got some extraordinarily dedicated individuals who are delivering some fantastic protective systems to the United Kingdom and, by the way, to our friends and allies as well. You know, we talk about global Britain. I think one of the most important ways in which we really are global Britain is the way that our intelligence services are protecting not just ourselves, not just the Five Eyes, but actually many other friends and partners as well. And that's an enormously important part. But you know, I'm afraid when I look at what China's doing, one of the things that always comes back to me is why Britain is different, why it is so important to the UK. And I think it's worth focusing on that. You know, we built over 200-300 years, yes, building on the Dutch efforts, building on European partnerships, building on the US and all the rest of it. We built an international system that, broadly speaking, works in English. I don't just mean the language, but it works off concepts of law that we have embedded, concepts of property law, concepts of accounting, concepts of administration that we built into it. China is the first power to truly challenge that. Mm-hmm. So it is a fundamental challenge to the UK's ability to operate in the world, in a way more so than other countries. Other countries are much more internally focused. European countries are much more focused on Europe. The United States has got a much bigger domestic economy. Mm. The UK is not just global by design, but it is actually the arterial network of the global system. And so when there is a challenge to it, a rerouting, a rewiring, it is much more of a fundamental threat to our economy, whether that's the insurance market, the finance market, the accountancy, the services, whatever it happens to be, than it is to many others. That's why it matters so much to Britain, and that's why our response has to be so much more resilient.
And what does that rewiring look like in terms of how we do security? Because I mean, for people that are unfamiliar, and I probably broadly include myself in this, you sort of think of our apparatus of intelligence being, I don't know, a chap with a newspaper with two eye holes cut through, right? Like, what are the mechanisms that we have historically been using that might have been inherited from a Cold War era that might no longer be relevant? And what capabilities do we need to develop?
Well, you've got an iPad, right? You know it's got a camera on the other end. That's the upgrade on the
oh, that's it, okay.
Yeah, that's what it's for. Uh-huh. Didn't you? No. Look, our security has changed remarkably, actually, and when you look at the way we're reforming our intelligence services, forgive me, but there's a lot I can't tell you about, but there's an awful lot of work that's going in there, and in fact some of it's building off some of the things I was talking about before. Some of it's building off apprenticeship, some of it's building off startup cultures, some of it's building off a resilient economy. There's an enormous amount going in there, which is actually transforming not just the intelligence world, but actually the environment around it. Look, if it's not raining and you decide to walk around Manchester, I mean, for both hours in the year when it doesn't, then you'll find that every place you're going to around here, there will be a small business, a small startup that is doing something creative and imaginative. You'll find the same in Newcastle, in Bristol, and London, and many other parts of the United Kingdom. And we are getting so much better at bringing them in different ways and in reaching out to them. So the National Cybersecurity Centre, which helps them protect themselves, and the NPSA, the National Protective Service Agency, is doing enormous amounts of work at helping them defend themselves. But it's also drawing on them and drawing on the knowledge that they develop and the imagination they've got. And that's hugely important. There's another area, I think, of reform that's really important. I mean, if you imagine your James Bond of the 1950s, if you like, as a white man from a public school background, where if you were gay, you know, you at very least it was illegal and you were very often punished. If you saw our intelligence services today, there is no way you could walk into one of our offices and say, oh yeah, you look like, you know, a spy off Central Casting.
Yeah.
They don't. Our intelligence services reflect our society in the most complete way possible. And I really mean that. I mean, the number of briefings I get from people who come from every ethnicity, every sexuality, every gender, every single spectrum of society is enormously empowering. And it's not just empowering because it means you can blend in a certain bar or mix in a certain community. It's empowering because what they're giving through their different cultures, their different perspectives on the world. They're helping to address the challenges that we face as a community and to bring a different perspective. I mean, I've had the great good fortune in the last year of being in rooms where it's my job to challenge, to ask what are we really doing about this threat, about that threat? What are we really doing? Have we got the resources? Have we got the approach right? Are we thinking about this in the right way? And to have people of different ages, different ethnicities, different genders, coming back with answers to questions I hadn't even thought of, in ways I hadn't even begun to think of. Because what they're doing is they're looking through their own eyes, not through, as it were, the establishment eyes, as it were, that you'd think of from the 1950s. And that is hugely empowering. Now that reform really matters. But there is a next level of reform we need to get to, because actually one of the things that our intelligence services have quite rightly been focused on is, of course, the collection of secret intelligence. I mean, that kind of goes with clues in the name, right? They are looking to find government secrets, steal them, and share them with our government to make sure we're better informed, better prepared. The reality is the world has changed in the last 20 years. So much of the world is now public. Now, it may not be public in the way that it's sort of, splashed across the front page of the Times, but the telephone directory is public. The employment records of many companies are public. The way in which governments are thinking about things, data sets are public. So much of the world is public that actually a lot of intelligence today is not about collecting secrets, but collating open intelligence, open information to understand secrets. Now that's different, and that's why, and you'll have seen at the back of the integrated review, this government committed to setting up an open source intelligence unit. Because actually we would be the first Five Eyes country to do it, first of all, but that's where recognizing that what we've seen in Bellingcat, for example, on exposing what's happened, understanding what's happened in Russia by looking at Facebook, by studying, people's photos on Instagram or on Telegram channels, you can understand a hell of a lot. And what we need to be doing is looking at those open source elements and understanding better what's going on. That's exactly where we're looking at reform.
Interesting. Okay, I've got loads more questions, but I'm conscious that I've been hogging the discussion and I want to open it up to the floor. I'll take a couple of questions at a time and then let Tom riff on them. Let's go with the question at the back there, one at the front here, and then if there is one more, I will take that one. Yes, one just at the front here too. So yes, just at the back, if you say your name and the organization that you're from, that'd be great.
My name is Elizabeth, and I am from Board Intelligence, which is kind of working on cybersecurity.
So can you hold it? My hearing's really bad.
Sorry, no worries. My name is Elizabeth. Thank you for being here tonight. I was really struck by what you were talking about with China earlier, and my particular question is around Chinese infiltration into the education system, in particular in higher education, and I'm wondering kind of what your thoughts are on that.
Fantastic. Okay, let's take the question from the front here.
Thank you. Kat Sommer, NCC Group. I'm very heartened to see you talk about cyber and whole of society approach. Got a niche question. What are your thoughts on next steps for Computer Misuse Act reform?
Interesting question.
Computer, here we go. We're in the on conversation with now. Computer Misuse Act Reform. Yep.
Hi. Good evening, both. Thank you so much for the session. Really informative. My name is Dan Laws. Here on behalf of My Life, My Say, we're coordinating the National Youth Voter Registration campaign in the lead up to the next general election. So I was really interested to hear that. I'm leading that this year for 2024. One of the things we didn't discuss in depth was Brexit. It's hard to ignore it that 70% of 18 to 24-year-olds wanted to remain. Just wondering what your advice would be to the Tory party going in messaging regarding trust. I would really appreciate your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Excellent question. Okay, so broad range there. China in education, the Computer Misuse Act, youth voter registration, and Brexit.
So China in education. Look, this is something that does come up quite a lot. And it comes up in different ways. Sometimes it's connected to the Confucius Institutes, which are platforms, sometimes for influence operations within our university sector, trying to silence debate amongst often students from China, overseas students from China, but also having a knock-on effect on UK students because they effectively create a culture of silence that our universities find hard to challenge. The second area that comes up quite a lot, I'm afraid, is through research collaboration that ends up seeing ideas either stolen or simply bought and taken overseas. Now, these are both areas that we have very serious concerns over. And certainly on the Confucius Institutes, I have, I think, been on the record for a number of years with my thoughts on this, and they haven't changed, I'm afraid. Because the reality is that you and I both know the Chinese state would not allow pro-democracy groups to be teaching English in Chinese universities. It is sometimes slightly extraordinary that the CCP has such access to our students. But perhaps more concerning is when you look at the amazing academic institutions that we have in the UK, which are genuinely world-class. As you know, 3 of the top 10 universities are British, and we have some of the best research going on here in the UK that is then generating ideas. And then you look at who's funding or how they're being funded, or you look at who is studying in some of these sites, and you see that there are areas where, frankly, a few more questions wouldn't go amiss. Now that's where I'm working with George Freeman, who's our universities minister, to see what we can do together. Now, just for the record, there are some fantastic universities and fantastic vice-chancellors who are looking at this and understand the risk and understand the challenge, and they really are looking at it in a very serious way. Others have a different perspective. But this is an area where we really are focused on making sure we're getting the right answers for British universities across the whole of the United Kingdom and making sure that that investment in ideas here in the UK actually delivers for the UK. Now, I love a geeky question, so forgive me as I go into the Computer Misuse Act. Look, let's not forget, it was written before there was the internet, right? So it is not exactly designed for today. And it's written in such a way that any infiltration on a computer is by definition an offence, which is odd because it's impossible to have software today that does not automatically feed into an item, an electronic item. It's also designed for a computer that is a standalone device. It's not designed for a computer that is a watch or a Fitbit or whatever it might be. I don't know what Apple's going to come up with next, but it's not designed for that. So there's a hell of a lot of rethinking to be done, and the government at the moment is listening, because it wouldn't be right to try and do this without actually having full engagement with many other sectors that have got opinions and ideas on this, particularly not the tech sector, which is, after all, the bit that needs to be regulated in order to protect individuals, but at the same time enable the successes that we've seen in recent years. So I think that is a huge challenge, but you're absolutely right that is, I'm afraid, slightly out of date. And your point towards Brexit, look, you know how, I mean, it's on the record how I voted, and it's on the record how my views on this. But I can tell you one thing for simple, which is you've got to look to the future, not the past. The relationship we've got to have with our European partners has got to be productive and aspirational and future focused. You know, we can look at the past, and depending on how you count, the last 3,000 years, 5,000 years, I don't know how you want to count it, but let's say 3,000 years, you can look at European history, and there are periods where we've been to war with each other, there are periods where we've married each other, periods where we've invaded, periods where we've traded. You know, this has ebbed and flowed, right? It is unquestionably the case that with or without Brexit, our relationship with our European partners has almost never been better. The level of engagement, the proximity of relationships, not just because my wife is French, but the proximity of relationships has never been closer. You see young people coming and going, studying in different places. You see, and tech-enabled now, you see the most extraordinary businesses where, enabled by fintech based here in the UK or sometimes coming out of Estonia or other places, means that you have companies that exist nowhere but online, where people are being paid through apps that work out tax, that work out exchange rates, that work out share ownerships, all automatically. And so you have a Europe that exists in many ways, whatever agreements we have. Now, does that mean that we should stop our aspirations with the Windsor Accord? No, absolutely not. And Rishi certainly wouldn't suggest that either. You know, what we need to be looking at is a Europe that works for all of us. And in some ways that will be youth exchange schemes. Canada has a youth exchange scheme with Sweden, for example. Doesn't have one with Romania. That's their choice. We have a defence agreement with France that we don't have with Germany. That's our choice. We have intelligence sharing agreements with, well, I won't go into them, but with different European partners and not with all. That's our choice. And we need to be better at looking at how that bilateral works at different ways to improve the opportunity and the outcome for all of us. So you can, if you like, you can repeat the psychodrama of the last 6 years and talk about having another referendum and another vote and another whatever. Or you can look to the future and you can look at the bits of the European economy, the bits of European society that you want to work with and find ways of making it work. And I think that's where we need to focus, and as Conservatives, where we need to be looking for partners and friends. And I think we can do that.
Can I push you a little bit on that Brexit?
Yeah.
So we did a report, Missing Millennials, a little while ago, and didn't give a huge amount of priority to Brexit and explanation of why millennials weren't voting for the Conservatives, partly because it didn't come up in the polling. What did come up was a feeling that the Conservative Party were dishonest, right? There was something about them not being clear and candid. And I think you're absolutely right, adopting a sort of rejoin type narrative would be a disaster. But some of the arguments against us were, if the Conservative Party were more honest about some of the negative impacts of Brexit, particularly in the last few years, the disruption that it's caused, and the fact that very few of the material benefits that were meant to come from it have materialised, or certainly have materialised for young people. And so they would argue that just a bit of candour about that would be useful in persuading those voters. Did you find that argument persuasive?
So look, I'm not going to lie to you that there haven't been challenges from Brexit. Of course there have been challenges. You're in a treaty agreement for 40 odd years and then you get out of that treaty agreement. Guess what? There are challenges. Yeah, sure, there are. You know, our membership of the European Union lasted roughly the same time as the Hohenzollern Empire in Germany. You know, Imperial Germany was about 47 years total. You know, these things cause frictions, right? When you join or you leave organisations, there are frictions. That's true. But I think the way that we're approaching it, you know, will result in different ways of approach. You know, different benefits too. And if we engage with our European friends in a positive way, then we can certainly have the opportunities, or different, sure, but opportunities from our European partnership. But we can also have benefits from other things. So one of the things I'm, you know, genuinely really pleased about is you look at what Kemi and Rishi have achieved by signing the CPTPP. Mm-hmm. Now, the comprehensive and progressive, because we're all Canadians now, Trans-Pacific Partnership is enormously important because that is a massively growing part of the world. And you know, you've heard me talking about China, you've heard me talking about China's attempts to reshape the world. Our engagement in organisations like CPTPP is hugely important to make sure that we are shaping the world too. Yep. And so actually, you know, let's not pretend this is all negative or all positive. It's a choice, right? And choices have upsides and downsides, they just do. Mm-hmm. One of the choices we made recently was to leave the European Union and to focus on other parts of the world. Well, that's what we're doing. Our relationship with the CPTPP is enormously important. Our relationship with India is enormously important, and you've heard me talking about that far too often, probably, Adam. But our relationship with India is enormously important. Our relationship with AUKUS is enormously important. And, you know, there will be others too. You know, personally, I look at Nigeria today and see enormous amounts of hope and opportunity. You know, there are many parts of the world we need to be focused on as well. And if you look at modern Britain, one of the things that's striking about modern Britain that is different from modern Europe is quite how international modern Britain is. You know, if you look at who Europeans in their 30s have married, they've mostly married other Europeans, normally people from their own country, but other Europeans. If you look at who Brits in their 30s have married, yeah, it's mostly other Brits, that's true. But it's people from around the world. It's not Europeans. Not exclusively, of course. There's a few of us who made that bold choice.
There you go. That's the pitch. Good. Okay, let's take a few more questions. I think there's some hands that shot up. One there, one from the back there, and then that might be all we've got time for. So let's go with the one here. Just wait for the mic to come and speak directly into it. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, Tom. I'm Ethan. I'm from the Manchester Young Conservatives. I just wanted to ask, as a young person, I know other young people that are quite worried by the threat of AI and the security risks that could have for us, especially in the future, not necessarily now, but 20 years down the line. As a young person, I'm quite worried about the threat of AI, so I don't know if you can give us any assurances that what you're doing might be able to cut out that threat for future. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And then question at the back.
Hi, Rhiannon from Marshall. I've actually got two questions. So the first one is around, you've kind of talked about trade, you've talked a bit about defence and what we're doing there, and also kind of Five Eyes relationships, NATO, that type of thing. I guess my question is, how are you using kind of the brief, the security brief, to kind of feed into those other agendas across government and kind of being that convener of our security in those conversations? And is there a role for industry in kind of the stuff you're doing, and what does that look like, and what do you want to see?
Very good.
Okay. So the question on AI is huge, as you know, and it's hugely transformative as well. I mean, at the moment, as you know, we're dealing mostly with large language models that are actually really more machine learning than they are artificial intelligence. It's less artificial and more mechanical. But the reality is, these problems are growing. The problems are also opportunities. We're going to be seeing huge efficiencies in the way we analyze information and the way we extract useful data from the haystack that I mentioned earlier. So in many ways that will make life more secure. I mean, one of the things at the moment is, I won't tell you how many, but it takes an awful lot of people to follow one terrorist suspect, for example. But as you get better at AI, as AI gets better at helping you, you're more able to narrow down the targets you're looking for, the reasons you're following people, and therefore your ability to focus your efforts against specific targets. It's also true, however, that AI will throw up many challenges, and this is where I think the government is doing absolutely the right thing. And if you see what the Prime Minister's organised for the beginning of November, this AI summit, I think this is a really important way of getting that conversation out there. If you like, it's a way of talking about the Manhattan Project before you build the bomb. Now that's a really healthy thing to do. You want to have a nuclear non-proliferation treaty before anybody's got a nuclear bomb. That's what we're trying to do. And I think it's incredibly healthy that we're doing it. Now, it's going to throw up challenges. I'm not going to lie to you, it is going to throw up challenges. But those challenges are real for us because they throw up different ways of understanding how we operate in our space. I have to say, if I were Chinese, I'd be even more worried. And the reason I would be is if you're Chairman Xi, a lot of your control depends on control of information. And what artificial intelligence promises to do, we'll see how it delivers it, what it promises to do, is to change the way in which information is controlled. And that change in informational control is hugely challenging for authoritarian states. And it really undermines their ability to deliver the promises that they have made. Now, we have to continue this conversation to see how it evolves. But I wouldn't be too concerned at the moment. I'd be focused on what we can achieve and how we can shape friends and partners to make sure we deliver. Rhiannon, you asked about trade and NATO. I mean, a lot of my role, as you know, is focused on day to day, I'm afraid. What the Iranians are doing every day in trying to, if I put it politely, I'd say disrupt. If I were to put it bluntly and honestly, kidnap and kill people in the United Kingdom takes up an awful lot of time. What the Chinese are doing in order to hack into our systems takes an awful lot of time, and I'm afraid what the Russians are doing through ransomware and many other things takes up an awful lot of time. But you're right that having an ethos of security through our systems is incredibly important, and that's why the work that we're doing in terms of building up resilience in our supply chains, which we do alongside the Department for Business and Trade, and Nuz Ghani is absolutely brilliant at this, is incredibly important. So, injecting that level of thought into it is what I'm trying to help do. A lot of the time I don't need to, because actually Nuz is brilliant on this, but there's an awful lot there. And your second question about industry is absolutely essential. Look, the reality is that the great strength of our country is that the state doesn't try to do everything. The enormous strength of our country is that businesses around the country, some of them one person at a computer, some of them 1,000 people with sites all over the continent, let alone the country, are coming up with ideas that answer questions that we didn't even know we needed to ask. And that partnership between industry and business and government is absolutely essential to our national security. It's absolutely fundamental. And one of the most interesting things I do is see pitches from companies who are pitching into the intelligence work, into our intelligence community. And you find out things that you had absolutely no idea could be done in ways that you had no idea were possible in order to answer questions you didn't even realize you needed to ask. And it's phenomenal to see what the individual creativity can have when it's unleashed. The left constantly tells us that the state can answer the question. We as Conservatives know free people answer questions freely. And that's how we get the best answers out of our whole society.
Fantastic. We might have time for another question or two. Yeah, but your hand's shot right up there at the front. So let's go with that question. If there are any more, we can take them in this round. But if not, then let's go for this one.
Thank you. Deborah Taylor, Deputy Leader of Leicestershire County Council. Just a quick question about asylum seekers that are coming over on the small boats. Do you think that creates a huge security risk for the UK?
So just a softball question to finish with.
Look, I'm not going to lie to you that it's the challenge, right? I mean, it takes up quite a lot of space in terms of thinking about how we deal with it. We are getting increasingly good at making sure we shepherd those who come off small boats into reception centres, and we analyse who's there, and we make sure we know what's going on, and through various different ways. In fact, some fantastic private companies that have demonstrated some capabilities, we're able to do many things upstream that, forgive me, I'm not going to expose to you right now, which mean that the risk is certainly mitigated. That said, there's a reason we're focused on stopping the small boats, right? There is an absolute reason we are focused on regular migration. Look, we as Conservatives believe that people from around the world who qualify, who have an interest or have a need, should be able to come to the UK. We absolutely believe in that. I mean, if you don't believe me, look at what we did with Hong Kongers, who we welcomed with open arms. Look at what we did with Ukrainians, who we welcomed with open arms. We absolutely do believe that we have a role and a duty in society, in the world to welcome those in need or who offer an opportunity to the UK. And I'm very proud of the way that Rishi has led on various of the visa schemes, including this global opportunity scheme, where if you've been to one of the top universities in the world, you can get a visa for 2 years without a job just to come and see. But all of that only works if you also have a responsibility, a responsible attitude to your border. And this is where, forgive me, I find Labour just frankly disingenuous. When they talk about safe and legal routes, they're ignoring all the safe and legal routes that we already have. They're ignoring all the opportunities that we already give, and saying that what we actually need to be doing is we need to be building a bridge from Calais to Kent. Now, that's not the right answer. It's really not the right answer. But it's also not just the right answer that we can close the border at Dover and pretend that upstream pressures don't count. And that's where the work that Rob Jenrick has been doing, unsung, uncelebrated, has been so important. Rob Jenrick, as you know, is the Immigration Minister, and I have been working with partners in Southern Europe and around the region. I've been in Iraq recently and talking about those upstream pressures. Because actually, it's not just the numbers who get to Dover, it's the numbers who arrive at Calais. And that's why what happens in Lampedusa, what happens in Italy, what happens in France matters to us. So we're working with partners in Europe, and this, to the gentleman behind you's question about how do we work together with our European friends, this is one of those areas where we're offering huge capabilities, and I'm not going to advertise, to help interrupt some of those migrant routes. Is so important, because let's be absolutely clear. It's not just that we already offer safe and legal routes. It's not just that we already recognise our responsibility to a wider society. It's not just that it would also be wrong to reward those who are breaking the rules and undermining our borders. It's that the trafficking that leads to it is one of the worst crimes that we are seeing in the world today. You know, we quite rightly focus on the English Channel and on the threats there. That's absolutely right. And when we see capsized boats and people drowning in the Channel, quite rightly we feel that pang of anguish and pain that any human suffering brings. And it's absolutely right we focus on that. I can assure you that the information that I see that doesn't just show that the English Channel is dangerous, the Mediterranean is even more dangerous. And if you think the Mediterranean is dangerous, look at the Sahara. Human trafficking and illegal migration is leading to some of the worst elements of human misery that this world has seen in many, many years. Every single mile along that Sahara route is marked by bodies. Every single arrival in Libya is matched, sadly, by the trade in human beings for sexual exploitation or simply for labour slavery. It is an absolutely horrific trade in human beings. And the last mile is the crossing at Dover. We need to be upstream and stopping it. Not just about our own security, but because it's the right thing to do, it's the humanitarian thing to do, and it's the responsible thing to do for every country.
Well, Tom, thank you. It feels like a somber note to end on, but thank you for indulging a very wide-ranging conversation on a range of different topics. Certainly learned a lot about your politics, your brief, and got some tips maybe on being a bit more cautious security-wise than we might have been before.
Two-factor authentication, change your password.
Yeah.
If you do the simple things right, you'll be okay.
Okay, very good. The British government says. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time. Thank you to you all for coming along and for offering your questions. I feel very bad for sort of jettisoning you out into this extraordinarily rainy Manchester evening, but that is what I'm going to do. So thank you very much for coming along. I hope to see you at one of our events tomorrow. Please take a water bottle on your way out. Thank you, round of applause.